नमस्कार दोस्तों, स्वागत है आपका आपके भाई के नए चैनल पे, आपके भाई के चैनल पे जिसका नाम है वाइब विद डीमन एंड वी आर बैक विद द न्यू वैलोरेंट डब्ल्यूसी वॉच पार्टी। और आज है एजीएल वर्सेस जीई का लोअर ब्रैकेट और टोंगचिम वर्सेस एम8 का अपर ब्रैकेट। तो आज अपन वो दो मैच देखने वाले। अगर हर बार की तरह अगर अपने को और एक मैच भी देखने मिले, क्योंकि दोनों गेम्स में गैप बहुत बड़ा रहता है, तो एक मैच देखने मिले तो अपन हम खास वो भी देख लेंगे। सो लेट्स सी, ये शेड्यूल है अभी, देखिए। एजीएल का जो मैच, एजीएल वर्सेस ग्लोबल का जो मैच वो डिसाइड, ठीक है। और जो विनर्स मैच चल रहा है उनमें जो हारेगा वो अब डिसाइडेड के साथ खेलेगा, जो इनमें जीतेंगे। ठीक है, इसमें जो जीतेगा वो विनर्स क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा, एडवांस हो जाएगा प्लेऑफ्स के लिए। और इनमें जो जीतेगा फिर वो प्लेऑफ्स के लिए एडवांस कर जाएगा। अभी देखते हैं। जी ने पिछला मैच इतना खास नहीं खेली थी, बहुत गंदा आ रहा था, बहुत गंदा खेली थी जी। अभी देखते हैं कि क्या होता है टीम के सामने। अभी तो फिलहाल एजीएल है भाई, ऑल गेमर्स है। ऑल गेमर्स एक्चुअली चाइना की टीम है और जी अपनी इंडिया की टीम है। लेट्स सी कैसा होता है, क्या नहीं पता नहीं। वेट, आई विल जस्ट गिव यू
You have just
अभी
two
अभी
games to look at. Okay, for me,
अभी आपको आवाज आ रहा है।
Kira, Duelist, or
मैच सिलेक्शन
AG.
चालू है।
So I'm looking at
लोटस बैन कर
Kira, who's
दिया जी
actually
ने,
their initiator,
राइट।
and he's been
डब्ल्यू,
insane. It feels like this
डब्ल्यू
guy
मैप बैन।
has just consistently put up
ओके,
numbers
ब्रीज
when
बैन
he's
कर दिया।
supported Kira
जी
on
ने
equal
सनसेट ले
flat,
लिया।
but also
ओके,
been there to trade almost every single time.
We've got our maps here. The bands come
अपने
through
साथ
for
अभी
both
वीर भाई है।
Dust and
अजय
Brawl
भाई
is
का पता
talking
नहीं,
through the
अजय
bits.
भाई
I mean,
फोन
this is
नहीं
really
उठा रहे।
classic
अजय भाई का
GE.
फोन
Even
ले लो।
without Frost on the lineup,
वी
I
हैव
like
नो
the fact
आइडिया
that they're
अबाउट
quite happy
हिम,
to take a little
व्हाट
bit
ही
of a
इज डूइंग
different
राइट
look
नाउ।
into the map pool to
क्योंकि
pick the
उनका
map
लाइट
that
का
is
इश्यू हो
most
गया
freshly
होगा
on
उधर।
into it
वो
and try to
मुंबई के
take a
बाहर
little
रहते
bit
हैं
of
ना,
a risk, force
तो
the other team to show their
क्या लाइट
preparation
का
on a
इश्यू
map
है।
that hasn't been a
अभी मैं
reality
खाना
yet.
ही खा रहा था,
I will
तभी
say though that all gamers
देखा,
having
टाइम
missed
देखा
out
मैंने
on
और
Masters
मैंने
London,
मेरे
like
को हुआ
they need a
लेट।
little bit more time
अभी
to prep this than
खाना
GE
खाते
might have.
खाते स्ट्रीम
And
करते हैं।
then Split will be the follow-up here for all gamers,
अभी
which,
मैच
to
चालू
be
होने से
honest,
पहले
I
खा
don't
लेते हैं,
mind at all for global esports.
क्योंकि भूख
Really?
लगी है बहुत।
This is All Gamers' best map. They love this map. They played this map in every single series
और
that
वीर
they
भाई,
played for the EWC qualifier,
Sure.
and they won it every
So
single
you let
time.
them have their
वीर भाई
best
गले
map, but don't you have a lot
Crazy.
of footage to prep on it?
True, but also you pick a sunset
एक
where you
सेकंड।
don't have any footage of them on it. It's kind of scary.
A little bit risky.
Yeah.
I totally get that. Going into the decider, how do we feel about our team matching up on Ascent if you're global esports? Because didn't look so pretty in the opening round. I totally agree with you. That's
वीर भाई
cause
म्यूट
for
पे हो।
concern. On the other side of things, all gamers, I thought they looked fantastic against Heretics. That was a very good map for them.
I think
GRQ
this is
was great on the Phoenix. I will say though that GE in the Ho Chi Minh finals against Paper X, Ascent was the only map that they were competitive on, quite honestly. So I think that there's more in the tank. And again, I'm going to say this probably all day today in this series. MIBR cannot play, sorry, Global Esports cannot play worse than they played against MIBR. It's only up from here. I expect them to at least take a map.
Is that a challenge or?
Yeah.
Not a challenge? No, I think for me this is so All Gamers sided.
I
I
know.
think this veto goes right into their hands. The only big question mark here is
Listen
sunset
to you.
for both of these teams.
I mean,
me?
that is a big question
Yeah.
mark. I think Ascent probably definitely leads the way of all gamers,
Yes.
but I honestly don't think that
Yeah.
even if you're really good at Split, that's
Beto.
showing some confidence to pick it into global esports. But
ऊपर आ
historically,
रहा है
it's a
पानी
map
में
that
से।
they used to pick. The core of this team
Used
loves
to.
Split, and
Used
they
to.
know their way around it very well.
Athena, have you cast a sunset yet on this stream?
I haven't.
Right?
Not yet. Have we even seen a sunset on the
I don't
B
think
stream?
it's graced the B stream.
It
so,
has not.
Mitch, what should we kind of expect here, Pilsky? Is it a preferred bomb site? Is it attack heavy, defense heavy? What have you seen from Sunset in the past?
I think it's just in flux at the moment.
Yeah.
Whenever a new map comes back into the pool, you haven't really gotten
हेलो
established
गाइस
meta on it. Some of the agents have changed it this
आज मैंने
patch,
स्टोरी
we need
वगैरह
to
कुछ नहीं
kinda
डाला
get those reps in
देखते
to
हैं
get a good idea of how it's going to
कौन
play
कौन
out.
कैसे
All
कैसे
I
आता
can
है
say is
Good.
I hated playing this map.
I love playing this map.
Really?
Yeah.
I hated playing this map. The only reason was because of the breach meta. I played it when the breach meta was still there. There's stuns towards market every single
That
round.
sounds like
Every
a setup.
round.
That sounds like you ran into the trap
Whoa,
every round.
whoa.
We've got our players out on the stage. Let's introduce some of the beautiful faces gracing Valorant tonight. Walk me
देखो
through
गाइस मैं
our
ना
first squad as our
पोल
cameras
डालता हूँ
settle in. We've got global
तो कोई भी
esports
आएगा
on the
नया
right. On the left, of course,
टीम
is
देखने
AGAL. And we're
at
gonna
least they
start
will
with the global
react to
squad.
the
So
poll
please, Pilsky, walk me through.
I mean,
while I'm
Unitard,
eating.
the only Korean player that made it to Masters London, did have some coaching staff making it over there. Rest in peace to the Korean scene. Hopefully, we can start to pick things up going forward. Nongshim's definitely flying the flag over here in Paris, but a fantastic duelist, very underrated. On the other side of things, this is a big fragging presence here on All Gamers. Fanggear really lit up the server in VCTCN to get that first seed coming through into Santiago, and he just continues to go to strength as the Russian player on this Chinese squad. But here's another man that's played plenty in China. He's going to know his way around playing against All Gamers. Autumn.
I thought you were going to keep going. That's your boy.
Yeah,
that's your
my boy.
Australian boy. And
Autumn
you're
is
just
gonna be-
letting me go for it?
Look,
That's
Hello.
crazy.
I was hoping you
Asian
would.
selection
It was honestly a great
like,
handoff.
that's-
Avi ने
Crushed it. Taking a look
Smoke
here at our
लिया
agents. We've
Look,
got
Okay.
sometimes you
Phoenix.
throw the ball and it just hits him in
Pac-Man,
the face.
Autumn.
It's early. It's the first match.
I literally was
The
like, there's
perfect
no
pass.
way you're giving
Udotan
this to me.
with
This is
the
your boy. But
neon.
I really
Okay.
like this agent select because I think this is very similar to how both these teams like to play. A lot
Good
of the
team,
double
good team,
duelists
guys.
on lock, so I think it's really interesting.
Almost
Udotan
same team है
on that
सामने
Neon's always gonna
बस
perform. Autumn on the Phoenix,
Phoenix
he's
के
done a good
अलावा
job. Then on
they
the other
are
side, Kira,
choosing
we've got
Grace.
Praise. He's been phenomenal so far. For me, Fanggear
यप
on Neon
देखिए
there,
अभी
they've
हुआ
had a
जस्ट
really good series so far on that chamber. I was kind of looking for that, but the Cypher makes a
एकदम
lot of sense because it's so hard to play without that real Senti util.
Who's this shrimp guy? 'Cause
मुझे
looking
लग रहा
at
है
the
इस बार
numbers, he was the
जी
most
फाड़ेगी
impressive from all gamers. He had plus 11 overall, but also contributing in the assists. Seems to be very involved in
AGL
the fights.
I'm going to do a hand movement for you. This won't be on camera.
versus
but I want
Paper
you- this is what shrimp means. Okay, this is what he does.
BB
And that's all. What do you think of that pocket? Is that intimidating? If you stand up on the stage and do that in the direction of the other team, does that make you upset?
Well,
All
it's
gamer
gotta be
China की
nice
team है
shrimp, because they've got
Wait
the
a bit.
most powerful punch of any creature.
Really?
Yeah, pound for pound.
हाँ
They're the strongest in the game,
That
baby.
explains a lot. Thank
Yeah,
you. I'll
you're
take that
welcome.
information with me as we head into the series.
I've got a 4-year-old. We've been watching a lot of nature stuff. It's awesome. Here's a look. Global Esports has looked terrible. They got rid of their coach, but it is a brand new day. They've had all kinds of footage to review. The question is, are they ready for AGAL? We hand the mic over. It's Pilsky and Athena for map number 1.
Yeah, cheers, Pucker. It is the first game here on the B stream. Elimination game between Global Esports and All Gamers. Global getting knocked into the lower bracket by an MIBR who looks like they're on the warpath straight into a top 4 as far as I'm concerned. We'll see how they go in their next game. That'll be over on the A stream. And All Gamers, quite frankly, had that Heretics game in the bag, but Heretics ever troublesome to try to close out against.
Yeah, it seems like they had a really good understanding of how they wanted to play and the maps, but we're going to jump right
चलो
into
first
the
round
action
चालू
right away because these players are contact playing towards this B main.
सब
There's a
B
trap
पे
set up here
सब B
from
main पे
Global Esports. Ready with a curveball, gets the flash down. He gets that on 4 players, but the Cypher cage is phenomenal. Crystal getting that pick onto Fanggear, but Shrimp getting that initial one.
Yeah, gorgeous cage from Bite.
अभी हक देते हैं वीर भाई पता है
What would have been a disaster.
Yeah.
बहुत गंदा हकते थे
In this pistol, slowing things down towards B main. The other side of things, Harvey a little bit concerned that there is going to be some pressure towards A, looking to play retake with the trip still up on short, and of course, with
क्या?
dark cover towards top middle. All Gamers trying to cause a little bit of reaction or a rotation for Global.
Feels like these teams at a standstill. GE gonna try to regress, get some sort of information, at least get a numbers advantage, but they choose not to go. Udo there, he's lit. The rest of his team, they're
आपका
kind of
आवाज
playing
बड़ा
all the
था
way back. That smoke is gonna come in. The execute's gonna start. Udo with a pick onto GRQ. And all of a sudden, the numbers
Lovely,
are
Udo.
down here. Kira just
अरे
got
lovely
smacked down by
Crystal
Crystal. The fast flood is already here for Global Esports, pushing into that smoke.
नाइस रे
Udo gets
उड़ता
that pick and Shrimp left in a 1v4.
Not much to do.
अरे नाइस
There's
शॉट
one exit on the way out. 30 HP and nothing left in the ghost here. Reload Comes out, but he's pinned into the corner by all of GE, and with only 12 seconds on the clock, it feels like a matter of time here.
Lovely.
Harvey will put him down, and it's a great pistol for Global Esports. I felt like they had a good read
Kisne?
early on that they didn't take full advantage of, and then in the mid-round, I think
Jet nahi
there's
hai,
a
Jet
big,
किधर?
big difference in, I guess, decision trees or pathways that we're going to head down. If Yudatan chooses to push B main there, that's probably just the round over, but his patience is very much rewarded.
Yeah, I love that Cypher cage right there.
Actually,
so
actually.
nice to prevent, but Udo just getting away with so many of these free picks, walking through those smokes, trying to prevent and
वापस है ना?
execute. We're gonna go back to another trap play here from
आ रहा है
Global
वापस
Esports, but
शायद.
this time they're gambling that wrong site. That's information gonna be had really quick, while the whole rest of the roster of AG are on the side of B.
Orb tapped, trying to bait out some kind of trap. They just had to deal with one in one round previous. Kira built himself closer to a showstopper here. Crystal looking for some toes. No one crossing mid just yet.
Looking for some dogs.
Yeah, that's a good camp.
Running towards
You
that
know, many
ace
Cypher
on.
players are toe enthusiasts.
No, I'm not going on this train.
Okay.
GE, they have a nice little setup here towards A main. That Marshall gonna be able to spot any contact here. Gear running right into it. Actually whiffs the shot. Udo tries to get another one. Peeks through those double walls. Patman stuck on this corner. GRQ has a feeling, but Autumn is there to support him. Patman
Nice one,
onto
Patman.
Shrimp, and all of a sudden it looks like all gamers are not
W
getting any of
crystal.
these picks that they're trying to. Pushing forward the confidence from Udo.
क्या उड़ो भाई?
Yep, that's a little bit more like it for Global Esports. Despite some shaky stuff on the Marshall.
उड़ो भाई नहीं मान रहे भाई.
All gamers relatively easily. Haven't had too much of a contest just yet.
हाँ वीर भाई.
Set pick for Global Esports.
उड़ो भाई उड़ के मारेंगे आज.
Limits of all gamers map pool. Nothing really too exciting coming out compositionally from either of these teams. It is a double duelist off with a slight difference in the choice. There are pros and cons to both. The Phoenix very strong in this meta, but Raze is a classic on this map.
I think too, when I'm looking at Shrimp, his util's been so phenomenal. I really like the idea of having a lot of those seize, nade, trap plays towards their defense side when they do switch over here for AG. But gun round on lock, trap towards mid, running out of market. It's Javi, gets the pick onto buy, and all of a sudden this round has kind of fallen apart for AG. You need to do something with these weapons.
Now one trade back from Kira. That was just such a perfect curveball paranoia with the haunt for the scan to open up an early pick for Global Esports, and they're not done just
Bad
yet.
read.
Dark cover towards bottom middle. Harvey going to take matters into his own hands, just trying to slip on through here.
फंस गया. अभी फंस गया.
Not cognizant of this, but the timing is not
अरे
good.
lovely.
That's an opening pick here yet again in the mid-round for Harvey, who continues to push the issue, confirms that all gamers are outside of A. TP away here as they're looking to meet up with Kira towards that B side of the map, but Crystal has got a gorgeous deep cam and a one-way if this push comes in. And I think all gamers may struggle to get into the site here if Crystal is well positioned.
गया मेरा स्ट्रीम.
Yep. Patman towards
अरे यार.
that A side. He has a prowler too, and that
ये
Hawk
इनका
is back up for him.
इनका लैग बहुत घटिया है.
They don't really care because that weak side.
टीम का
Cypher
मतलब
fully set up
EWC
there,
का
like you said. The
स्ट्रीम
NC is
का.
going to come in. The nade to try to break any of those close trips. Prowler comes in, doesn't get anyone. They're giving up that site and planning to play retake. They have a lot of really good retake util on Patman with the fade dog and that fade eye.
He's work onto market side here for all gamers. Patman applying pressure for the flank. GRQ breaking through onto Yudatan.
नहीं मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना इस बार जी
Not
फाड़ेगी.
really going to be having too much impact anymore. Alfangle's looking pretty good for Kira on the other side of this one. Should be able to pick up Crystal if he goes unchecked. Nice little highlight on the other side of things. Isn't even needed. An easy one for Shrimp. All gamers, it was getting a little bit sweaty, but it looks like they are
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
well and truly on top of this one. Round will be run regardless. Maybe not in clean as a fashion as they would have liked to, losing Kira there on spawn side.
जी फाड़ेगी.
But Global
right.
Esports still well and truly in on this one. Look how much economy they have. They will concede this round, but really it's looking to be death by 1,000 cuts if possible. All gamers will celebrate that one, but I think it might be a little early at this point, honestly.
Yeah, 3 weapons down. That's a little bit too expensive. We're going
कौन
to
सा
have,
था?
at best, that light armor coming online for the rest of all gamers. But seems like they're both doing really good jobs at being proactive. I feel like for me, GE, they're really surprising me with their defense rounds right now. Using a lot of
You
trap
haven't seen
plays,
them win
being
many rounds, have you? Wow.
Let's go.
Was it 5 total? 5 total versus
They
MIBR.
are so
Let's
much
go,
better
let's
in
go.
this series. I have to be honest.
चाइना की
They
टीम
are
ये
certainly
सामने वाली
favourite
एजी है.
over on towards this B line. Bit more of a spread approach from Wargamers to start this one off. Tapping away, looking to try to take
Chinese
advantage
team
of
है
these or early haunts. Dark cover in towards middle. Udatan has been established on this info line, hand in hand with Autumn, who will probably try to continue to build his run it back.
Slow default here for all gamers. 2-on-2. Looking to end towards A. That paranoia in the hands of GRQ. The Prowler actually catching onto that op. That's a really good pushback. Fangir using those walls to make sure they're getting that space, but still not entering towards elbow. Trying to ping pong towards that beam
Right.
where Kira's trying to apply some pressure here with Bai.
Yep.
Huh?
It's a classic kind of skirmishy approach. Deny information to the defense and look for a reaction elsewhere. Have
Udatan.
Bai and Kira ready for the reaggression.
बहुत बहुत
Maybe
मस्त
if
है.
that was going to be on the cards, but as it stands, Autumn has retaken
GE
this
में
A info line very
GE
nicely.
में
The
मैं
rotation's already coming in for GE.
दो ही
So
बंदों
Autumn
को
has
ज्यादा
prepped themselves for the
मतलब
re-execute.
खेलते हुए देखा हूँ.
Slow, but it's okay. They're grouped up. But
एक
3
उड़ोतान
players here on the side of GE already on
और
site.
एक
Umbrella's
पैकमैन.
gonna come in. The dash out. So
मतलब
much
बाकियों को
movement.
भी
The
देखा
Hawk's
हूँ बट
gonna
इतना
stand,
खेलते हुए
but
नहीं
no
देखा.
one's connecting shots. Kira getting the pick onto Crystal and Udo. That's 2 for him. And now all of a sudden that default, that defense has fallen apart for these players. Running out of the smoke is Javi, not able to get anything. Batman and Autumn now all of a sudden left in that 2v5.
लाइट ने सकाई
Fangir
गेली
wants to
आली
do
की
it.
है. ये आ रहा
Very
मतलब.
low on
अजय भाई
HP.
की लाइट नहीं है.
Need a clean round here as all gamers, and they're all still kind of trapped inside of the site. Global Esports very much playing for exits at this point. Up picked up by Kira.
अजय भाई आराम से आओ. तब
And
तक मेरी स्ट्रीम देखो आप.
barely clinging to life, and they're going to choose the path of least
आप
resistance.
इधर
pushing
चैट में
down
कमेंट्री
towards
करो
the
अजय भाई.
first spawn. That's going to be fantastic for them to establish a foothold in this game of Sunset. Should be 5 alive at the end of this one, unless they run into Patman.
अजय भाई लगता है मम्मी के फोन से आए.
Definitely have done a lot of work.
अजय भाई के फोन भी रेड है.
This is my favorite thing to do.
Which one?
Oh, it's too late.
I didn't look.
We're already past.
The umbrellas?
No, they were dresses.
निकाले 2 राउंड.
What colors were they?
There was like a wedding dress. There was like a little pink number, you know.
Give me the pink.
Oh man. Honestly, that round for GE,
Uh-huh.
I felt like they were in all the right
Yeah.
positions and it just was not clean enough.
yeah,
Like
they're
that was
macro.
just an awkward little exchange. Kira runs into the site and very easily gets a little double entry on. Despite
Time
a
out.
good rotation time for GE.
GE ने time out ले लिया.
The op and the Cypher.
2 राउंड में टाइम आउट ले लिया. ये आवाज कम कर. मैंने बाहर बस.
Everything you need to hold there as GE, and you get absolutely nothing done.
Yeah, that's crazy. Just none of the shots were connecting. They were trying to play around those smokes, but just couldn't find anything. And I think now this timeout for GE actually
नहीं आज
showed
नहीं डाली
to
मैं.
all gamers that was a round
मैं
that they
आया ही
needed
लेट
should
घर
have
पे.
won as well.
आके
Knowing that
सीधा
they were
बैठ गया.
stuck, they're trying to talk about their
और थोड़ा
crossfires,
काम था ना
play
वो
nice, make sure they're cleaning up their setups.
सीलिंग
Because like
टपक
you
रहा है
said, that
हमारा.
macro on that defensive round was
तो प्लास्टिक
really,
डाल दिया.
really good. Almost perfect, I would say, just up until that execute. So maybe talking
एकदम
about
टॉप
maybe
फ्लोर पे है
the
ना, थर्ड
util
फ्लोर
that they
पे.
were supposed to
तो
use to slow down the execute, to separate,
सीलिंग
to
पे
isolate, or why they just weren't playing together.
I mean, yeah.
बारिश
They
वाला है
would
बहुत
have
ज्यादा.
ideally, especially with the Omen in on the rotation, liked a nice paranoia
चलो
timing through the site that the players were able to
दो
play
बार कर
off,
रहे हैं.
or the op to be able to cleanly trying to find an opening pick. I'm not even sure I heard an op shot,
लो
quite
बार
honestly,
तो
and it felt like Crystal was just on a bit of an awkward angle. Regardless, all gamers will take full advantage of that. A very, very nice follow-up
सा?
the site. Not a great start. It feels like they are in full control now. GE getting a little bit of a mid-walk going on. We'll see how all gamers deal
मार्केट
with
एरिया.
this.
The op on by.
सारा
Good
लाइक
spot to be in. Holding for
हेवन
these
कैसा है
players.
हेवन.
About to peek that top
जैसे.
mid. Gets the pick by.
But heaven
Really
is
made
like
it
more
work.
of a pillar
This
market.
whole time, Javi, he's walked all the way down that mid. Bai is not falling for it.
हेवन
They're
बोल
playing
रहा हूँ.
really passive.
हेवन नहीं,
Everyone
सॉरी,
on all
बाइंड
gamers
बाइंड
not giving up that numbers advantage now.
बाइंड
Knowing
जैसा
that
बाइंड.
GE have been so proactive in pushing and taking contact.
That has even been
My
a bit
bad,
long
my
on
bad,
this line
guys.
here. GRQ very convinced that there could be
नहीं
something
रोटेट
creeping
मार
in from
देंगे
this
ये लोग.
angle. The spacing is excellent from all
ज़्यादा
gamers.
बसड़ हो गए थे.
Stinger can only get so much done. Let's be honest.
अरे
We saw
हफ्दी
it on the player
अभी
cam. A lapse of conversation,
अभी एक को तो लेके
concentration
जाता.
for just a
हाँ ना,
second on
एक
Harvey.
लेके जाता.
Just things seems like GE are not quite focused enough here.
कीरा का हाथ आ गया ना बीच में.
Need to switch on a little bit more. All gamers
हाँ,
just a
तो
slow
निकल जाता.
offense. Very safe on the anti-eco, but they will be heading towards the strong side with Crystal and Autumn in tow.
Autumn's going to be a big player here. That Prowler is going to catch him off guard, though. Shrimp immediately shut
Arey,
down
nice one.
Crystal. 2 kills for Autumn.
Ah,
Is shut down by Shrimp, and now Udo just running. They're going to hear that. Turning around is Fangir with that op, gets the pick. And it's just a shutdown here for All Gamers.
Yeah, very simple.
actually blind नहीं आता तो निकाल लेता. मस्त मस्त
Sometimes
मस्त
those are the
autumn.
best rounds.
Lovely autumn.
Don't need to do anything fancy as All Gamers. Just hold the angles and give them enough rope to hang themselves with. Economy is very, very good on this attacking side now. It's up to GE now that they've started to get some ults in the mix, especially courtesy of that multi-frag from Autumn to show some better rounds. Taking the timeout in towards the round previous wouldn't have been their focus. Now we need to start to see the adjustments coming in.
Gun round here for both teams. The ults online. 3 of them towards the side of
Spot
Global
kiya.
Esports. But they're not
Crystal
playing
ko.
too aggressive just yet. Keeping that elbow control on that A main. Fangir with this operator just trying to find a pick. Shoots at the lever because he thought it was a gun. Honestly, I would do that same thing. Honestly, we've all been there.
Well, that's
क्या
not
किया
too
उसने?
much. Good ball out on the line. Udatan dealing with the trip, just spamming away. That's a little bit of a win for GE here, but with All Gamers really taking their time, spreading the map, and looking for a pick, it's eyes on Kira and Fangir v Udatan, who is all on his lonesome. The dark cover almost creates an opportunity for Udatan to take advantage of, but as has been the case all of these rounds, it's just not quite right.
Oh my god, that sucks. 9 HP on Fangir. He got the dink through the wall, through that box, but it just wasn't enough. And now just regrouping. All Gamers, they've been so good at knowing how to end here. That Cypher, though, fully set up on site. They do have this Prowler to break a lot
देखो
of
ना.
walls. The nades coming in, the walls in, a full execute. The rocket is popped from Kira. He's going to be able to get one. Fully blinded. GRQ with a pick onto Crystal as well. And a 2v5. This is so rough for
W
Global
shit bro
Esports.
आज है.
All
फिर
Gamers
भाई.
just rolling these sites. Similar to what we saw against Heretics, they were pretty effortlessly
ये
able
लोग
to work their
बहुत
way
स्टडी
through the
करते
map.
हैं वीर भाई.
Run
बहुत
into
स्टडी
these
करते
sites on Lotus in particular and find man
टीम को.
advantage. Just saw the same thing
अभी
on
ये
the
लोग को
set.
कुछ तो मिराकल करना ही पड़ेगा ये
Very, very
राउंड
true.
निकालने में, वरना
This
निकल
one
जाएगा.
straight out of VCTCN. A
तो
region
एक तो
where
सेव
Autumn is
करना
not
पड़ेगा या
used
फिर
to losing
पता नहीं.
unless he's playing EDG.
लो निकल गए. हंट के लिए निकल गए कि हाँ भाई
4 ults online
ले आओ.
for GE for next round. Autumn just getting a nice little exit there.
हाँ हाँ.
Kira and Patman holding. But I think this round now, this next round,
अंजीर भाई गए.
they're
अंजीर
a
भाई
little
गए.
bit broke, but they have a lot of these winning conditional ults. I'm really curious if we're going to see Udo do some sort of play with that neon ult, pushing aggressive, maybe taking a lot of that space, but they have to be aware of this op.
Okay,
They
good,
need to
good, good.
find that first and just
Good
make sure
save,
they're
good
not
save.
pushing into it. Because they've been punished by
चलो
Viper
guys निकाल
2
दो.
rounds in a row by in mid Udo on that A
Yep, yep.
getting those initial peaks, letting them run into
Actually.
them almost every single time.
Yeah, it's a painfully slow offense for All Gamers, like nails on a chalkboard, but
Oi.
sometimes those are the hardest kind of rounds to play against where, you know, you just lose
कुठून बाहेर जा पाहिजे तर.
concentration a little bit.
बाहेर
The
बस.
other team had their head screwed on nicely,
कर अजून कमी.
and then they're coming in with full confidence, and all it takes is a mistake or two from GE, and things can kind of fall apart. Now we're going to get yet another fight over this A side of the map. Curve, rather the Molly and the Prowler in combination with the one-way will again secure the one-way. Overdrive being held
He
here.
is not
by
hungry
Udatan,
anymore.
as there are a couple of rifles kept
He
over
is
from the
never
previous round.
hungry.
So once again, a winnable round
तो
for
बस
GE.
खेलने के लिए खेलते हैं,
And
नाम बनाना
another,
है.
as I said, painfully slow round for All Gamers.
Actually.
Setting up Udo once again towards A main. Trying to figure out why.
देखो ना
this
अभी
A side
इकोनॉमी
can't
कैलकुलेट ही नहीं कर रहे वो लोग.
for Util as well, trying to delay for as long as possible. They have 2 players already set up on this site. And the up down, the high low, top mid here. Patman and Autumn, they're just holding, trying to get a pick. Udo gets spotted out by Fangir, and they're going to actually execute.
Yeah,
They're holding
perfection.
W.
Just punishing those age-old positions that you're often playing. Patman will go down as well. That's one of the vandals that you want to have in play. Autumn, try to put on his cape here. Run it back active, and it's complete disengage from All Gamers.
Now they're running back towards
फिर
that
भाई
mid. Not going to fully execute
गलत
that.
साइड ले रहे हो तुम.
B, but again, the Cypher Util here, but why not? It's worked for them almost every single round. That one-way cage is going to go up.
सही है,
It's gonna
सही है,
get
सही है.
blocked by Vi's cage. The Nightmare
नहीं अच्छी
Nightmare
खेलती है
on the
ये,
line.
बहुत
Fangir
बहुत
getting
अच्छा
his
खेलती है.
3 kills.
पेपर एक्स को
Kira
टक्कर
is
दिया था वीर
dropped
भाई.
by Crystal. 2v4 all of a sudden. They're trying to push this backside. Crystal punishes them.
ये
Autumn's there to trade, but isn't able to get anything.
Yeah, 5 in a row for all gamers. This is looking a little bit too easy. And I'm getting concerned about global esports,
5 का
especially
स्ट्रिक हो गया
because
उनका.
of what we saw in their opening game.
5 राउंड जीती है लगातार.
It's like Groundhog Day here from one of the hopeful teams out of Pacific.
Fangir, I feel like on the
Yeah?
operator has done such a good job.
नहीं
He's
पेपर
one
एक्स
of the
हारी,
good
पेपर
players
एक्स
I
बाहर
was
है.
looking at when I was watching them play against Heretics. On his chamber, getting a lot of those opening
पेपर
picks
एक्स बाहर चली गई
is really nice to see. And
वीर
so
भाई.
I'm kind of worried here for GE as
पता
well, in
नहीं.
the sense of them not being able to push back that operator, constantly getting punished by it. Udo, he's fallen for that same thing 2 rounds in a row, make it 3 almost. And it's just really hard for me, for GE, to understand how they can adapt. And instead of adapting by not playing there anymore, they've pushed all the way up towards A main.
Yep, both of the duelists on the front foot here. Camera spotted out by
जीई जैसे ही हराया पर पता है जो उसको
GRQ
पेपर
trying
एक्स
to
को.
disengage there with the paranoia, and Autumn will lose his life.
बहुत गंदा आ रहा है.
The trap setups were working for GE, but now they've
थर्ड
just
मैप
fallen
पे.
into this trap of overextending themselves almost. Another pick down, making it 4v5 here, and all gamers, they're just gonna sit. They know the re-aggression is coming, but it's on the side of B. Breaking that, it's going to be a little bit more of information here for all gamers, and they're trying to end towards the safe side. They kind of have a good setup here, GE. Maybe this is the round that they can win.
Overdrive on in. One player on the lurk here for all gamers, if he's even needed. Patman alone on the side now as the TP's coming in from on the other side of things. Big 3K for Patman by flanking up through top middle. Catches the Omen off guard, who was looking for an off angle over the spawn smoke. Plant
ओके
going down.
क्रिस्टल निकाल पाएगा.
Creeping his way up short. All gamers
निकाल
just
सकता है वो.
trusting the buddy system over towards elbow. Walking together. There is a neural theft,
He
but
knows
Crystal
this
isn't
game.
using it. There are bodies over on shore that he could have potentially thrown that on top of, but the hat is still well and truly on. Needs to tap the spike here, try to bait out a peek. But he's going to try to go a little bit more aggressive. Jiggled out on elbow side. All gamers well aware of his position now. He doesn't know they're doubled up just yet. And this feels hopeless. All gamers just playing this so well.
Leo, बोला ना.
A critical mistake, and Crystal capitalizes. A third round out of nowhere for GE. Just
छत्ता
some
में भाई.
heroics from both Patman and
यही
That
मिरेकल
was
चाहिए उनको.
crazy. I was really concerned when I saw Udo all of a sudden move out of that A link and stand in the open. He got punished right away. But Patman, holy smokes, that 3K was really insane to watch here. That positioning a little bit suspicious, but Patman able to get 3, goes for that 4th. And of course, this 2K by
Lovely.
Crystal. Those are the kind of heroics that saved them. But again, they were set up somewhat good. They played really aggressive, though, towards that A main. Got punished once again, so they've switched it up this time. And finally, we're going to see some B main aggression right off the bat and leaving that A main alone. Maybe setting up some util to fake that pressure.
He's dodged. In comes the util. All gamers always ready for it. Reaction from them is looking pretty good.
क्या ही
Here.
यूटी
Under pressure on him.
यूटी
In
स्कोर
the
चल
corner,
रहा है
just trying
भाई.
to keep himself alive with the curveball, and it's a disengage, but it's an expensive little exchange for GE there that I'm not sure they necessarily got what they bargained for. Yes, they've secured control of B main, and they are repositioning. So if they can try to go for a mid walk or a mid crunch later on in the round that works out for them, then maybe that'll be good. But as it stands, they're just spreading the map here and resetting.
Shrimp using that prowler to clear all of B main.
That is not auto.
Because no one's still
भाई
set up close, so all
इन
gamers
लोग का
gonna slow it
इन लोग का
down
कैम
once
अलग
again
ही
because
दे
they're
रहे हैं
waiting
लोग.
for some sort of information. It feels like GE has given it to
नहीं.
them every single time.
अरे अलग
They've gone to
प्लेयर के
the
कैम
base.
पे अलग प्लेयर का कैम लगा,
Watching
मतलब
that
अलग
face
प्लेयर के
over
नाम
here
पे
on
अलग
that A
प्लेयर का
side.
कैम लगा रहे.
They're gonna be spotted.
Yep, camera from Crystal will confirm that all gamers are inside of elbow. Patman is on shore. That's a nice angle for the Nightfall. The cage giving all gamers
Excellent.
pause for thought as Uditan has made it up over onto the side. Kira from up on high has a little bit of an off angle. Fangir low on HP. He's already lost his life. on the way
लवली
in.
एंट्री है.
And
हाँ
when
कर दे,
will
मैं
you
तो
pull the
बोलूँगा.
trigger on the Nightfall as GE here? All gamers are trying to bait it.
Nice
out.
entry.
For Uditan. In goes the
हाँ,
overdrive
सच.
and the Nightfall.
अरे.
This is looking like all gamers are getting torn apart here. Great rotations from GE. They are all over that one.
Nice
That was
round,
really
nice
nice. The
round.
flood retake. All the util being
Nice.
sent, just
W
delaying for
round.
as long as possible. And that's what they're missing when that Cypher is set up towards that B site. That was really well done. The delay, the cage timing after that camera was broken towards elbow, just making them slow down a lot. That's what I like to see from global esports. This right here, all that util.
मैंने ईयरफोन ही उल्टा लगा के रखा है वीर भाई।
Now after this, and Shrimp trying to go for as many as he can. It just doesn't
मतलब
work
बोला
out.
ऐसा
I
क्यों हो
think
रहा
now
है?
we're seeing GE play just a tiny bit more passive. The disengaged after getting that B main info was really important for them. You said they used a lot of their util, and they did, but they still had that retake plan.
All gamers simplifying this one. A 1-4 with the Cypher on the lurk. Gonna creep up
हाँ
into
ना,
a B site that is ripe for the picking.
नहीं मेरे वो पेड़ का अल्टा है ना,
Playing on spawn
जो
side for the retake.
मेरे को
Checking for the canvas.
राइट टू
Fango.
लेफ्ट सुनाई दिया।
Prowler to clear out all of front sight. It's a pretty silent approach here. Harvey though, dumping out the paranoia. Fast lane to try to disengage. One return back from all gamers who are looking to try to keep Kira alive. I'm not sure that GE are going to check him on the site, quite honestly. I think GE think that all gamers have been kind of shooed away in towards
अरे
B.
नहीं
That
रे
is unfortunately
कीड़ा।
not the case. Kira gets the opener from
Okay,
side, swings
okay.
out on backside, go decently for GE, but they're still in a little bit of trouble here. Udatan having some impact, but all
नहीं
gamers
खत्म।
trading out effectively enough here.
ना
Should be
क्रिस्टल
able to
कैन
get themselves into a
क्रिस्टल
fight.
कैन डू इट
Player
अगेन।
getting two from that position on site after being deposited is actually kind of criminal. The first, yes, element of surprise, but that second he was scanned and everyone knew where he was, still not able to pick him off. And now that spike plant going down, gets the rocket online,
अरे
and GRQ just peeks
नाइस
Crystal.
जीआरक्यू, नाइस
6 to
शॉट।
4 here. It's a nice little approach from all gamers. It felt like they just got into B pretty much for free. And the thing that I'm really impressed with, I mean, their macro is fantastic. I think the macro has been decent from GE, quite honestly, in a lot of these rounds. But they are so good at exactly what you need to be good at on Sunset. You were kind of talking about the breach meta.
Yep.
Trading utility on this map is everything. All
वीर भाई ये देखो ना, चैट उनकी चैट में भी लोग एक दूसरे को ट्रोल कर रहे हैं। एक जन बोल रहा
the
वाला पिच
reactive
क्रिस्टल,
utility that's
और
quick, that
क्रिस्टल
can be
मरने
used
के
in
बाद
its burst, that can be
कोई
used to kind
दूसरा
of put
बंदा
you over
उसी
the
की
shoulder.
चैट
If
कॉपी
you're
पेस्ट
really
करके
good in
ऐसे
these kind of mid-round
ये
situations,
कर रहा है, टॉन्ट
one
मार
team
रहा है,
still
होला
get a
पिच
relay bolt or a
क्रिस्टल।
paranoia on you and you respond with the perfect utility, that is exactly what you need to see. In going the
हाँ
rocket, that
वही
should be Crystal going down, no Cypher utility. Pac-Man on and off Bangle,
ब्लू पैटमैन।
almost good for 3. And now it's just the rest of GE with pistols.
This was actually just a thrifty too for GE, using those hero weapons to try to get as many as they can. Kira getting a pick onto
कीड़ा
Javi, not allowing them to even go for that retake. The Cypher trip is going to delay Autumn from being able to go for a fast flank. Udo also
फेल कर रहा रहेगा।
unable to shoot that. Roomba, and now 3 players alive for AG. They know where all these players are. As the flash coming in, Shrimp just turns it though. And Udo trying to go for one, playing ring around the
W
rosy, but isn't able to get it.
Yeah, jump scared multiple
फ्लैश
times
नहीं हुआ ना,
there,
फ्लैश डॉज किया उसने।
unfortunately. And another round for all gamers. This Sunset
फ्लैश
pick
डॉज
is
किया
turning
उसने।
out not to be what GE bargained for.
Yep. Really nice change of pace here as well for all gamers. Even though they knew that they could have been on a thrifty, they still took it fast, and I really liked it. A little bit scary though, towards elbow. You got to make sure you clear your corners there. Almost good for 3. Trying to get them down, and now 7-4 here. Shrimp on the top of that scoreboard. He's one of those players we talked about. His initiator util has been phenomenal, but also his fragging power, insane. He has that Nightfall online.
Hey.
Mid default here for both of these teams. Autumn pushed down.
Big mid walk. It's looking like really good timing here for Autumn. GRQ will go down for
Nice.
free. Curveball onto bottom middle, pushes by away. He's under a lot of pressure. They're dumping everything on him, the kitchen sink included. Autumn's found Fangur in the meantime. And forward with the dives in.
W.
Time. This is all the way of GE. Shrimp didn't even use half his util. He's fighting hard for it, but I'm not sure he's ready for the third man. And GE will scrape together a 5th at the end of that half. I mean, full credit to all gamers. They were so good at punishing the aggression all half long, but GE finally caught them.
Yeah, that walk down mid, Javi, really good timing.
7-5
The second that they turned around, holding that mid from
क्या लगता है वीर भाई, 6-7 होगा?
They just found someone. Omen pushing all the way through, and now getting into the second half here. We talked a lot about the defensive macro from GE, but I think also for me, all gamers, they really shined on their defensive side against Heretics. I say that. Pretty sure they didn't get a single defensive side on Lotus, but that's fine.
क्या मारा ये भाई,
We don't talk about that map. We talk about the other 2 maps where their defense was
ये फेड ने भी मत मारा, श्रिम्प ने।
Well, it was an interesting attacking side for all gamers. Nothing sexy, nothing too exciting, but very effective Valorant.
I find Valorant so sexy. Just all the time.
What team has the sexiest Valorant?
No team.
No team? Not
None.
MIBR?
Harbor is the sexiest agent, though.
Okay.
Thoughts?
I mean, I can see why you're in full support of Marta now. That makes a lot of sense. We followed
ले
that argument to its logical
इनका
conclusion, and now we can move on
इनका
with the
कास्टिंग
broadcast.
देखो
Never
कास्टिंग
get
सुनो इनका
fired. That's crazy.
Okay.
वर्ल्ड कप कास्टिंग है भाई
Every day I wake up and I think,
हेलो
today could be the day. All gamers, they are definitely earning their paycheck here, though. Could have already been through into
ठीक है
the
एटलीस्ट
promotion match in
दे
this
आर
group, but
सपोर्टिंग एन
teams
इंडियन
were a
एजेंट
little bit troublesome for them.
Yeah.
Now here's a game that I think, based on
दिल्ली
the opening games of
दिल्ली के
these
लौंडे को
two
सपोर्ट किया जा रहा है
teams
वीर भाई
here at EWC, you'd be expecting all gamers to win it, but out of 5-7 half,
हाँ
still
तो
really anyone's game.
नहीं
Yeah, and I think I'm actually
हार्बर बोल रहे
genuinely
हैं हार्बर
surprised so
एजेंट
far by GE
या
because obviously in their performance by MIBR, they had the 5 rounds total, which they've gotten just in this one half of
That's
this
वही
game.
तो
So
मैं वही तो
that's
बोला
shocking
दिल्ली के
to me.
लौंडे को
Saying it
सपोर्ट
again.
किया जा रहा है
And I
I'm
think
gonna get in trouble. And
I think they're
कैसा लग रहा है
actually
आपको
doing
आपके
really well. Like
आपके
you
सिटी
said,
का
their macro
बंदा
defense was really nice. Their rotates made a
आपके
lot of
सिटी
sense.
का
It
बंदा
felt
कोई
like a lot of the small
आपके
plays were just little
फेवरेट गेम
adaptation,
में
making sure they're not overextending on their aggressive peaks. They changed their
अरे
defensive setup
कंट्रोलर है वो
multiple times.
वीर
They
भाई
changed
क्या
it
ही
up,
वो
and
बात कर रहे हो
it worked out for their favor. And of course, back to that re-aggression when they know that AG are
नहीं
least
खेले थे ना
expecting it. But
ये खेले थे
Crystal
पेपर
for the
लेके खेले
second
थे
half
यार
now.
बार
yeah, still anyone's
पहले
game. It's not going to decide the game or anything, but it's always a feel-good moment. Global esports back onto that attacking side.
अरे
This is where
बहुत
Harvey,
अच्छा
who's had a rough
भाई
game so
क्या
far,
ही खेलते
needs
हैं
to be
पता है
worth
क्या
his
अभी
weight in gold.
इसमें
Pagir, that's a nice opener onto Crystal. The Cypher,
टूर्नामेंट्स में
you would like
हार्बर
him to activate a little bit earlier, maybe
पहले
a
नहीं
little bit
था
earlier
हार्बर
rather, maybe when the
वैसे
site has been taken and you're trying to bait out some of the rotations. Bit of hubris from Crystal that doesn't work out for him.
Playing full retake here. All gamers trying to hold down into side by, trying to get one, but is pushed all the way
Nice
off.
one.
Market is fully open for the taken Kira. He sped up onto site though, taking all of back site. And GE, they're gonna speed up, kind of, as long as the door opens,
Anna.
into a fake towards that mid. They're just holding now.
Yep.
Opening that door to apply pressure.
Just cutting sound. Kira on the off angle though. He's usually pretty good on the raise. One off a additional paint shell. He's done a
Nice
lot
shot.
of damage, but hasn't walked
बहुत
away with
लो
the
है
frag.
सब बहुत लो
Shot
है
on spawn side cleared up by Patman and Fangir, who had to rotate because the door was opened.
अकबर भाई
Is now put in a very winnable position. Let's be honest, GE barely clinging to life. Position confirmed by Patman. This is where you try to stall the man out. Haunt, jiggle, jiggle. But Patman very much not interested in taking this stall. They just want to try to time him out. The spike is nice and open. GE set up around it. And the off angle.
नाइस शॉट रे पैटमैन क्या टाइमिंग है भाई
From last year's Rookie of the Year in Pacific is enough to
देखो ना
save GE yet
क्या
another pistol.
टाइमिंग लिया है उसने पीक देने का भी
Really nice mid-round call there to just slow it down, cut noise, open the door.
6-7 वीर भाई
Force those rotates. They really played with all gamers there, but splitting up
वीर
just
भाई
wasn't it.
6-7
The flood into sight, kind of being successful for Kira, but
वही
he
वही
gets punished because he's alone once again. Of course, pushing into market too. Really nice strat. Really nice ability to take that.
मैं नीचे क्या देख रहा हूँ चैट देख रहा हूँ
that
गाइस
spike down.
मेरे
It's
खुद
gonna
के
be
चैट देख रहा
a
हूँ
buy here from GE, the thrifty for AG.
All picked up. Handed over to Kira. They have been loving his showstoppers, and I can't blame them. The camera taking pictures of a bunch of GE. It's a group photo. Good times
ग्रुप
in
फोटो
B
ले
main.
लिया
There's not really a whole lot to worry them here.
Contacting up through that smoke. Prowler's going to come out, make sure they don't have anyone bothering them from market. Front sight is secured though. They're going to be able to get that spike down.
कुत्ते को सूंघने भेजा कोई मिला नहीं
It's slow. Crystal has all of flank down. These players from all gamers just trying to find that isolated player. It's all the way in spawn though.
They just don't really give away too much. I think all gamers are playing the purest game so far.
नाइस शॉट रे
Caught on
क्रिस्टल
spawn side.
हाँ है उधर ही है
In
नाइस शॉट
the other
पैटमैन
side of the spawn.
डब्ल्यू
Checked well by Patman. So far, not really too much damage to speak of here by all gamers who may isolate Crystal, but with a Marshal
क्रिस्टल
towards spawn side, I don't
पीछे
think
देख
he's really going to care too much.
अरे नाइस शॉट
Oh my
क्रिस्टल
god.
Oh, he was hoping
अरे
to
माँ
catch his
कसम
Russian counterpart off guard there, but not given the opportunity. And as
ये
it
तो
stands
डब्ल्यू
here,
था भाई
GE cleaning
ना
up everything that they would.
फ्लॉलेस
Third
राउंड
apiece and a flawless
डब्ल्यू
anti-eco.
राउंड
Yet another great start to a half.
Neck
ये
and
खेल
neck
रही है ना जी
bonus
भाई एक
now for global
अलग
esports.
लेवल पे.
All gamers are going to have their bye. Their defensive rounds I've talked about previously from Team Heretics, the way that they played against them, it looked really, really good. And I think I'm interested to see how they play against this team because, again, this is the first time that we've seen this map for All Gamers this year.
Yeah, coming back into the pool, Sunset may kind of decide some of these series that we have here at EWC. It's a classic round, fisticuffs over
अरे
GRQ.
हक दिया.
Defending elbow super nicely. Fangir's got him back with the relay ball, just pushing GE away, who throw down their own hot hands. Autumn considering the curveball.
Okay.
In the meantime, though, walking through the top middle smoke, Kira is more than ready for it. And this is not what GE bargained for on their bonus. Harvey also called off by Shrimp.
खत्म
The
round
last two
खत्म.
players on elbow. It's a nice double peak timing.
Anti-
Only one kill for GE, which earns himself his run it back, but that's not something you're going to be happy with.
NTGE
They're going to be happy with that one, at least All
anti-global
Gamers
esports.
is. Still chilling. I think they're really happy with where they are, even though they lost that pistol. 8-7. This just kind of goes to show how close this game is going to be. And I think this is what we expected too when we were talking about this earlier, is the fact that it's going to be neck to neck. It's going to be
Serious हो गई
a lot
बंदी.
of fighting going on. And the
Fastest
aggression from
serious हो
both
गए
these
guys.
teams has been really nice to watch.
It's good money for all gamers. 4 players with about 2k in the back pocket should things go awry here. GE walking up in B main. They've been keeping this attacking
Neon.
side pretty simple so far. Just been death balling on in. And why wouldn't you when you've got to run it back to lead the way? Straight into the Cypher setup by peeking in front of his utility is not really...
Neon लग रहा है वीर भाई मेरे को.
Yeah, the Cypher setup just not being good enough. No delay at all. They keep playing retake on this
Neon.
side, and now they haven't been able to
Or
take
Omen.
it back just yet. Fangir trying to get a pick here, but Autumn holding a really nice pixel angle. Falls just off of it. These players for GE playing a
Nah,
plus
W
line,
ult.
progressing all of a sudden into the side.
W ult.
Because All Gamers, even though they got hit by that Nightfall, it's going to
Everyone
just
knows
a little
that.
bit, unable to just go in and scale.
सबको पता है.
Players taking this
ऊपर ही है.
market. Udo, he knows no one's there. Everyone's out back sight. Javi gets the pick onto Shrimp and GRQ. Trying to find anything. Kira, Patman trades back and forth. GRQ with another. Patman with another. Back and forth once again. And these players, they're chasing after Fangi here, trying to get him to not save this and not die to the spike.
Another round win for GE. Cypher Trip will confirm that he's made it out of dodge, but all gamers, I think it's good that they've held on to one gun. The rest of the boys will have money to reinvest in that one, but GE keeping things simple has worked out a treat for them. The run it back leads the way into the site, and the post plant was easy as you like. Patman, courtesy of his multi-frag on the pistol there, earns himself a Nightfall early on. You saw them putting spike plants and some orbs into that as well. And I think that ultimate really secured this round after a clean pick onto the Cypher.
Yeah, that mid-round has been really nice here, even after the post plants for GE. On that pistol, taking market, knowing they can't get that spike down without any space. They're prioritizing, pushing, and playing aggressive, making sure they're able to play a post-plant situation from more than just that B main angle. And they've done it again this round, using the Nightfall to delay for so long the outcome from backside, because once again they had that market control. If I'm All Gamers here, I'm talking about how we're going to fix our retakes. Yes, Spy wasn't able to delay as much on site on that Cypher, but still taking more than one angle in their retakes. Yes, they're trying to trade coming out backside 4 players in a nice retake, nice little crossfire, but no one's going to peek into them. GE, they've been so good at not giving that up.
I mean, I'm seeing similar problems for both teams, quite honestly, in the fact
Veer
that
bhai.
I feel like people are playing off angles a lot and playing for picks
Hello.
to the side. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But in general,
Look,
if you're
is
going
there-
to wait for the big punch,
एक बंदा chat में लिख रहा है, all bad gamers.
through part of the site, or you have a really nice retake plan.
उनका टीम का नाम है all gamers है ना.
Things get a lot easier for you coming back into B.
बोलते
You're
all
gonna
bad
have to
gamers.
end up in a retake if the other team doesn't make it into B main, but maybe you'll have to test the other side of the map.
Actually,
Global esports working their way into elbow.
बहुत दोनों टीम ट्राई कर रहे हैं.
Online for them. The
दोनों
throw
टीम
is
एक दूसरे को रीड नहीं कर पा रहे.
Cypher playing that passive
ऐसा बोलो.
setup by. He knows that they're coming in. He hears it. That camera's going to spot 3 of those players. And the rotates are coming in. But this is where they've struggled. The retakes. They're playing completely off. There's almost
Very
no
nice
play
entry.
here. He does have the rocket online, but they need to come up with a good plan because GE, they've taken towards spawn. They're trying to push in. They're trying to deny all that space.
Seas comes out.
Oh,
Utils exchanged here. Autumn punished on spawn side. In goes the rocket from Kira. Really looking for anyone on GE, leading the way, zoning the rest of GE away. Horde comes out, confirms Harvey's position. Unitard down on Jen, and now it's just Batman and Crystal trying to get it done from elbow side. A lot for Crystal to do here. He's been mechanically very sharp lately. Half is on from Shrimp. He's not going to stick it to completion. It's a up down there from perfection on top of the spike, and they'll take the lead.
They've learned their lesson. Holding passive and
Well played.
that something was going to happen. They were going to take some sort of control. And all gamers punish Autumn for pushing too deep into spawn, overextending, trying to use that curveball to get away with it, but unable to. And a beautiful use of util. The haunt timing too. Coming in with that rocket to be able to scan that player top site, allow Kira to get that pick. Really nicely done, and just the timing on the spacing here as well, the pathing, everything looking really good for all gamers.
Yeah, really segmenting GE and making them uncomfortable with the rocket was very, very nice. Now they have put GE in much the same kind of position, only the singular rifle being afforded courtesy of some multi-fragging in from
guys. जो भी कोई देख रहा है, लाइक करना is important. लाइक करो स्ट्रीम को so that we can get more such opportunities to watch party. ये अपने को EWC ये officially approved watch party है. Thank you for considering being on my live. और देखते रहो मेरे साथ. थोड़ी देर में और बकड़ होगी. अभी थोड़ा गेम में फोकस है अपन. वीर भाई, ये ना ब्लाइंड डॉज करने की आदत ना बहुत गंदी है वीर भाई. ये मैं रियल में ऐसे कर रहा हूँ.
Missing his shot. That's the last prowler out from Shrimp. GRQ going down here. Little bit of damage now as we head into a one-on-one. Shrimp very much ready for the peak, and there you go, Crystal.
Crystal भाई थ्रो कर दिया ये.
Is not as effective when you're playing against a Shrimp. He's all over the crustacean movements.
That's crazy, Shrimp.
One
of the players we talked about in the pre-show, because he's been so phenomenal, especially in those clutches, especially with his util. He's just constantly been top fragging as well, able to trade. And I think there, Autumn, chaining his util to try to delay that retake for as long as possible. Fangir getting 3 as well. All gamers, they're still not going to be happy, though, I think, with this round. The fact that it got so close, they had those pistols online as well. It's just a struggle there. Just getting caught off guard once again with his ciphers, just standing out in the open, trying to get some sort of peek, and is just punished. Fangir getting the 3 being one of the main reasons why they won this round. Global Esports, though, running it down towards A this time, going fast, changing up the pace. The util's all out, and this site's free.
GRQ on the offense, not ready for Autumn underneath him, takes a ton of damage. Nice double inside the middle. That's a man advantage now for GE.
आप आगे हो क्या फिर में?
The rotators every single time now. At least 3 rounds he's done that and punished them. The post time coming in. A lot of util chasing after that player in spawn, but unable to connect.
इतना try hard भाई. इतना try hard माँ कसम. Lag हुआ मेरा stream. मतलब उनका stream. मेरे channel पे.
Batman getting the pick onto GRQ as well. The op goes down. Fangir unable to get anything, and Shrimp
actually
down on site.
It's a really nice reset for GE. They will be a little bit disappointed that they didn't get the round previous, but they know how much damage they did. They marched into that next gun round, knowing that the reset was definitely theirs for the taking. Still trailing by 1 round, but should be able to get through an anti-eco here, and this has just been super back and forth. Both of these teams fighting really hard for the first map of the series.
I find it kind of crazy that all gamers keep falling into this trap that Crystal set up towards mid, where he's just lurking, catching those rotators off guard. Every single time he manages to get a pick, and it just makes that retake 10 times harder. They keep trying to play this retake as well, just not working out for them when they're not all there. The util as well, they're heavily reliant on Shrimp. If he falls, it's kind of rough, but a thrifty here for all gamers. Shotgun and a stinger on the board, trying to get for 1, play for 1, peeking towards mid. Crystal's gonna shut down Shrimp.
Yeah, it's literally the exact same angle that he picked Kiro on last round. Or maybe 2 rounds ago. Outlaw looking
अरे
pretty good
माँ
in this round.
ये
All
क्या
gamers with a lot of
हो
light
रहा है
armor.
मेरे
Little
साथ?
bait set up for Fangir here. GRQ trying to be the best salesman possible, but the blaze wall goes up. GE are not interested. They're going to be heading to the other
Intense.
store, straight into the A site. They
क्या
know
लगता
that
है
Elbow
ये
is
वीरबाई
dirty here. That is
9/11 होगा?
going to be cause for concern. The cage to follow up, but they're going to clear it from the other side. Paranoia is not going to be good enough to hit Udatan there. The Bucky is
अरे 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 अरे
but
अरे
we all know about the nerfs. It's not going to be a follow-up kill onto Autumn.
Kira here. That's gonna be heard, and
आगे
he touches the trap.
हाँ
Nothing really
कीरा
can
हाक
come out
दिया
of
भाई
that one.
उधर
Crystal getting the pick, and Patman shutting it down. All gamers here. Feels like this next round is super important for them, trying to get ahead. But for GE, it feels like they're very comfortable. They're able to get that mid control with Crystal, like we said. They're able to just be able to execute as well. And it
ये
feels
सबसे
like they're
पहले
just getting a
चैंपियंस
lot of
किल
these
की है
rotates
ना
to play
वीरबाई
with it in the
वो
mid round. Their
फिनिशर जो
baselines
था
have been really good as well. A tiny bit
अरे
readable, the
वीरबाई
fact that they're going to aggress. But you always don't know which side they're going to do it. And they've used a lot
कितना
of really good util as well.
कड़क है पता है वो ये वाला
GE, I think,
उसके ऊपर जाएगी ना
putting themselves a
खड़े
little
रहेंगे ना
bit
तो
out in front,
ऊपर
but
ऐसा ये
GE
दिखता है
haven't taken
ब्रिमस्टोन
attack timeout. Want to make some adjustments on this defensive side.
आसमान में
Still anyone's
पूरा
game
लाल लाल हो जाता
caretaking
है
here. Elimination on the line and Sunset, you know, coming out of left field here in the veto.
Yeah.
हाँ
GE
हाँ
always like
इस
to
साल
make
अभी
sure they have
चैंपियंस में
different to
आएगी
prepare for in every single veto. I remember speaking to somebody about this last
जब
night, and they said that's easier for me to prepare for because
मैं सोच
you
रहा हूँ
just
इस
go,
बार अगर अच्छा
you
रहेगा
just
तो मैं
focus
ले
on what
लूंगा
your team is doing, and then you just figure it out on the fly. There's no point preparing for a team that just changes their
होनी
key
चाहिए
every
हाँ
single time.
That's very
बट
valid.
अच्छी होनी चाहिए पिछली बार जैसी
Jumping in though.
2025
10-10
जैसी
here.
यार क्रिस्टल जैसा मतलब
Well
एकदम से
needed
टांग टूंग लगे
timeout for all gamers. Rifles, full gun buy for both sides. Fangir has the op
हाँ
though.
हाँ
This operator might be key in them for being able to
सबसे
get those
बेस्ट
lines
स्किन
on
हो
the defensive side
हाँ
and understand how to rotate off of them. Two of these
एक्चुअली
players
ट्राई
are
करते हैं
pushing
कि सबसे
towards that
बेस्ट
B
स्किन
main,
हो वो
trying to do some sort of seize nade combo. If they
ये
see
क्या
anyone, it's not going to catch.
ये क्या
Because
लाइनर पे
all
फेड किए
5
भाई
players of GE are towards this mid.
Money is fantastic here for GE. If they can reset all gamers yet again, then this should be their game on a silver
हाँ
platter, straight towards
पूरा
the middle of
पूरा
the map.
पूरा
They've read this
मैप
so
पे
well. But
बट
can they deal with
भाई
the 3
क्या
stack
लाइनर
over towards
फेड
A
की
here for all gamers? Do you have Bite, tucks himself into Generator, nice and snug, slid on in is Udatan. That's a nice entry, peeking off the back of that contact. GRQ only going 1-for-1, but Fangir is the player that they haven't checked in elbow, and he's causing some problems.
Trying to find another shot. Crystal, he is flanking though. Two of these players, Kira and
हाँ
Shrimp,
भाई
they're walking up towards this A main. They
नीचे
might
उसमें
catch
किल्स
him
दिखते हैं क्या
off guard.
पूरे
Crystal
मैच
gets
के
punished,
दिखते हैं
and
या
now the
लाइक
side has been flipped. 3 of these players trying to retake from that A main. Elbow is being taken. The off is holding it down. Kira's going to walk up with Fangir. The paranoia goes in. The
अरे
shot misses. The knife falls out.
लवली
Javi,
अल्ट रे
that
गए
dark
गए
cover to
खत्म खत्म
delay.
ये राउंड
These
गया
players are going to
10
have to
11
run through it. The time just isn't that there. Fangir, Autumn, Shrimp with
आ
a pick onto Autumn, and they actually win that retake.
Yeah, that's rough. I felt like Harvey, you know, he was doing well to trap the
ऑटम एक को ले ही
Paranoia,
सकता
but
था
yeah,
इधर ऑटम
really
हाक
nice
दिया
timing,
इधर
but he needed at least one there to give Autumn a bit of a
फ्रेड
hand.
को मार सकता था
All
फ्रेड को
gamers,
नहीं
that's
मारा
a
उसने
nice retake there, but with only 2 players surviving, this is still very much hanging in the balance. GE haven't gotten themselves the spike plant there, and with plenty of cash in the bank, still have this reset potential, but that'll only last so long.
I think now too, GE, they know that operator is online for Fangir. They're going to be able to understand that he's going to set it up somewhere, try to get some sort of peek. I'm wondering if they're going to change their approach, try to find where that op is and just go the other way, or at least push him off. And maybe they might be a little bit more scared to set Crystal up towards mid. But instead, contact play towards the same aim.
Patman's ate the boom bot there as the slide in from Udatan yet again is quite fruitful for GE.
अरे डब्ल्यू रे अरे नाइस
What a
उड़ान
paranoia from Harvey. GE absolutely roll this A
कैसे
side.
जिंदा है ये
Finally,
अभी
it
भी
seems like
बंदा
they're breaking through.
Dude, the confidence to just execute, hold W into his sight, knowing that there could be an operator there.
है
They
ना
blocked off that elbow with the neon wall and just took that full A-link side. Like you said, beautiful paranoia from Javi. They played that so well. GE trying to punish that operator if they were set up on either of those sides. Of course, Udo with a beautiful 3K there to shut it down.
Nah, don't peek.
All gamers, though, they're going to try to hold on to this op. They're trying to hold on to this rifle as well. Bai sitting in spawn is going to catch Autumn. Not able to finish him off, though. 30 HP on him. Fangir trading spaces. The bait and switch, but this time with the op. They're going to see that there. Nothing too crazy, but Crystal, he's going towards B main to try to catch them off guard.
Autumn's still hanging around. And you're right, but at the same time, GE's money is a little bit battered from the last round. They don't feel the need to push the issue. They just want to make sure they can min-max all the gun rounds towards the end of this half. Still 2 left in play.
Yep.
Whichever way you swing this, could definitely have an OT on our hands.
W faster.
Decent enough save on in there.
3 बंदे देखे.
Guys,
Guys, like करना stream को. That's a very important task for you guys. अगर आए हो तो एक बार लाइक करके ही रहो और देखो क्योंकि बहुत क्रेजी स्ट्रीम्स होने वाले हैं फाइनल्स तक अपन वॉच पार्टी करने वाले हैं एंड अकेले देखने से अच्छा हमारे साथ देख लो तो यप फालतू की बकचोदी होती ही रहती है हमारे अपने चैनल पे तो स्टे वॉचिंग आज जी का मैच है जीती तो फिर से रहेगी तो आओगे उससे अच्छा सब्सक्राइब भी कर लो और देखते रहो ऑटम ना शिट ब्रो
GRQ tucking himself in towards Jen is going to be very difficult to dig out. Patman has broken through onto Fanky. The operator is down. Shrimp's found Udatan, but this is the player you've got to be concerned with. In the meantime, Kira has ripped the showstopper onto short side, and this is not going well for GE at all. Just down to Crystal in a 1-on-4. Has a neural theft of his own, but AG are taking no chances.
Definitely going to save that for this last round. The high-low.
Crystal's
going to be able to get one. Gets shut down but Bai. And Bai, really good information, really good timing actually, to just turn around and catch Autumn off guard. You could see the pings on the minimap there. They're trying to tell each other, hey, this is open. Please don't get caught off guard. And that actually worked out for them.
Yeah, good communication from all gamers.
Yep.
No way.
Got to stay on top of that kind of thing. That's the difference between a tier 1 team and the rest. Stuff from all gamers. Definitely a losable round for them, and if they do lose that round, they're going to be broken. That's probably going to be the end of the game. So GE now back onto pretty good gun round.
पहला round, पहला game.
Need to try to even this one up and push us through to overtime.
पहला game OT आ रहा है guys.
Walking up towards mid here, they've had so much success. Global esports.
OT आना ही मांगता.
Once again, the trip there.
ये क्या? अरे माँ.
And they're pushing through market, but GRQ using that paranoia to delay these 3 players from the side of all gamers. They've played offside, walking all the way back on. They've struggled to hold this site before.
Nice shot, Patman.
Beautiful pick onto Fangir.
Nice trade, Ravi.
And all of a sudden,
निकाल लिए. चलो.
About to be overtime. Shrimp, unless he can do something, gets a pick. Him and Kira trying to work this. Kira on the fast flank, but that neural theft's gonna let them know where he is. Crystal getting the pick onto Kira and Shrimp. 1v3, nothing left in his belt. No util.
खत्म. रेस गई.
And the rifle against the world.
Yeah. Very difficult position.
फिर वह बहुत पीछे.
Tried to crack back in onto that one. Finding himself a pick, but GE, even after this smoke elapses, there's not much being shown to Shrimp here. He'll make first contact with Autumn, but it's
Top blue.
That's overtime. Global esports able to hold their.
उसने flick देखा कि कैसे किया वीर भाई.
Shambolic round on the A side of the map just previously.
Prowler. Blouser.
Seems like that last round was so one-sided, and this round comes around, and again, it's flipped the other side. It's just whichever team is able to adapt a lot quicker or understand and get those initial picks.
But उसने flick देखो ना कैसे किया last में. Shrimp ने उसको मार के दूसरे को मारने के लिए.
To shut him down. And then again, they don't have any need to fight super aggressively. The split worked out for them. They had all of market. They just played those post plants beautifully. The peaks, the timings, the trades. This is a GE that looks completely different from the last time we saw them. And now they're back on that defensive side.
Yeah, it's a much better matchup for them. You know, the Pacific and the VCTCN teams very much familiar with each other, often practice together. Autumn has played over in VCT
रीस्टार्ट हो गया है
for
मैच
quite a long
गाइस
time, so
ओटी
we'll
हो
know
गई है
exactly what they're dealing with here. Push from Autumn, Yutatan in tow as well. That is phenomenal.
ओ ए भाई
Instant neural theft off the
भाई
back
ने
of that.
तीन
He has just
निकाल दिया
won this
भाई
round outright.
He's been kind of quiet all game, struggling on the defense side whenever he's on that weak side, or unable to just hold his own. And now all of a sudden using that power.
अरे लवली
Walks
टाइमिंग
out into the smoke. Nobody knows he's out.
अरे
Nobody
यार
knows
फिर भी
he's out.
हक रहा है भाई ये बंदा
Did he get the ace in one of the most important rounds in this matchup?
एस मार दिया
I
एस मार दिया माँ
when it
कसम
matters, he comes back online.
That is rough for GE by really throwing down the gauntlet here in
अरे
overtime.
पैटमैन उधर
They
कैसे हगा
thought
भाई
they were going to be able to try to go for a pick inside of B main here, but that is perfect. Bai is just sitting in the pocket, waiting for them to go on the front foot. As soon as the curveball and the
बहुत अच्छा
curveball
खेला भाई ये
and the relay bolt come out from the neon, it's a perfectly timed peak.
GE though falling back into that trap where they overextend a little bit too much, pushing towards that B main. They get spotted instead of falling back right away and
बहुत अच्छा
repositioning
खेला
and
वो
forcing all gamers to use their util to re-clear or at least use their bodies. They just stay. They stay there for way too long. Yes, they could have traded. Yes, bye. He had a life round right there. But still, feels like they should have learned that from that first half. We saw it so often where they overextended, they overstayed their welcome.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just one of those things, you know. You can sit back and try to play for some of these retakes, especially with Cypher as your sentinel, and if you have kind of these well-drilled plans, and it can go well for you. But I understand why GE stay on the front foot. And I feel like today a lot of the timings are just not really working for them, unfortunately.
और वीर भाई क्या चाहिए
AG are a little bit
टॉप
more
में से
switched
आपको
on. They're often getting the better end of
ये
these
टॉप से क्या
trades.
चाहिए आपको
And this is AG's chance to finally close out Sunset here. 4 players ready. As this elbow pressure is coming in from GE.
वो
Up goes
टेढ़ी
the
ही दे
fast
दो
lane.
बस
They're very much kind of trying to feel this one out. Immediate season response there from Strip.
Whoa.
And
ना
there goes Fangir.
ना
GE under pressure now. The Boombot and the Prowler making Autumn uncomfortable.
कैसे मार रहे भाई ये
That's not going to be good enough. And AG
क्रिस्टल भाई
on the verge of closing out their opponent's map pick. Crystal in a 1-on-4 peeking into yet another high low, and that's going to be VCTCN getting themselves that first map win.
निकाल लिया
Pacific just continues to struggle here.
All gamers winning GE's map pick. They hit this map so far in this tournament, haven't played it yet. And now all of a sudden showing that they could do
नहीं
something
लोटस नहीं है लोटस
towards
बैन है
that last round. The gamble towards that A site, obviously getting rewarded. 4 players there. And now you're
ये
looking
क्या
for esports to
कुछ
come
भी
in
मैप
and
दिखा रहे
smack the split.
Global Esports winning the pistol rounds, going to OT, and then getting buyed on. And Ace sending them back on. I mean, I don't know what you do, how you recompose after going into OT and having someone hand out all 5.
क्या ही बताए
Honestly, Bai needs to stand up after an ace like that and just wave goodbye to the other team. 'Cause that's literally what he did to them. Unbelievable ace that was. But the follow-up was great as well, honestly.
Yeah.
AG, I think they recognized the tendencies in both of the overtime rounds. I was very impressed with by their macro all of this game. Their rotations were phenomenal, very slow attacking side. I think the defense struggled at times, but once they kind of seen enough of what GE was doing in regulation there, they were all over it.
Athena, I was looking at the numbers, and unfortunately, you were shut down if you were the Omen on Global Esports. Only 8 kills going into that final round. He picks up 1 more. But 9 kills in 25 rounds is not going to be enough.
I mean, you say that, but his util was phenomenal. I will give that to Javi. He was doing such a good job. His paranoia.
Yep, actually
Wasn't it just 13 assists
बहुत
though?
बहुत अच्छी मैच थी
Yeah,
I'm
पहली
looking
मैच
at the numbers. I'm like, your
listen.
KDA ain't that
But
good, bro.
क्या लगता है वीर भाई है ना बहुत मस्त मैच थी
degrees here, EWC.
I have watched Harvey in Tier 2 and up into Pacific for much a time now, and I can tell you he is a fantastic player, but that is a classic brain drain game, you know, where it's a pressure game. You're the
बोलो बोलो
of Global Esports. He's trying to do what he always does. You saw him right from the start of the game, trying to be super confident. He was walking down mid on the Omen
हाँ
on
वो तो
defense.
है
Unfortunately,
अभी
mechanically,
मैच
he wasn't
मैप
able to
नंबर
go
2
toe-to-toe with all gamers, and that's what happens to Harvey sometimes. He's had some kind of underwhelming performances as an individual, and it happens to a lot of IGLs.
अपन
It's
उधर क्या
nothing
चल
to
रहा
do
है
with
देखते हैं।
his ability, it's nothing to do with where his ceiling lies, it's just to do with the pressure of playing on a stage like this
दूसरी
and
मैच
having
में
a
क्या
lot
चल
on
रहा
your
है
plate
देखते हैं।
as an IGL.
I will say though, to my point, I think he did get a lot of the timings right in
That's
terms
true.
of his util.
Yeah.
I do think also that one push towards mid, he got that timing right when he knew they were in a
Yep.
main. He was able to get that free pick. So a lot of little impact frags.
Yeah.
Yes, they were very little frags, but they were all impactful, it feels like. And again, I think he's done such a great job. I really was impressed by GE all game with those micro adjustments, making sure they're getting a lot of those timings, just the overextension for me. Staying a little bit too long in those positions and getting punished.
पीसी अटक गया वीर भाई मेरा। हेलो, मेरा पीसी अटक गया, पता नहीं, सब कुछ हैंग हो गया। ओके
It
ओके,
isn't all on one player, but Javi,
आ
obviously
गया आ
putting you
गया
under the microscope.
Messed up.
But
आ
honestly,
गया आ
I
गया।
was impressed by all gamers.
Yeah.
I felt like I've boot camped in China before and played some of these Chinese franchise teams, and at times I gotta be honest, and this was years ago.
उधर
To
क्या
be fair,
चालू
okay,
है?
the region has come a long way. I've
Right.
thought like, what are these guys doing? But AG's macro there was fantastic. Like I really can't fault that. I felt like they were playing phenomenally.
I think for me, I was really looking at Fangir. I feel like his operator timings were really good. He did struggle a couple of times, but he was still able to punish when GE were trying to be overextending, like that round on elbow when he was opping towards that A main. He gets spotted, but still gets that peak even though he gets dinked. So I think for me, Fangir was a player to watch in this game. I think also on the other side, Patman. That 3K on site.
Yeah.
Goes crazy.
Frost still undefeated here at EWC. We go to break. When we come back, it is game number 4 for Global Esports. Can they survive another one here at EWC? We'll find out.
क्या होगा? अभी ऐड लगेगी।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
दिखा दो ऐड, मैं म्यूट कर दूंगा। दिखा दो ऐड, दिखा देना ऐड तुम, मैं म्यूट कर रहा हूँ। आप तुम बस दिखाओ ऐड, ऐड दिखाओ। अजय वीर भाई, उधर भी ओवर टाइम चल रहा है। 14-14 14-14 ओवर टाइम चल रहा है उधर भी। क्या ही बोले, मतलब क्या ही बोले, क्या बोले वीर भाई? मैं जब तक ये स्विच करूंगा तब तक हो ना जाए। वो देखना है, एक राउंड देखना है, दिखाता है आपको, राउंड दिखाता है। आवाज आ रहा है ना?
Valorant over the top as Tex tries to go scaling forward. Two players going to be
Yep.
revealed. They have him lined up, but he's only able to collect the one kill as Rienz will mow down the remaining two. Heretics once again
Team
up
Heretics
to map point.
won for match point.
Nail
अभी
biter of a round
sorry
when it comes to parity.
sorry गलत
That's
वीडियो.
when MIBR tries to just split the map 2-2 and set up cheeky little trap plays, but with
अभी
so much util still in the bank.
क्या
for
लगता है?
Heretics, not sure how I feel about that high-low setup. There's just too much to identify it and deal with it.
आसपास W
Get up on the box.
uh
There just isn't enough left
14-15 guys. चलो
in the tank. IBR gonna need to go huge here. Send us another reset. That's at a spot out in Averno, so
Aspas diving in, is going to be eating some damage for free, relatively. Paranoia is going to be exchanged. In the end, I mean, it's a stalemate. It's one that Heretics still benefit from. They maintain their positions. Now, the scale forward going to be attempted second.
nice
This
shot
flush
move.
wound out of this
Nice
position,
move.
and you absolutely need to. Eventually will be found.
एंट्री
Players
मिल
on
गया.
either side, Rienz.
एंट्री मिल
First to
गया.
arrive on the scene.
3v3
Goes for the peak, looks for the kill, can't quite find it. Now we'll have to backpedal away, wait for his reinforcements to come through.
that kid's gonna be one away from a showstopper after this plant. One more kill. That could be the difference maker that sends us into that next reset. Got a little bit to work with here. Kashmar still has the relay bolt.
Fast lane as well. Sees in a haunt available. Use the check close.
bad utility. Paid. बहुत गलत था.
Again, no one spotted so far. Sees into the back, gonna be dodged second. Turns away at the worst possible moment though, and Kashmara's just barrel stuffs him from behind. The defuse
गया
now being
guys.
stuck. They have to scale forward. Verno dead.
That's,
Around. It's gonna be over. They just stick it to completion, and Heretics
Nice.
gotta be wondering how in the hell they got away with that.
Nice.
16 of 14. This Lotus, their map pick, it
Nah.
goes their way. But good lord, were they pushed.
Yeah, this is by the fin of
ये
just
पहली
didn't
मैच
do
थी, अब
great
दूसरी
in some
मैच थी
moments,
जाके.
but it was a lot.
Tap the defuse.
पहली मैच थी. Okay.
Narrow margins.
Okay,
They get
okay.
there just barely. It felt like it was going to be dominance. It felt like we were going to be going to Ascent lickety split, but
Heretics ने पहला मैच जीत लिया है.
Well, they extend our evening.
Okay.
They managed to find that win, but can they do the same on Ascent? That's MIBR Los's map pick coming up next. But I mentioned it before, you play a close game like that, especially on your opponent's
ये
map
वाला
pick,
देखो
and you
guys
fall
अभी.
just shy of the mark. Being able to take it, that can take the wind out of your sails if you're MIBR. We'll see if that's going to be the case, but for now, let's send things back over to Degon and the desk.
Thank you very
बीस सेकेंड्स है guys. जी में सब ऐसे क्यों दिख रहे कि लाइक 2 महीने से सोए नहीं है कोई.
Global Esports just went to overtime but fell short. We have a very sad Pilski
फिर भाई
watching the Pacific get bodied. Pilski, we need to see a little bit of resurgence right now. We saw the players coming out, smiles on their faces on the stage. They look unfazed despite a very loss at the end of last game.
I thought it was a winnable game. I thought that they played quite decently. And
नहीं
as I said
अभी
before, I
चालू
don't
होगा.
think that they're going to be upset.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ,
in the veto. They
जी
have
में
played a
सब
lot of this map,
ऐसे
they know their way around it
ऐसे
well,
क्यों
so
दिख रहे कि
they
लाइक
know that all gamers are great
कोई
at it,
सोया
so
नहीं है 2
they're
महीने से.
not going to feel like this is an unwinnable series.
Athena, you were saying though, AGAL pick split for a reason. You've seen this team go here in the past. Why are
Actually,
they strong in this map?
I mean, they're just so good. I feel like their defensive side, the aggression that they use,
2
especially
महीने
in Kira,
बिना
has been really good. I feel like they fell back on time.
2 महीना सोए बिना कैसे कैसे
I
खेल
feel
सकते
like
हैं.
we saw a little bit of that on that sunset as well, just making sure they're gambling a lot of the right sites. And as well,
पर
on the attack,
उनकी
they
आंखें
really
देखो ना
look
वीर भाई.
phenomenal. And I I think this team just in
सबकी
general, when you can take Heretics on in this map and win, it really speaks a lot.
I feel like we've seen nothing but Ascent, Lotus, and
Yep.
Breeze on this stage until this series.
Yeah.
Why is Split not in everyone else's, I guess, top 3 of choices?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. You see a lot of it in Pacific. I'm honestly sick to death of seeing Split, but I guess maybe some of the other regions outside of Asia are a little bit scared of playing it. It's, some tight corners
We
and
see
things
it a
like
bit
that.
in
That
America.
might, the judges might make you a little bit upset. If you're soft, you might not play something like that. But over in Pacific, we're playing that all the time.
You guys love your shotguns.
Yeah, we do. I was looking at that game, by the way, Puckett. That was also an OT. We had an OT on both of the stages, and Heretics won on the A stream. That was a gigabanger.
सादा सा मैप है मतलब एकदम
Also continuing group stages on Tuesday.
Playable
We'll
match
have
है
our final
मैप है
deciders
playable
moving
मैप है
forward. Today
सबके
we're
लिए
sending 2 more teams into our playoff bracket. 2 more teams will be sent packing, joining our 2 squads that went out yesterday.
हाँ
The big
कोई भी
surprise
एजेंट को
victory,
भी वैसे भी
Paper Rex out already after multiple second places and always looking to be in contention for a grand final. They were eliminated.
पर मैं तो बोलूंगा एक
We could
एजेंट
see
के लिए
up
बहुत
to
अच्छा है
3
वो
French
मैप
squads represented, or 3 French
पूछो
orgs
कौन से
here in Paris. And if you just watched recent
वीटो
events, Athena, this place is going to be taken over by fans.
Oh yeah. First of all, the arena is insane. I've seen the stage being set up with all the seats for the crowds. If that fills up,
हाँ
the sound in here is going to be insane, especially if those French teams take the stage. The cheers are going to evaporate into this huge arena, and it's going to be
पर
kind of
वीर
awesome.
भाई
And I think as well too, I'm really
वीटो है ना
excited
वीटो
to see the baguettes coming in.
Yes.
वीटो
Yes.
You're a big fan.
टीपी का भी फायदा है वीटो का
I've seen you eat many.
He brings
दूसरी
them
बात
every
उसके
time.
एबिलिटीज
Fresh baguette. You're doing it wrong. Like, if you're eating yesterday's baguette, you're really doing it wrong. Let's
उसका
talk
अल्ट
about
भाई
our teams as
प्रॉपर
we still have a bit of a delay
यूजेबल
on
होता
this stage. If we can get a camera on a few of the players, I'd like to highlight the potential stars. Who here from AGAL is breaking out from the Chinese region to really showcase their skill at a global level? Because like you said, they're playing at the same time as Pacific. A lot of people may be tuning into one stream or not the other. This is their time to meet these guys.
Yeah, I think for me, AG, it's not like a story of one player. I think they play quite a good, well-rounded game, and they have a lot of different people that they can lean on. Maybe that leads you in a direction where you get some inconsistencies from some of the individuals, and you might not get the results that you want. But I think multiple players could step up. They do like to swap around the duelist role a lot. I love what I see from Fangir, especially at the start of the year. I felt like he was kind of carrying this team a little bit, but as we've gone deeper into the year, and AG have continued to put together pretty respectable results, but domestically and internationally, quite honestly, I think that this team is extremely well rounded.
अभी सब खत्म कर दिया उसको
Athena, what did you like in game from this squad? Who has a strong
है ना
role on this
अभी
team?
सब खत्म कर
For
दिया
me, it's got to be Shrimp every single time. I feel like when I see him using his initiator util, it's been phenomenal. He also puts up the frags behind it. And I think for Shrimp too, he's actually not IGLing regardless of being the initiator. It's actually Kira, which is their duelist. So it's insane that he's also able to IGL and play duelist. That's actually one of the hardest combinations to do when it comes to Valorant, because you're constantly trying to call for everyone to set you up, and you're also engaging in the fire, engaging in the fight in the middle of it, and you're also trying to make calls for the rest of your team. It makes sense why all gamers are super aggressive in this server though, because Akira tends to do a really good job at taking a lot of that space.
Pilsky, do you like the idea of the tip of your spear also being the shot caller?
In other games, yes. Like, I think traditionally in TAC FPS, you see plenty of good examples of it, especially if, you have someone who's weaker individually. A lot of the time, they will go ahead and maybe get in on the entry. And if they die, they make space for someone, they set themselves
एजेंट
up.
सिलेक्शन
And then
चालू
they
है
can
वीर
see
भाई
everybody in the post plant because they're already dead. I mean, in CS, there's plenty of examples of that. In
दो स्मोक
Valorant,
है
duelists are meant to get kills. They have abilities to get kills, so I'm not really as much
नो
of a fan of it,
सेंटिनल खेल
actually.
रहे
But if it works for all gamers, then it works.
Kira on that raise is going to be my player to watch. Fengir's going to go over to the Jet. On the other side, we have a Jet in the hands of Autumn, and Udutan is going to be rocking the raise. Whose comp are we liking more? Is the difference is really just the sky, right?
Yeah, I think here I like to see the Fade a lot more. Patman on the Fade, sorry, he's been really good. But I do want to talk about Shrimp on the Sky, because actually something fun that they like to do on this map is they do tend to do a lot of 4-1s on their attack side, and they actually leave Shrimp to be that one. They leave that initiator alone, the Sky, getting all that information, putting pressure with the dog, with those flashes. And a lot of the time, he also has these really
initiator ही है ना
on the rotators as well. So for me, I'm still looking at the Fade. I think just as a character, a lot stronger.
वो क्या उधर ऊपर
on the side of GE.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it can work to have your Sky on the lurk and apply pressure, but if the other team is prepared for you, then it's something that can really backfire. You can be very readable if you base your entire attacking side around initiator util. I like the Sky though
नहीं
better, honestly, in this comp.
अभी
With
उनके
the
पास
range
हीलर है,
shot, I think there's plenty of
इनके पास
examples,
नहीं है.
particularly in Pacific, where the burstiness you have of a guy
उनके
like
पास
Lyra
काय है
picking up
अभी हील
Prowler,
करने
it
के
takes
लिए,
about
बट
10
इनके पास
business
नहीं है
days
कुछ.
to get into the site. Is
ये देखना
actually,
पड़ेगा क्या
you know,
खेलते
a
क्या
little
नहीं.
bit better in a lot of examples, but only if you're fast enough to play around it well.
Taking a look at our rosters, this could be the final
हाँ.
game for Global Esports. On the other side, AGAL is looking for a rematch against Heretics potentially, or a new fight.
उन लोग को काय को पहला निकालना पड़ेगा अगर
Additional
सबको लो
$25,000 if
करके
you
राउंड
win this
निकालना.
game for AGAL, as they'll be guaranteed at least 9 through 12. A big game for both of these squads, and we are just moments away from jumping in.
Let's see.
Bilski, if you are just
हाँ,
tuning in
राजा,
to Valorant for the
हाँ,
first
अभी.
time, you've been working all
क्योंकि
weekend. What did they miss, and what are you
एकदम
about to see?
You miss Global Esports maybe not having the best
ऊपर
start to their
50-50
group,
मामला है अभी वीर भाई.
turned around a bit by an MRBR that are actually playing over in the A stream and have lost their first
बता
map
नहीं
here at
सकते.
EWC. For AG, I think it's quite the opposite. They had a game that was well and truly winnable for them,
Yeah.
and now they're
एक्चुअली
looking for
इधर वो
recovery here, and they've already
जीत
picked up
रहे
the
थे,
first
उधर
win,
हार गए
so
वो.
let's see if they can try to capitalize on that and win this series on one of their most
एकदम से
comfortable
2 राउंड
maps
थ्रो
here.
कर
And
दिए
now jumping
लिटरली.
into
ओटी वाले
just like you
ओटी
said.
वाले दोनों राउंड थ्रो कर दिए ना उन लोगों ने.
Starting on that attack side, they've been really good
है ना यार.
in making sure they're setting themselves
वक्त
up
तो
for
दिया यार.
success. Lots of 4-1s when they do get to those gun rounds, but for this pistol, they're starting with some sort of mid default, that dark cover going in, the flash, the paranoia coming back out, baiting that out from the Omen is insane, but you've spent those nades to get that.
Good stuff. AG baiting out a little bit of the mid trap there. Now GE will have to reset a little bit as this round drags on. AG, very similar to what we saw on Sunset. It is a very slow attacking side here. Trailblazer goes into the A site once again, causing a little bit of pressure. Fangir gets caught there by the C's, but Autumn, this is an excellent timing indeed. Two players not even looking at him. Spike dropped, and he's not going to need to hang around for too much longer. All gamers now throwing caution to the wind. Kira straight through the middle of the map, picks up Udatan, and they're looking to pick up the pace into the B site. They're very well aware that Autumn is still inside a B main, and that's something that they're going to kind of deal with later. Kick that can down the road, so to speak. Good timing for Patman to give GE the man advantage, and this is looking a little too messy here for an All Gamers who, for the second time, have got caught off. Harvey from Sewers does get an additional pick. Order finally cleaned up, though. Fangir could be the difference maker here.
2v2, the players are trying to keep that site. They know there's a player in heaven, though, constantly spotting for it. I say that, but they didn't actually see him. Patman now has that haunt. It goes online. These players probably trying to play this crossfire. They have to force themselves out here. Patman and Crystal trying to scale. Splitting
Nice
but it
shot,
actually
Crystal.
goes well. Crystal getting the pick onto Kira. Fangir with 3.
W.
And Crystal cleaning that up.
W
Yeah,
W
All
W
Gamers
W
still
W
keeping
round
it
W
very,
round.
very close, though. That is the third pistol this series for GE. It's not something they've been having trouble winning. But getting the map wins, on the other hand, so far, not so easy to come by.
Pistols have been good. I think the proactivity so good. Again, we've seen Autumn be aggressive. Last map on the Phoenix, and now here with the Jet, he's taken so many really well-timed positions. And for all gamers, I'm questioning. They just need to be a
देखो
little
वीर
bit
भाई,
more aware of the gaps in their
ये
attack.
जब भी
But now,
पिक्सल फाइट्स या टैप टैप फाइट्स रहते हैं ना,
4
ये लोग
players,
भी
2
क्राउच
aces
करते हैं,
being
so
made.
it's
Fast
not
take,
bad to
trying to get
crouch.
that pressure down. Javi, he's alone on this site, but Patman from
हाँ,
heaven trying to help Fangir the peak onto
ये लोग,
Javi.
मैं जब भी क्राउच करता हूँ ना, क्राउच करके मारता हूँ ना, तो ये लोग रोते रहते हैं, सॉरी वगैरह, कि क्राउच मत कर, क्राउच मत कर, क्राउच.
Set up for this post plant.
Nice open plan there. Trailblazer into spawn side. All Gamers will follow it on in. Crystal under some pressure. Drops the snake bite to push All Gamers away. Vulnerable is GRQ, and Crystal's taken some damage, but been able to clean that one up. Autumn left in the outlaw here. It's a tentative 3-on-3. You do not want to get ecoed as GE. And it's looking more and more likely as we go deeper into this round. Autumn caught off guard as well. And Fangir,
हो गया,
a cracker
throw.
of a double entry to swing on from Shrimp, gives All Gamers the eco win. That is crushing for
हो गया,
GE.
throw.
Fangir with a beautiful entry, just holding W and getting across into sight, punishing Javi for having
Papa,
a
our-
position. I mean, he put that dark cover down after that.
Earphone लाओ तो बगा दिख रहा है.
But still was unable to hold. He just stood out backside, switching from his util to his weapon, and got caught off guard. The timing here, you see that? So hard to deal with.
I mean, they just weren't ready for someone to be that confident.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're expecting people to take the normal timings, and Old Mate is very much licking the snap and sending it. And this game indeed has gone completely postal for GE. Fangian out. As the outlaw active, he's got some help here. GE flags it.
नहीं क्यों Autumn?
A little over enthusiastic.
क्या खेल रहा है भाई?
But quickly quietened by an AG who are yet again playing a pretty slow one on this anti-eco attacking side.
I guess you could say Autumn has now fallen. Get it?
Yeah, he's leaving the server, some would say. Shrimp, he is
एक बंदा चैट में बोल रहा है I believe I can fly.
You don't want to have anything for him, and it's looking pretty good for all
वो
gamers.
Autumn को मारा ना.
Shrimp has only lost his armor, and that's pretty much all the damage that's been done by GE here.
Yeah, just playing it slow, knowing that GE is going to do something maybe a little bit desperate. Shutting that down. But again, man, that second round was insane from all gamers. I really like the speed up, the change of pacing. Those are the kinds of rounds that I really like to see.
Well, that's the thing about all gamers is just like, at least at the start of the year, they run through VCTCN.
Oh my god.
Kira's sending it, as most people are. Was dominated by Fangear in some of the games. Like, he's the memorable player for me. Speaking of which, that's one to forget. A little bit of damage being done here by Harvey, who's being a nuisance on spawn side. All game are no longer really interested in trying to hunt him down, although Shrimp wouldn't mind an extra one towards the Seekers. I don't think that's going to be happening. But yeah, I've been really surprised with how well-rounded all gamers are, to be honest, because I only really remember, you know, watching a few of all gamers games, quite honestly, and they were big games from Fangear, and I was thinking, yeah, this is just yet another import coming into VCTCN and hard carrying one of the teams. But it's quite the opposite, you know, watching them play here. I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing. Yes, Fangear is unreal, and that second round is a perfect example of why, but they've got plenty of substance to back that up.
Yeah, I think they've done such a good job as well at adapting, making sure they're fixing a lot of their issues, fixing the fundamental mistakes that they did make when they were playing in that stage 1 in VCT. But now a super quick round here, that rocket online. Kira and Fangear pushing all the way into B Heaven, trying to find one. Beautiful paranoia behind, but oh my god, I can't speak by Javi, but he gets punished with the rocket.
Autumn under pressure now in the back of the site. Kira has found Crystal in the meantime. Udaton fighting hard from Heaven's side, hand in hand with Patman. It's a 2-on-3 here. Spike has been dropped. Bai is up close in a pretty cheeky position, ready to swing out off the contact. GRQ in with the backstab, and that's what I was talking about. Perfect timing from Bai as soon as Patman makes contact with his teammate, and that is a round for all.
मेरे को लग रहा है 2 राउंड में खत्म हो रहा है मैच. 2 मैच में.
And they've kept GE on their toes now. They have no idea how they're going to play this next round. And it's so nice to see. I really like this duo too, the duelist duo of Kira.
ये लोग अपने कॉम्पी जैसे खेल रहे हैं भाई, लिटरली.
That showstopper is perfection. I mean, it just shows how confident.
ऐसा लग रहा है अपने साथ खेल रहे हैं वो लोग.
Is because yes, okay, you're shooting where the paranoia is coming from, but it's a multi-layer thing. Not only does he shoot,
है ना, ऐसा लग रहा है अपने साथ खेल रहे हैं वो लोग.
Because the momentum of the ult puts him into a safer position until the paranoia elapses. So it's kind of just a win-win. And that's kind of the difference between
उन लोग को लिटरली दे रहे हैं वो लोग. लो मारो. मैं इधर हूँ. मैं इधर से ये डाल रहा हूँ, मारो आके.
Here on the side of Global Esports, they have that rocket online, but not really using to expend it. Instead, a triple setup towards this B main. The paranoia is going to come in, but a little bit too late because Fangear, he's already made his way completely out of danger. These 4 players now leaving one.
Yeah. Leave the outlaw over on the extremity. Continue to apply pressure. They're just going to throw out a dark cover, and you know, they put a band-aid over there, a little bit of tape, and they've said, don't worry about B. That's totally fine. AG also not worried about B. Straight into the A site yet again here. This is looking like a bit of a trend in the mid-round against the anti-ecos. I'd love a late round.
Maybe
later on in the half if they end up on another one.
set up for a nice post plant here. They're aware that heaven is open. Fangir
हाँ
is
ना
going
यार.
to hear all that noise
Let's
actually
hope.
from spawn. With a
I'm only
crossfire
hoping right
here.
now.
So much util being used.
देखा
They're
अभी
reclaiming
देखा.
this A main. Fangir's pulling
Nice,
far back, but not
nice,
far
nice.
enough. He gets picked off right away. That's just an outlaw, though. 4 players still set up really nicely on site. They don't really have an exit strategy just yet. Kira able to get the pick off on Urotan. Another pick from GRQ.
Confidence नहीं रहा है
Playing their
वीरभर
exits
उनका.
now on the side of GE.
That's
Nice
the
shot,
upball
Avi.
from Harvey. Bandit not as effective, and AG exiting the site here. Over towards Heaven's side. Get the peek out here. Shrimp.
Nice
Does go
shot.
down. He already has his ultimate, and actually Kira is the player you would want picking up that pick because he needs to build himself up another showstopper.
Yeah, 2 so early on in this half would be insane. I think he's like 3 away. But now, 2 weapons saved for the side of All Gamers. They did drop 3, a little bit expensive, but they're going to be fine. They're going to be able to buy that next round. And an all gun round here online for this next round. The last time All Gamers, they just sent it, full sent it. They had so much stuff to go with it, the util, the ults. But they have to deal with this operator. Both sides, Autumn, taking towards B main. Getting flashed off the line. Javi is deposited, though. He's going to get the pick onto
Nice,
Kira, TPing out. That's a really nice numbers game here for Global Esports.
That's a little bit more like it from Harvey. He can be an impactful player even after a quiet first map. It's Global Esports, the player advantage here. Swing out from Patman in the 5-on-4 is probably not what you would be looking for, but he is always looking to be confident and try to take over the game, advantage or not. There's the pick from Fangir.
Wow.
Despite the great start for Global Esports, in the mid-round they
मरो
are
मरो
being
जल्दी
punished for
जल्दी.
pushing the issue a little
मैं
bit too
सोने
much.
जाता हूँ 10 मिनट.
Overextending.
Oof.
Patman there pushing
अरे
through.
यार क्या
Keep
ये
in
बोलो
Crystal
यार.
just holding an angle, being unaware that the op is about to peek him. And the Seekers going out, that's going to be a lot of information. They know that there's a player towards this site. Only one of them went towards the A site, and they're collapsing here. The Omen ult to go on site. The rocket coming in. Udo punishes. Bye. Gets that trade. Javi left an elbow using the paranoia. Trying to scramble. Trying to get one. Fangir opping. He's
अरे
fine, but
आंटी.
JQ with the trade. 2v1 on him with an op.
Over on Heaven's side. Mistake
Nice
there from
shot.
Bai. That's a freebie, but position confirmed now. This is not an easy 1v1 for the operator. GRQ inside of the dark cover. Creeping around the side. This is patience from Autumn. Scoped in now, but GRQ is a little quicker. And that is around GE. Very much needed. It started well for them, but denied by All Gamers, who move up 5-1.
That was such a nice round. So close from both sides too. Global Esports though once again falling into this.
मैं वही तो बोल रहा हूँ कि हार जाओ.
They give all
एटलीस्ट
gamers
थर्ड मैप पे नहीं जाएगा. मैं सो लेता हूँ
constantly
एटलीस्ट
peeking. This
इतने टाइम में.
first kill was really
नेक्स्ट मैच
nice.
के लिए.
Javi getting
नेक्स्ट
that
मैच
pick,
तक.
falling back. They had the numbers. Everything made a lot of sense for them. But then just giving it up, and All Gamers really well done too to speed up, make sure they're using those picks. The knives actually popped though for Autumn towards mid.
Nice pick on Department. Going down early in the piece yet again here. He's maybe spent too much time with Paper X, and if this keeps going the same direction, he's going to be spending some more time with them. Autumn, that's a nice double up. Could
Nice
be the
shot,
difference
Ray.
maker here. Instant reply from
अंजीर
Ray
भाई.
here. Paranoia pushes them away from the spike, but GRQ will get his hands on it nonetheless. Just waiting in the corner is Udotai.
अंजीर भाई ने बैठा दिया उसको.
Doesn't
चुप बैठ
seem
बोला.
like All Gamers are cognizant of the fact that he is in that corner, but can Bai spot him out here? It's a little bit of an awkward situation. Udo, how is your trigger discipline here, my friend? It's looking pretty good.
Nice
too.
shot, Udo.
And finally, GE in a winning position now. Spike dropped in the middle of the map. Fangir very low on HP, peppered up by Harvey. And I'm sure All Gamers, with the op thrown away, should have no business winning this round. Fangir's been magical so far. Got his hands on a Sheriff. 30 seconds on the clock. This would be an outrageous round for GE to let slip through their fingers. Orbs up. There's just no way in hell.
Yeah, they're split up.
उसने ऑफ फेंक दी वीर भाई देखा.
Scary Crystal playing that close angle. Fangir
Map
is
के
going
बाहर.
to hear that snake bite coming in from close. Falling a bit back now, playing it a little bit safer as the time runs out.
W strategy.
Fangir probably could have saved that operator. But it doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't get into the hands of GE, they're still able to buy that next round. Spots Crystal, unable to get it. And a thrifty from GE. Autumn, lovely with the knives.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Bit of a mid-walk, GE taking a risk. And despite Patman going down to the operator, which continues to give GE some problems, they find themselves cheeky little position on Udatan here to be a bit of a difference maker. We'll get a timeout now. All things to be discussed a little bit more.
Timeout actually coming in from the side of All Gamers. After that round, they're going to be really irritated, wondering what went wrong, but obviously just not clearing those close angles after getting initially those picks. Autumn obviously pushing all the way down. That confidence. It's nice to see GE still having it. Yes, it was a thrifty. Yes, they usually like to go for something somewhat aggressive, but still the confidence is there to bring it back into this map. And I think that's really nice to see when you're low.
Oh, well, a pistol round and a win on a thrifty does not half make, though. You're going to have to see some
timeout
on the
technical
guardrails here sooner rather than later for Global Esports. It's not like they haven't been given a couple of opportunities and a couple of picks in some of these rounds, but as we've kind of mentioned, this is very comfortable territory for an All Gamers who have already won the first map. And so far, this attacking side has been pretty faultless, but this could be a big opportunity for GE. Money is finally looking a little weaker, and if GE, after flipping the economy a little bit with those pistols, can win this round and capitalize, this could really change up the trajectory of this game. Same setup we've seen from GE before. Harvey TPing into the corner, but All Gamers are not interested.
Op setup on that B line, though. Lots of good information. They're going to keep walking up. Might just catch off GRQ here. He's holding, though. He's aware there might be something aggressive going on. He's about to come in.
Autumn.
Picking off GRQ, and now they have the numbers advantage here. GE, they just need to keep it clean. Make sure they're not getting picked off. But Fangir, he's trying to find one with the op. Not going to give it to him, though, because this player's playing on site on Crystal. Yeah,
smokes are down here for All Gamers, so that's a bit troublesome. What I can say, though, is if Bai can get onto that site and actually earn himself the pit, put it down, then that might just remedy the situation. It's a contact approach here for an All Gamers who... away, but now they're grouping up towards a ramp. GE quite happy to play the numbers. They've got the Nightfall to lean on in the retake.
Retake could be online. Patman playing in that spawn. We have 3 players already over here. Cured, though, trying to go for something aggressive. Fangir gets punished through that orb by Patman. Crystal on site. Bai gets one. Crystal gets another. Javi, the pit actually spent. And now pushing towards it. Kira with 2. 5 HP left. 2v1, though. 16 seconds on the clock. He has the rocket online, trying to go for one. Udo not going to give it to him. The flank from Autumn, going to catch him off guard. The spike might be able to be planted, but it's not looking too good. 5 HP, and Autumn gets that kill.
It's a big round for GE to win. Money not great on the side of All Gamers, but I don't think that the going gets any easier for a GE who only get through this round with 2 weapons. One of them will be the operator. My big concern lies in the fact that All Gamers have a lot of ultimates coming into this next one. Bladestorm, Showstopper, and a Viper. It's a round that, a Viper roll rather. It's a round that really kind of plays itself sometimes. Open up with the rocket and then put the pit down. And Bob's your uncle.
30 seconds left. Yeah, this is more of the playstyle that I like to see from GE. Getting aggressive in that first early round.
What a pit. Honestly, we saw the greatest Viper utility in that round. The snake bite from the defense went into Narnia. And then the pit just goes nowhere.
I know. That's why I heard the voice line. I'm like, there's no way that was there. But a fast start here for All Gamers. 5 stacked towards this B. They're trying to punish any push. They realize the op isn't here. And full sent it into an execute on site.
Nice, Ray.
Really nice crossfire. Bai gets the pick. The rocket is spent. Shrimp trading. Bai, though.
ये क्या trade भाई?
2v2.
Yeah, I feel like GE may have overcooked a little bit, but with both of the players in some pretty good positions, then they could definitely pick up the pieces rather. And there you go, Crystal will do exactly that. From the backside of the pillar, very steady there. He had ordered to back him in from Heaven's side, and All Gamers trying to be a little bit dangerous.
Game.
Chucking a couple of ults on into that one, but not walking away with the round.
GE all of a sudden online, understanding how they want to play their defensive side. They've been snowballing these rounds now. And it's looking really nice. I'm really enjoying the way that they're playing this. And of course, by delaying for so long on site, doing a good job, him and Javi and Patman cross-firing on B, it's just made so much sense. And now they're setting up Autumn for success towards that A main. But the players and all gamers, rough by, just the Guardian, 2 stingers.
Yeah, tried to force into that last one. Autumn's got on this deep A info line. Crystal trying to zone all gamers away. GE well and truly aware that they're in the middle of the map. In goes the Cloudburst. It's actually a fake dash in from Fangear.
अरे हक दिया रे
Was
क्रिस्टल
going to be used against him. Patman activating in from ropes, and it's a huge crunch there from GE. Great reaction.
What a beautiful collapse. So quick to make sure that these players don't get all that space towards Heaven. And Javi just sitting on site, aware in Heaven that they can't be pushed.
क्या राउंड निकाला है लोगों ने
GRQ just going to try to get one. He might meet Autumn here, but Autumn hears him running around. The pick onto GRQ. Man, this is looking so good for GE. This next gun round, though, it's going to be a really big telltale if all gamers can figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, I think both of these maps have been pretty tight, honestly. I don't think either one of these teams... It could kind of be a weird situation. Like, you think regionally, playing against a team that you haven't really played before, the veto can get a little bit weird sometimes. But I think both of these teams kind of ended
चैट देखो ना गाइस चैट देखो
all gamers
उनकी चैट देखो वीर भाई
despite not playing it in a while. And like I said, I mean, credit to all gamers for
हाँ
backing
ना
themselves. You're going to be confident on one of your best maps. But like I said, GE
पैटमैन से पेपर एक्स को कंपेयर कर रहे हैं फिर पैटमैन ने अभी मारा तो वो उल्टा फायर कर रहे हैं
Autumn on this deep A info line.
अरे
Has a little bit
तो
of
इसे नहीं लगा भाई
there, but it's not for too long.
Flash into B Heaven, pushing Crystal off the angle, but still
अभी इक्वल कर दिया ना अभी हगेंगे वीर भाई देखो
way up. But these 4 players from all gamers are falling back. They're trying to crunch.
2-3 राउंड हगेंगे
The jump peak not going to be able to get him, and Autumn being pushed back. That rope is going to be heard. The satchels to follow up.
नाइस कवर पैटमैन
Beautiful support onto his duelist, and now the opening, it's gone. Fangear trying to get into A Heaven, trying to get anything.
पर उसको कवर मत मिला पैटमैन का
It's going nowhere fast. Just a sliver of a timing there for all gamers, but Patman says, please come into my loving arms. I've got you, bro. Off angle from Crystal. All over that one.
Caster, W
A bit of a
caster.
mess in a similar position, and Patman, he has read this to a T. Easy one onto Fangear. And all gamers stuck up inside of B Heaven.
Nah, no,
Takes a chunk out of Shrimp, who has got nothing really left to work with. Can't heal himself. He's heard the rope. And Patman will swing him regardless there. Not necessary, but he's here to send the message, as he often is. Patman is the epitome of confidence, and I think that's the perfect example of it.
He's been playing phenomenal. I think, one, the power of friendship, holding your friend's hand as they're trying to run away.
See, that's what he learnt in Paper X.
Yes.
They always say that, you know? And then some things happened. I won't get into it.
Kira trying to follow up. I really like the confidence from Kira, at least to try to satchel and chase. I think that was a good call, but they just weren't ready, and the Viper wall didn't go up in time either. And now, gun round once again. Last round of this half, trying to get it online. 5 rounds is pretty good for your attack side, but you definitely want to try to get that one more. Just the Seekers and the Omen online for all gamers. But Udo, he has that rocket. Autumn, beautiful positioning down mid.
It's a cheeky off angle. And Autumn has seen one of those before back home for sure. Not too worrisome for him. And a little dink from Patman. On to Fangear, who was trying to walk out A-Made here with Bai. They've both been caught by the Seas. You can't blame Patman for trying to capitalize, but that's where Fangear will rip the map wide open. It's not really super clear about how AG are going to put the pieces together here, but that is exactly it. Spike passed over to GRQ. He's going to TP over towards A. Seeker's coming out as well here. AG very much trying to feel this one out.
Getting that spike down, but the Seekers is going to catch Autumn. Looking at the right time. Udo going with that rocket.
Nice.
Going to pick off Shrimp. That's a big pick. 4v3 now, but Kira, he's all the way on an island towards mid. A late flank. He has to speed up because these players, they're starting their retake elbow. Paranoia coming out. Fangear with a pick. All of a sudden, the trades are down for all gamers. And a really nice crossfire onto site.
Yeah, for sure. I think some great off angles being played there by all gamers, and a great paranoia timing out of elbow gave GE too much to deal with, despite being a little bit disjointed. Very impressive at how quickly they put that round together. That was 2 players caught by a C's in A main. You get a pick on the A side of the map. The rest of the team are in completely different postcodes. But passing
Technical
that spike over
pause.
to the Omen, who has the ult available, really helped them streamline and put that together. Similar to Sunset, there really is not too much separating these two teams as we head into the second half.
Yeah, all gamers really good at punishing the second that they get that first pick. It's been really nice to see Patman obviously exuding confidence, maybe a little
Half time
bit
हो
too
गया
much
क्या?
in that last round, going for that
मैं स्कोर नहीं
1v1.
देखा.
Nope.
The C's was there, but still, it's risky, especially when you know that you have no players around you to support.
Yeah, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And
Half time.
I think for Patman, that kind of experience is not really going to sway him too much. He's just going to keep doing what he always does.
I think it makes sense, though, because if he doesn't do that one round where he got that 3K supported Autumn on his fallback, I think it makes a lot of sense. But now, this is going to be where it shows which team has done their homework, which team has done a lot with their preparation, because 6-6 pistols going to be
ये actually मौसम ऐसा है ना वीर भाई.
really successful with their pistols. They lost that second round earlier.
Literally ऐसा आलस आ रहा है.
And whoever wants to get ahead and just start to snowball for the second half
हाँ ना.
is so important.
And for all gamers,
Actually.
would love to just close out this series that has been pretty strugglesome for them so far.
Actually.
Slam dunk by any stretch of
बहुत
the
ही ज़्यादा.
imagination.
कुछ
It's really
unexpected
heading in
ऐसा
the
कुछ
same
दिख ही
direction.
नहीं रहा.
One of the teams that will probably have some pretty good representation across some of the other games here at EWC. Their Crossfire team's pretty good. That's what I've been told a few times.
Yeah.
Can't say I've ever watched a game of Crossfire before, but that's what I heard on the grapevine.
I'm really looking at all gamers here because I hyped them up a little bit too much, I think, the beginning of this matchup.
Side switch हो गई
This
अभी.
map every single time they've played it in the qualifiers, and so far the 6-6 scoreline,
देखते हैं.
it's not convincing me, just showing me that these teams are really neck to neck.
That's what I was saying.
I wasn't convinced, but hey,
there wasn't
global
much to be
esports.
to convince by it, to
True.
be fair.
That's true.
GE now on the attacking side, straight up the guts. Fangier, not the player that you want to be seeing on the other side of that one. He's going to join up with GRQ on this B side, and they'll just play retake here. All gamers have very quickly mobilized.
Yeah, entry लिया भाई.
Take B heaven control and make this a little bit easier to digest here if possible. Satchel out. They want to clear middle. GE haven't put that spike down. Nice right click from Harvey to
वरती काठेवर.
with the quick entry.
काठेवर है.
GE are starting to punish some of this flood from AG. Spike hasn't even gone down yet. Patman finally putting that down as GE have got themselves a man advantage.
The healing up his team. 3 players though. 2 of them going towards heaven. The spam through the smoke onto Javi. That's going to be annoying. Udo is right below this rope. They're looking to drop with those nades. The flash finally online for Shrimp. Uses it. Drops. Spots.
अरे हक दिया.
Anything. Fangir with 3. Kira with a beautiful shot onto Crystal. And all of a sudden this round has flipped on its head.
Oh, just all it took there from all gamers, really. Udatan under the rope, needed to at least take one with him and make all gamers' life a little bit more difficult from that. All coming from the same angle. But Fangir has yet again, in a pistol round, done something illegal. 3K from him, that spam kill onto Harvey. Honestly, just brings tears to your eyes. You're hoping for a third map.
Oh, that was like the last bullet too. He's just spamming, and just the bullet as he's turning away gets the kill.
It's rough. All gamers will be happy with it though. Starting off this defensive side in a good position. The first pistol they've been able to glean for themselves in this game so far.
गाइस मैं इसके बाद बी रेड पे डाल के बी रेड बैक पे डाल के चले जाऊंगा. नॉन्गसिम की मैच चालू होगी तभी चालू कर दूंगा.
Taking a nice bit of damage though. Down to 72.
GE making themselves look really scary in B. Applying a little bit of pressure to unsettle all gamers before they go link up with Crystal, who has been chilling with his feet on the coffee table outside of A. Couple of players here for All Gamers. They're just running the orb so far, really trying to min-max that showstopper as quickly as possible. Wall does get dropped, but Harvey is very much on his own there, and the rest of All Gamers have arrived to the party, and it's a great time so far. GE not really getting too much done until you get a little bit of messiness from Shrimp, but one kill is not really going to trouble All Gamers too much. You're happy with that anti-eco.
Yeah, you just want to make sure that next time for GE on that execute, nobody's just going out alone. That's a little scary for Javi. Getting out of that smoke, no one able to follow up. The explosion wasn't really there for them. Pop play through that smoke just wasn't there either. I think now I'm looking at All Gamers, this bonus round. They've been somewhat aggressive before when they've played this. Have a good idea, good plans going into it. The full gun buy from GE.
6-8.
4 players outside of this A, playing really passive, holding. This is what they did all of last map, especially anti-thrifty. But Bai is going to be playing it safe all the way back on A side, while 4 of his players are grouped up
लावेल
towards
थांबा
mid.
जरा.
I say he's safe, but he jumps back into spawn.
10 दरवाजा लाव रे.
Off in Autumn. I really like that GE aren't scared to take the rest of that space. Full sight now, getting that spike down. 4 players still in mid from All Gamers. It's going to take a while for them to come back to it.
Can't really feel for Bai there. I mean, he
बोलो ना.
walks into traffic. The red man was very much present. So,
Kaita
natural
continue.
selection, unfortunately. As All Gamers organize themselves for a little bit of a flank. Harvey, who was trying to apply some pressure to middle in the middle of them earlier on in the round.
मैं भी बी राइट बैक पे डालूंगा अभी ये मैच अगर हारते तो.
Unsettle All Gamers too much. Crystal putting up the wall, zoning with the snake bite. Trailblazer and Paranoia will push him back. Patman, they're aware of him in the corner here. They're going to try to push him out. Guiding Light and Paint Shells to follow up. All Gamers are scaling in pretty nicely here, but the rest of GE pushing straight through that dark cover on A main. And Fangir, I couldn't even tell you what he was looking at there, quite honestly. He's going to go down to the spike, and GE anti-bonus converted, but not without some losses.
2 guns down, not going to be too harsh on them. Still going to be able to full buy for that next round. And now GE maybe a little bit happier. Trying to understand how they want to play this map. That 4-1 tends to work for them. Maybe we're going to see a little bit more mid control here. Trying to bait out that Sky Util. I just really like the way that All Gamers has been playing well together. The operator online for Fangir as well. He's been doing absolutely phenomenally this whole game. 18 and 11. The first peak, though, going to be towards that B. He's not going to do anything way too aggressive, just holding passively. And for GE, using that Prowler, getting information, but falling back towards that mid.
I mean, this has just been their MO, really. Little bit of pressure in the early round. See if AG do kind of react with anything. You were kind of pointing out some of the aggressive tendencies from All Gamers at the best of times, and I think GE are kind of well aware of that. Both of these teams have been playing pretty slow on attack so far in this series, and once again, it's another 1-4 here for GE, but they might walk straight into the operator.
All Gamers slow? Did we not watch the same half?
Okay, yeah, true. The first half, they were pretty good. Some of the rounds, they were slow, though.
Fangir, though, he's about to spot out these players. He's going to hear that raise. Roomba, beautiful flick onto Autumn, and now these players flooding into sight for All Gamers. Ready to get the pick. GRQ getting Udo 10, shutting him down. This execute absolutely decimated. The spike has been dropped. Crystal on the other side of the map getting a pick towards mid. Re-aggressing here, retaking, almost got the pick through the smoke, and Crystal all of a sudden left in a 1v4.
30 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, he was the A lurker earlier on, and they wanted to set him up for a bit of a lurk play in the mid-round, but there was no mid-round.
7-9.
AG passing the test nicely there. They'll go through this round with
हाँ
4
इन लोग को
guns up.
सेव करना ही पड़ेगा.
GE, I don't know if their economy can really
They
handle
don't
this.
have-
2 players are looking pretty poor.
Yep. Right.
To ask some of the other boys to help him out, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like what we've seen from them, though, is really good orb farming. And Udo, one-off rocket. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get it on him. Try to do some sort of quick play off of that, or at least a pop execute. Try to get that round under their belts.
I don't think AG would be either. Be well aware that GE will want to be going for those. And this is just one of the best maps to kind of punish that guy. I mean, he's just showing off at this point.
That shot was nasty.
Very something-esque. Is not too surprising given where Fangir...
They are playing too bad, guys.
Oh my god. No high five is crazy. Ah, there it is. Saved.
No high five until the game is done.
This round, though, 2 rifles. The side of GE, their economy is a little bit rough. They will be able to buy next round, though. The op still online for Fang. He has all of B main, but these players are going super fast towards B.
Yeah, a lot of bandits in tow here. Kira made a bit of a meal of that one, but good thing Fangir is chilling on the B side. B main is dirty, though, I would assume. And so, of course, Fangir will be a little bit concerned about that.
Reposition back to B main. Still so scared of this B heaven. But this might be the read. AG might be able to get this pick here. That's going to be so much information.
Welcome guys. Welcome to the stream.
Udo walking into this crosshair, but the pick,
क्या लगता है?
nothing. He gets a nice
7-9 हो रहा है.
29 HP. The execute. They're going in.
Nice shot, Autumn.
Needed to check that corner. That could have been a bit of a disaster. What a satchel from Udotan.
Lovely Udo.
Operator on the ground in towards spawn side, but GE not
Lovely entry,
overcooking
guys.
this one. They've got a lot of good ults to work with now. Showstopper on Udotan. Crystal could get the pit down if necessary. Out comes the rocket. GRQ, not even sure if he saw him in the corner there. I don't know where that page shells is going, but Bai is under a lot of pressure. And as such, will
Lovely Udotan.
who has just cracked that round open for GE, and look at all of the guns they picked up as a result. This is massive for the attackers.
Yeah, the winning condition for all gamers there was just Fangir getting that shot off on B main, but also Kira playing so close, a little bit rough, especially when you know that they're on that low buy, instantly getting punished. Crazy round here from GE, but I really like the reads. Definitely scary coming back into that B main. They knew the op was set up somewhere, but a nice gamble, especially because they caught off Kira.
I mean, that is a calling masterclass from Javi. They are playing a very similar comp themselves, and they know how to play around that B main operator. Something that has been piloted many, many moons ago by Paper Rex. Patman knows his way around this comp. They know the theory and how to deal with it, and I think that's a perfect example of them just really utilizing all of the strengths of the comp that AG are trying to employ and using it against them there.
And a timeout now coming in from the side of all gamers. They're obviously going to be upset with that one. Feels a little bit like deja vu from that last map, pausing after getting thrifty.
That's a round that loses you the game.
True. And now, they've usually had a good result off of these timeouts, just knowing what they have to clean up. But GE, the confidence. I love that they're still so confident no matter what they're doing. They were down, but it didn't matter. If I'm all gamers, though, I'm not sweating too hard. I feel like their general macro on the defensive side has been working really well for them. Again, just whiffing a couple shots, but also playing a little bit too close. They didn't have
MIB यार हार गई क्या?
heaven once they did take it.
MIB यार हार गई तो अपने को अगर जी यहाँ जीतती है तो we will get a rematch.
The positioning just wasn't there in time. Now we're going to see a low buy.
और वो rematch मिलेगी, rematch होगी तो अपने को पता है कि क्या होने वाला है. उससे अच्छा अभी हार लो, निकल जाओ. Let AJL get some chance.
How many rifles they picked up in just that round previous? 4 stack over here towards B early.
उनको chance का फायदा नहीं उठाओगे.
Boom bot nicely. And there's no sky there for GE, so he won't be able to get healed up as we go deeper into this round. You can see GE on the other side of things. They were looking to really punish aggression on the extremities, and this is a classic Patman move on an anti-eco, just walking straight through the middle of the map.
That dog might be able to spot him out, though. Sees him and rubs Fangir, getting the pick onto Patman, and again, the punish.
Yeah.
But these players, they're zooming into the safe side, trying to get it.
He is straight up not having a good time, bruv. Crystal gonna put the pit down. They're really trying to dig their heels in. Autumn is cripplingly low from earlier, and that's an operator going down. Showstopper going into the side, GE. This is a pretty big fumble after a massive thrifty in just the round previous. AG take a timeout and respond with one of their own.
Beautiful timeout call. Going all the way back, getting the read as well onto Patman. They've known and they've done their homework to see that his tendencies are to walk up mid. Getting that pick was beautiful. The re-clear shrimp, beautiful with the util as well.
I mean, I don't know, man. It's illegal as someone from Pacific to question Patman because he's just so good, but Yeah, some of the rounds this series, there's been
ये
some great
क्या
ones, there's
रिप्ले है
been
इनके
some
भाई?
not so great ones, and that one was unfortunately more of the latter.
वो एक क्लिप भी क्यों दिखा रहे हो
Dealt
आप?
with by Kira, GE. They do have a follow-up buy to this one. Autumn's found GRQ, but Kira able to safeguard ropes for the meantime. Oh my god, Patman has dodged the Trailblazer. That is perfection. Kira's found Harvey in the meanwhile. This is so disjointed from both sides, but Patman, a little bit unhappy with how that last round went, is starting to take this one over. Spike being picked up now by Crystal. As the Prowler hasn't cleared the buy. That's not the timing that Patman was looking for, and now we're into a 2-on-2.
Operator with knives online for Fangir if he wants to pop those.
That was bad.
The op and knives fight potentially here because Autumn's also set up. A lot of delay. The orb. Making sure that spike gets planted and just holding this right side of heaven. They're going to be able to spot each other out. The time.
Autumn, bro, do something.
Not seeing Jet's head. Autumn hearing those knives getting popped. A little bit spooked. Popping his. 2v2.
Oh, the drop down. Punished by Crystal and Pi under too much pressure there. GE able to pick themselves up another round after a little bit of an upset in the round previous. We, had some messiness, has to be said, but good recovery from GE.
You question Patman's timing. Look at that round.
That's what I'm saying. You can't question it. You can't question it because then he does this.
He dodged the dog through the smoke.
Could you ever tell him to stop? No. There is no stopping.
I mean, he wins rounds like that. I would never tell him to stop. The op online, though, for Autumn, going for an A Heaven pick this time.
Yep.
But Fangir is actually about to peek into it.
Oh, this could not be good news here for Autumn. Would be a cracker of a shot if he comes away with it, but that angle is far too favorable for Fangir. Udatan also spotted outside of A. Throws out his paint shells. He's seeing a lot of green on his screen, and I'm not talking about the new Shrek movie. Shrib now finds himself a pick, but he doesn't even clock onto the fact that Harvey's just TP'd into the back of the site, which is not ideal at all. Now GE definitely have a chance in this round.
Using that smoke, that dark cover, tapping the spike, trying to find any numbers advantage, anyone giving them that peek. But of course, All Gamer is going to play with so much discipline. Autumn, Fangir, going with that op. Spotting, not going to catch anyone off guard. Nice off angle here from Patman. Now the flank.
Op being swapped over to GRQ. They're going to kick this one off with the paranoia, and Kira will almost certainly dive into the site. Harvey can't see a thing, wants to play that close angle. He's been spotted out. The Cloudburst is maybe helping him a little bit, but not enough. Patman only able to come away with one, and that is perfection for All Gamers. Mana advantage, all the high percentage pieces of utility exactly where you'd want them, and as such, an easy retake. GE, I've got to be sweating now.
They got to figure out how to shut down Fangir, man. He's just been having such a good game, and he's won that op battle now 2 rounds in a row. Able to pick him off.
A timeout for GE here. Feels like we're going into the dying hours of this series unless they can show some resilience. Being a very, very back and forth game indeed against an All Gamers who look like they're in pretty good form. Like game against Heretics, I felt like I was seeing some good stuff for them. We've talked about how they've been pretty good in China so far. Great kickoff and just missing out there in stage 1.
For me,
go to another international.
For me, I'm really surprised with their map pool because All Gamers, they've kind of had a history of not having the deepest map pool, not the best at rounding out what they can play. But now we've seen their Sunset. We saw their Haven versus Team Heretics, which was one of those maps that we were really questioning a long time ago. And it's just so often now that we've seen their playbooks. They've done a really good job this off time when they did not qualify for Masters London. They managed to do a lot of really good work on their fundamentals, a lot of making sure they're studying and putting in the work to study and have these setups on these maps. And now 11-9. Kind of a weird buy, mixed buy here on the side of Global Esports. 2 rifles.
9-11 है guys.
Looking a little rough.
अभी पुलिस आएगी खेलने.
See what they can come up with. Quick one over towards the B side of the map. Fangir on the line, scanned out by the Horn and pushed away by the utility. That's a decent entry on in there for GE with a 1-for-1 onto GRQ. Kira on the same line, spotted out there. The dark cover Going to obscure his vision as Patman gets this spike down. Oh no, it's missed heaven. There is a bit of a gaping gap in the smokes there for GE. It's been thrown a little bit too quickly. Dink onto Fangir. He's lucky to be alive. I gotta be honest here. Yutatan not seen by the Boombot, but will be by the Trailblazer as he tries to zone them away with the satchels. Still a 4-on-4 here. AG really struggling to break through on this retake until Kira finds an entry. Great reply from Patman. That gives him the Nightfall, and I don't think that AG can complete this retake now. Shrimp's the only player high on HP. That's a decent angle for him to take that peek, but still not good enough.
Lovely
One
Patman.
tap in reply for Patman, and Fangir will get an exit, but that's all. He'll have access to double digits now for GE.
Fangir unable to get that first pick on B main once again. He struggled with that one angle throughout this game. And GE, they're really using that to their advantage, going really quick. I really want to see them do something similar, maybe on the A side with their gun buy, because it feels like every time they're on the Thrifty, they have a lot more confidence, or at least on the weird buy. And now going into this next round,
Yeah,
interested to see what they
literally.
change up here for all gamers. Fangir, he's had success in A, he's had
ऐसा
success
खेल रहे हैं
in
लोग.
mid. He's struggling a little bit just with that B main pick. When he falls
This
back
match
into
is
site,
not
he
fun.
manages to do a good
Not
job,
fun at
but
all.
then the setup just falls apart. He's staying towards that B. They're worried they're going to do that again, but instead it's a really fast A split.
Kira opens it up well. Yutatan down early. Autumn looking to try to follow up on the fact that they've lost the opening pick, but Shrimp has got Kira covered. Healed up in the corner despite the fact that he's vulnerable for the snake bite, and it's just not comfortable enough. Autumn, I'm surprised he comes away with that one. The satchel was definitely making him uncomfortable. GRQ smoked off for the time being. GE forced to slow this one down.
Slowing it down, trying to see if there's any overextension here from the side of all gamers. They're not going to give it to them though. Fangir has full mid control. That Prowler is going to get Shrimp. Nothing too crazy. Falls.
सो रहा होगा इसमें.
Still has a paranoia
Stream
online.
पे literally
Really
सो रहा
trying to
होगा.
get Shrimp to peek out of that corner.
इतनी
There
नींद आ
though
रही है.
towards A Heaven is going to get delayed as Bai puts up his wall, uses that molly as well, the snake bite. So much time wasted here. All gamers doing a good job of baiting.
They're well aware of where GE are. 30 seconds on the clock and you're going to go around the world to beat.
30 seconds.
I mean, they were just clearing out the flank, I guess. Both teams well aware of each other's movements here. Shrimps tucked into the back of the site. Bai with the jump spot will confirm GRQ. It's a little bit of a messy spray, but the paranoia looks pretty good, and all gamers peeking off the back of that. Series point for them.
Again, these setups from all gamers are so clean. I really like to see it off the back of those first initial peaks. I really like that they hear that satchel going fast towards A Heaven, and immediately the answer, the crossfire, Kira with that rocket, the setup as well with Shrimp, the healing through the snake bite, the satchel just to delay a little bit longer. No overextension here by Shrimp as well, enabling him to just delay for so long. Patman using all his utility to try to clear him out from sight, to try to bait some sort of peak, and it just didn't work. And now all of a sudden this last potential round, low buy, weird buy, forced buy from Global Esports.
Yeah, they're shoving their way through the middle of the map to meet up with Crystal. Yutatan is one off the showstopper, but he's lost Patman in the meantime. Straight through the snake bite. Rocket's out now, but he's been plucked from the air. What a shot from Fangir. And he's hungry for more. Didn't hit that one onto Crystal. He's just sitting in the snake bite. But we'll choose to meet up with the rest of the boys. All gamers on the brink of closing this one out unless you get something outrageous from Autumn and Crystal here for Global Esports. Heal coming through from Shrimp. Another warning shot from Fangir. GE just continuing to tap the spike, just praying for a mistake from all gamers, but nothing's being given here. Autumn on the line, dealt with by Fangir. All down to Crystal in a 1-on-4. He cannot see a thing. Needs to pick up the spike here. It's a high-low on one side, and op on the other side. And it looks like he's walking in towards his death. All gamers holding the line, chipping down at him. It's a nice double, 25 seconds now. And Kira and Fangir are going to give Crystal some respect and some space to work with. If he could get the spike and get the plant down, then he will actually have a pit, and this is a very winnable 1-on-4. This could be one of the best ones you've seen in quite some time. I cannot believe that shot hasn't connected from Fangir. Jump spot in from Kira. It's another fake plant. He's just peppering away at him. He has to commit to the plant now, and Kira will go on in, try to cancel it, and he'll be successful. It's an anticlimactic end there for all gamers, but good enough. And GE there, missing out on an opportunity to go through to that progression match, will be knocked out of EWC.
GE at least redeeming a lot of what they have, showing up really well this matchup. They just had that slow start versus MIBR and couldn't get the ball rolling, but this time they really put their all into it. But of course, 2 losses in this format and you're out. GE, they do get eliminated. Lots of stories around them, lots of interest, especially with the removal of their coach, but it doesn't matter because now they have a lot more to work on. For all gamers though, a beautiful ending here, a beautiful start, for their story for the rest of this game, the rest of this matchup. They've struggled to prove themselves. They struggled to qualify for Masters, but now they've won a game here at EWC.
And well earned, honestly. I think they probably
Well played, guys. Well played.
GE given them
Well played. Well played. Well
I
played.
think that the first series we saw from GE in this
Nice
tournament
try,
was,
GE.
you know, really nothing to
But
write
अभी
home
GE
about.
बाहर है
It was a good
टूर्नामेंट
game
से
for them. I felt like on both
and
maps they had the potential to close it out.
AGL
As
versus
I've said, also,
MIBR
we
होगी
continue to
शायद
be
अभी
impressed with what we're seeing from all gamers here. And as
परसों.
they move into the progression match, I mean, they're not going to have an easy opponent, but if they can continue to play as consistently as they have and hit their ceiling, they've got a chance at least.
Do you have an MVP? Because Fangear definitely won my heart over in the second half. That jet operator dominating the A side.
There's something about Russians, you know, like they all play like that. The ones that play jet, if you're Russian, you just do impressive flicks, have ridiculous movement. It's just outrageous to watch.
Insane aim, reaction time, and of course precision. They get the job done. AGAL, though, much tighter than we expected coming in today. You got to give Global some props on playing a little cleaner game. But can you talk me through this one, Athena? How do you finish the first half 6-6 on your opponent's best map?
Yeah, I think that was crazy. GE, they put up a really good
Yeah,
fight on
MIBR
the
versus
defense. It feels like a lot of the
Yep.
plays that they were making was
MIBR versus ये होगी अभी
lots of over aggression. It
AGL
worked
7
out
तारीख
really
को
well for them. Patman especially being one of those
and
key players
अभी
where if he dies the round kind
सवा
of goes
7 बजे
bad.
होगी
But if he wins, if he gets
Nongsim
those
versus
strikes and enables that confidence, he manages to get
Gentleman.
those 3Ks almost every single time. And it feels like for GE, they did a really
XLG
good
versus
job,
G2 है
a
अभी.
lot of adaptation and a
Let's
lot of
wait.
working the map to make sure they
Wait.
get that tie.
Yeah, I mean, they're very comfortable on this
That's
map.
really
Unfortunately, all gamers picked it for a reason, and I think they showed their quality yet again. Not an easy opponent for them on either one of these two, so well deserving of the 2-0. Scraped their way through the series, and look, I think that's going to just continue to make them better as they move deeper on in towards this group stage.
Overall, do you think the comps are going to stay the same? Do we see another split if
Well
AGL
played,
moves forward?
AGL. Well
I think the
played.
comps are
Very,
gonna stay the
very
same.
well
I think
played.
for AG
क्या
as
ही
well,
खेले भाई.
definitely keeping
बहुत
the
ही
side.
मस्त.
I mean, when you're playing on this attack
बहुत ही
side, it's a
कड़क.
defense-sided map, so getting
और
5 rounds,
GE भी
getting
मस्त
6
खेली.
rounds, that's actually pretty
Nice
good.
try.
Obviously, the more
बहुत
the merrier, but still,
अच्छा
those
खेली
5 rounds enabled them to
comparatively
actually get
पहले
away with
मैच
winning
पहले
a lot
दिन
more rounds on the defensive
मतलब
half as well. They've been
दूसरे
really
दिन I
good
mean
on their defensive side so far. I've really liked all
but
the
it's
swaps
okay.
that they've done. So if I'm
हार
AG,
जीत
I'm
तो होती
keeping this
रहती है
very
guys.
cool.
Hilski, this is the
इतना
end
आगे
of
आना
the
भी
road
बहुत
for
बड़ी
Global
बात है
Esports. What will you
है ना.
remember from their performance here in
एक
Paris?
दिन
I
हो
think this
सकता है
series, reasonably
ट्रॉफी भी उठा ले
serviceable, quite honestly.
बट होगा
It sucks not to
किसी
win a
न
map,
किसी दिन.
obviously, but I think both of the maps were winnable for them.
Let's
They
just
showed their
root
normal
for
level
them.
of
Let's
performance
just hope
coming out
they
of
win
Pacific,
some
but
great.
yeah, it's going to be disappointing to
Learn
walk
from
away
their
without winning a
mistake.
map here from EWC.
Firstly.
Definitely going to need to kind of retune things and refocus things
होगा.
as they head into the next stage of Pacific. And I think that there's going to be a lot of people with some question marks around GE, and they're going to have to prove a lot of people wrong.
It wasn't the most exciting way to finish, but if I'm
अभी
the
ये
coach, I am happy to
Nongsim
see my
versus
team not throwing away their lives.
जो
They're going to play the time,
एमेट होने वाली
secure
है
the win, and
वो
ensure
इधर
they
होगी
go
या
to the
उधर
next
होगी उसका
round.
आइडिया
Doing
नहीं है
so,
मुझे.
they're going to
मैं
make
अभी
another
स्ट्रीम डाल रहा हूँ BRB पे
$55,000
एंड
guaranteed for our Chinese
जब भी
squad. And of
मैच
course,
चालू
they're
होती है
still
अपन
in the
वापस
running to
आएंगे
make it to the playoffs. One
क्योंकि
more win,
अभी थोड़ी
and
सी
they're
नींद आ
getting
रही है
through.
मुझे.
And while you guys were casting over on
तो अगर
Global,
जाऊंगा
I head
कॉफी
up the
लेने
other stream. Guess what happened with the Heretics?
कॉफी लेके आता हूँ
You tell me.
very
या
All right, so game one, we're going
थोड़ा
OT, same time as
एक
what we're
पावर नैप
doing
लेके आता
over
हूँ
here on
फट से.
Bravo. Heretics walk away.
ठीक है.
Game two,
तब तक के लिए
No
dominant performance. America's looking a little
कुछ
sloppy
करके आओ तुम.
in the
Okay,
second half of
100
this
teams
tournament,
already
Athena.
qualified.
तब
Listen,
तक के लिए कुछ करके आओ तुम. मैं आता हूँ. फट से चलो
I'm ethnically European, by the way.
आता हूँ बीआरबी पे डाल रहा हूँ बाय नहीं
That's big for
बीआरबी
us.
पे डाल रहा हूँ एंड नहीं कर रहा हूँ
Já vai começar. Já vai começar. Já vai começar.
Já vai começar. Já vai começar. Já vai começar. Já vai começar. Já vai começar. Já vai começar. Já vai começar. Já vai começar.
Hello guys, we are back.
We going back to the
We are
classics
back.
like
We are back.
yesterday.
We are back.
The days before it was Lotus, Breeze,
And
Ascent over and over again.
I
wait,
think Nongshim are going to
अभी इन
find
लोगों ने
a lot
जज
less after how things went against G2. They want
Over and over. Going back to our first split,
ये
it
देखो
only takes 2 maps to
ग्रुप
do
सी
so.
ब्रैकेट
Taking a look at our map pool, we just witnessed our
इसमें जो एक सेकंड है गाइस आया मैं एक मिनट चाय दे ना चाय दे चाय चाय गाइस ये देखो ये ब्रैकेट सी है अभी नोंगशिम और जेंटलमैन की मैच है ठीक है इनमें जो हारेगा वो नीचे जाएगा और अभी दूसरे स्ट्रीम पे G2 और XLG की मैच चालू है इनमें जो जीतेगा वो इधर आएगा तो इसका लूजर इसका विनर इनमें जो मैच होगी वो उसमें जो जीतेगा वो क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा और इसमें जो अभी जीतेगा वो भी ऑलरेडी प्लेऑफ में क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा तो
economy on that
अभी
map yet. So
नोंगशिम
we'll
की
get a
और
chance potentially in this
नोंगशिम
first
वर्सेस
series, and of course we will go to
MIBR
Haven
की मैच है
as Gentlemates will choose
सॉरी
defense.
एमेट की
How do
मैच
we
है
expect it
माय
to
बैड
play out for
माय
our
बैड
South Korean team?
एमेट
Guys,
ने
get
ब्रीज
that
बैन
action
किया
started.
है
classic in
नोंगशिम ने
Pacific. It
फ्रैक्चर
gets
बैन
played
किया
a
है
lot of the
एमेट
times
ने
it's left into
लोटस
our
पिक
third
किया है
map,
पहला
and
मैप
Nongshim
और
know their way
उसमें
around
नोंगशिम
it.
ने अटैक चूज किया
Hopefully, I mean, I'm pretty sure they have
और
changed up their comp because in
नोंगशिम
Pacific
ने
there was some really hit or
सेकेंड
miss
मैप
havens,
हेवन
especially
चूज
when
किया
Ivy was on the chamber.
चूज
But I
किया
think
है
that Nongshim have kind of been
और
changing up their
एमेट
approach
ने
and ironing out some of the different
डिफेंस
roles,
चूज
and they've
किया
been looking better and better in general, not just on this map
स्प्लिट
in
बैन कर
particular.
दिया गया
Fans coming in, we got split out of the action.
सनसेट भी गया अरे असेंट आ गया माँ कसम
Even Ascent, no Breeze this time around. How do you feel about going to a game 3?
Yeah, I think this is like
Ascent,
you start to look at this. Talked about the fact
ठीक है
that Nongshim didn't quite
ठीक
go
है
on that sunset that
गुड
they thought they
मैप्स
would versus G2.
गुड
Didn't want to
मैप्स
risk that one again.
Knock their
Ascent is
गुड
confidence a bit,
मैप्स
maybe.
Ascent
हो
is
सकता
probably
है
a very neutral decider here. I think this is
मैं पोल डाल देता हूँ सो
aside
दैट
from the fact that no, I think this is about as like
एक बंदा कोई तो देख रहा है
Haven Ascent is like
तो
to me
उसको
the default 3 that you would normally play here.
वोट कर सका है वो कुछ इंटरैक्ट कर सके मेरे साथ चैट में तो आई विल अपलोड अ पोल
Oh my
रियल
god.
क्विक
Because it's different regions. I understand it's
Well,
really
okay,
different.
so
Like,
I
you
would
don't-
I would say Gentlemates only because Nongshim
क्यों
pre the role
versus
swap that they're coming into this tournament for,
and-
they were looking a bit rough.
Hey.
I'll leave it at that.
Nongshim is just an absolute
And,
Greek tragedy, as far as I'm concerned. Puckett.
and like-
They won the first Masters of this year,
Start the
and
year off
I've just watched them
Sure.
through the entirety of the Pacific
Asian
stage
selection
just
भी
continue to make
हो
very
गया है
questionable decisions
सब
and
कुछ
still look very
नहीं
competitive.
एशियन सिलेक्शन
In
अभी होगा
Equals, credit where credit's due, they've done very well for
मैप
themselves.
सिलेक्शन हो
They've
गया है
come in hot to this tournament. I think we're starting to
let's see
rediscover
let's
some
see
more of
let's see
that
guys let's
Santiago
see
form. However, I think Gentlemates will be well aware of that because, as I mentioned before, they were at that tournament. I'm sure they were watching Nongshim
Yes.
lift the trophy over there. They're going to know exactly what they're in for here.
This is also a
Let's see,
rematch
let's
from
see.
Santiago. Don't forget it's you know, I believe it's the upper quarter rematch here.
Yep.
It's Nongshim 2-0
It's been a
back
minute.
then. And it has been a while, but
Yeah.
I think Gentlemates have been working towards this revenge because
Yeah.
you know, they want to go over and get all the teams that beat them previously.
If you do it here, you are locking up some serious money. 90K is guaranteed in the top 8. That is what they're playing for as we take a look at our teams. Let's dial into a few of your favorite personas on the stage. We've got 10 fantastic players on the right side. Of course,
Hello,
you have
Asian
Nongshim
selection.
representing South Korea's finest. On the left, you've got Gentlemates, kind of a hodgepodge from all around Europe, a classic EMEA FPS squad. So as we take a look down the line here, Pilsky, walk me through some of the players and expectations jumping into this first map.
Yeah, I mean, for Nongshim, as I said before, they've already lifted a Masters trophy here in this current year. The second part of the year, the second stage after kickoff, not going necessarily so well for them. They kind of, after the Yoru nerf, have had an ongoing identity crisis. What I can say, though, from watching their initial game up against G2, is that Ivy has seriously recovered his form. He was absolutely unbelievable in their opening game here at EWC, and he's the player that I have my eye on.
Do you expect to see a Vice in this series? Are we going simple?
Yeah, on Lotus. On Lotus, I think that's where you're definitely going to see it, 100%.
And does that slow down a player like Martine or Mini?
Asian selection.
Martine, yeah, no, nothing slows down Martine.
Dambion.
Yes, and he's on the Neon. But Mini is just kind of doing his role there. I think he's going to be a little bit more sacrificial.
RB Zoman
and getting your head blown off and
perfect team hai,
you up, I don't
right?
think you really care too much. You just say,
Perfect
Martine,
team
take the
hai.
world and take us home, mate.
Francis choosing to go with the Sky and of course the
team
Cypher there for Bippo. So walk me through the agent picks. Do you prefer one comp over the other here?
They're both different, good at different things. I think that the Cypher offers you a lot of utility and information. The camp can be fantastic. The trips, as long as you're responsible about where you're putting them and they're not just getting broken by the Raise nade, can be very useful. Cage is worth its weight in gold. For the Vice, I think it's still good, but I think particularly on this map, you're seeing it so much that if you just keep placing down the defense,
Nongshim le जा रही है finals.
starting to get less value out of it than
Finals जा रही है ना.
Maybe the Cypher
Pure
trips you up a
shot.
little bit, pun intended, given that it's less played on this particular map. But then again, I feel like some of the Cypher setups are a little bit more straightforward.
चाय पीने आ जाओ guys.
Vice does seem like this.
नींद उड़ाते हैं अभी.
I would argue the much better ultimate here as well. But
तुमने तो मिला
I'm a
नहीं.
little concerned maybe for Nongshim, just
फिर भी.
because I saw General Mates play so damn good here.
Game is ready. It's time to jump into the best of three. This is your upper bracket final in Group C for a spot in the playoffs. On the mic, it's Avril with Pilsky. Pilsky, take it away.
I will. As we've just been told that there's a little bit of a tech pause elapsing in the server. Thanks, Puckett. He's really hung me out to dry here, but I'd expect nothing less from him, quite honestly.
देखो वीर भाई को मैसेज करते हैं. वीर भाई ने बोला था मैसेज करने. अभी वीर भाई को मैसेज करते हैं.
As we get ready to lock ourselves in for the Masters Santiago rematch. Last time these two teams played each other, because guess what? Neither team made it to London. But we have a very different story for how these two teams had their journey in Santiago. One of them bowed out instantly in playoffs, didn't win a single series, losing to both a team in front of us in terms of Nongshim and also AG. The other side, Nongshim, they won the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I mean, the quality is evident on both of these teams, but I think both of them have gone through a little bit of a downturn in form when you talk about going into the next tournament of the year, post-Santiago. Not only that, but I think both of them have gone and dealt with some degree of identity crisis. The change in the meta post-Yoru. Martine was phenomenal on Yoru, a carry player, as was Francis, and I think both of these squads enjoyed the fruits of how strong Yoru was in that current meta and how well they were able to play him, and since then have really tried to be reinventing themselves and see what they can come up with, and I think finally you're starting to see them these teams in better and better form. For Nongshim, some role swaps over there that I can get into a little bit more, but for Gentlemates in particular, Mini and Bippo swapping from Sentinel and Duelist respectively.
And people are quite down on Bippo, not gonna lie to you, coming into some of the big events. Bippo roll swapping over towards the Sentinel, allowing Mini to take that position on the Duelist away. And honestly, in that game versus Chile Gaming, a couple days ago now, Bippo did stand out, particularly on the Haven. Super active, very sharp, held his own, completely allowed and supported General Mates to get that very swift victory on those two last maps.
But वो उधर कैसे गया? उसको कैसे पता?
The three maps is because the permabanner breeze ended up coming through and much more comfortable.
नहीं, मंदिर का जो रूम बोल रहे हैं.
On the money for that particular map. Now they don't have to play for the series though.
अच्छा उधर.
Yeah, that'll help things out a little bit. Can still see some teething issues being ironed out here on the stage.
Yeah.
A little bit more time. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Very ready to get into this game here. You love a little icy stare.
He's about to give the camera a kiss.
Okay, don't lean in too close. It's a game of chicken. We're going to pivot that back away over towards Nongshim. Speaking of a man I'd kiss, X-Ross has been phenomenal this year as a initiator main.
पिघल
playing
पिघल
earlier
गई
on in the year, just really kind of
फ्री
pivoting
में
into
रख
that role for Nongshim and feeling, I honestly
अभी मत खा
seriously questioned
थोड़ी
it
देर
at the
में
time, but you cannot question someone that ends up going like plus 30 in a Masters Grand Final, playing a particular role and looking like one of the very best to do it. Since then, though, Nongshim have swapped Francis back over to that initiator role that he's very
अब
comfortable on, and Xross has kind of been flexing around a
कैसा
little bit.
लाऊं
He's been really piloting
मेरे
the
को
Phoenix
बताओ
quite
बस
nicely, and he's definitely been a bit more of a fragging force in an active duelist role on Nongshim that's been impressing me. We
मेरे को
already
खरीद के
knew that he
देना
could do
जब
that. He used to play the Yoru back in the day in Tier 2 and various different other versions of Nongshim, so
करने का
you know,
कंप्लेंट आया है
it's been
मेरे
good to
फोन
see
पे भी और
him
पापा
prove
के
that he
फोन
can do that on the Tier 1 stage as well. Definitely
करने
a very
करने का
exciting
फोटो आया है
rookie this year for
ये
Nongshim.
लिखा गया है सुबह से अभी तक फोन लेके बैठा है
Through our tech issues at the moment. I think it might have been Mini's PC there, not too sure, but yeah, for
ये
Nongshim,
पप्पा का
we've seen what their peak
तो
looks
सुबह से
like. They've
पप्पा
been
को
trying to get
हिलने
back
नहीं हो
there
रहा था
all
नीचे
throughout the
जाने
rest
के
of the
लिए
year. I think it
तो
really
अभी
takes a bit of
उसको
a toll on you
कंप्लेंट
to
आया
go
ना
from winning one Masters to not even qualifying to the next. So coming into this event, knocking down Gen G, very close game in that qualifier for those that missed it. Gen
हाँ
G, who were looking like they
तभी
would have
आया
been
तभी
a true
डाल दिया
force to be reckoned with at EWC.
अरे
Tell you
मैं
what now,
मेरे को
as the
इतना नींद
Pacific
आ रहा
teams
था ना
start to
पहले
fall
में
away from us all around us,
मैं
Nongshim
लिटरली स्ट्रीम
have to
पे
be
सो
the
रहा
team
था
to carry the mantle.
They do.
अरे सो रहा था स्ट्रीम पे तो
One of the only
क्यों ना
teams
मैं
from Pacific that seems to be
उनको
performing
दिख
at
रहा
this
है
event.
लिटरली मैं सो
Global
रहा हूँ
are gone. Paper X are gone. Nongshim,
RQ's gone.
yeah, RRQ's gone. That's it. I
चाय
mean,
पी रहे हैं
Nongshim, they're the last ones here.
अभी चाय पी रहा हूँ
And they're in some pretty good form.
अभी
So
चाय पी रहा
I
हूँ
have my hopes. I have my hopes that they're going to keep this trajectory going. They weren't really swayed by the fact that they had a pretty tough opening game, even
तो क्या
against
करना है
an
अभी
opponent that they'd already been able to get quite familiar with at some of
लेने
these
जाना
international
पड़ेगा क्या
events. And it looked pretty good for them outside of that one map against G2. I think that was a series of blowouts going back and forward. And I think this game is going to be
मेरे को
pretty
मिला
exciting
तो
once we finally get
मैं
into it,
जाऊँ
because
पर
stylistically, these two teams both
पर
like to be a little bit aggressive.
हाँ तो मैं
Nongshim,
मेरे को
they
जो
love to
आवड़ेगा वो
really
लेके
just do the
आता हूँ
same thing over and over again and challenge you to stop them. For Gentlemates, on the other
अभी
hand,
किधर
there's
टाइम
definitely
तू
some
आई
nuance.
कितने
I'm a big
बजे
fan of the
दिखाना
calling on Gentlemates, but you know,
मैं लेट
why would you not be pedal to the metal if it's working for you and you've got a player of Martin's caliber to back it up?
You got a player of Starzo's experience as well to lead the team. That's what I'm really looking for here in
ठीक है ना
terms of the
कोई ना
veterancy. Newcomer Prox on the
मैं
team as
देखता हूँ
well.
मेरे को जो पसंद आएगा वो लेके
Heavy the weight on his shoulders, I'm sure, for an all-important game like
मेरे
this.
को मेरी पसंद पसंद ही
I
नहीं
mean, picking up someone like Prox, pretty straightforward. You have a problem
यप
on your
यप
team in EMEA, just add a Turkish
इसमें
player.
क्या पर्सनल बात है ये
Somebody
तो
else has a
सबसे भी
problem,
चल
let's
रही है
grab
ना
another Turkish
More
player.
Turkish players, higher your win rate.
I don't think
बाय
he's really been blowing the doors off just yet.
Just
Not
ask
something that-
BBL, they're winning.
Not something that I'm super familiar with, because I'm more so a big fan of the SEA Tier 2 and the
क्या
Pacific
लगता
Tier
है
2.
गाइस
I'm looking forward to the play-ins in Pacific. I'm
मैं तो
sure
बोल रहा
Paper
हूँ
will be
नोंगशी
looking
मैच
forward to the
लेके जा
play-ins in
रही है
EMEA there. There'll be some
देयर इज नो चांस
you know,
एमेट को चांस
representatives
ही नहीं है और
that
नोंगशी के
Prox will
टीम
be familiar with. I
बिल्कुल
think
भी
I
नहीं
saw that he was on Enterprise. Someone will have to fact check me on that, but they are a team that, if you load up their page on VLR, there's a lot of green. They're doing a lot of winning over there. So I'd imagine they're probably going to be one of the teams you'll see in the play-ins once we actually head through to that in EMEA. But, you know, I would recommend you to watch the Pacific play-ins as a biased person.
And I won't stop you either. You know, you're not going to get the America's bias coming through that you would otherwise. Or perhaps EMEA bias. We're blessed that we got no EMEA bias on this broadcast today on the B stream.
Yeah. I mean, it speaks
not that
for
they,
itself
not that they
without-
need help, because they've been winning so far. That has so far, to me, at least looked like the region to look out for. I don't know what it is. EWC, EMEA really step up last year. Fnatic Heretics in the grand finals. That event really, I think, saved Heretics in many cases in terms of that particular roster finally finding success again after kind of being in the dumps a little bit. They did look good in the earlier match today as well on the A stream. Heretics did lose a map to AG, but otherwise looked insanely good, particularly on that final map. And to sort of give people a little bit of context on how things are going across both our streams. In Group A, 100 Thieves are qualified through. BBL, EDG still yet to play in the deciding game.
चालू करेंगे ये
Vitality
लोग
covered on the B stream yesterday. NRG unfortunately did not get that win, and Vitality 2-1 them. That was probably, I think, in my opinion, slightly biased from my perspective because we were on the broadcast here, but best game, best match of the entire EWC tournament so far. Now NRG and Carmine Corp, the decided game in the lower bracket. Now here we are in Group C, waiting for Gentlemates and Nongshim, the winner of which will qualify through into the playoffs. Loser will have to face up against the winner of Shilai Gaming and G2 Esports, which could end up being Gentlemates Shilai in a rematch, Nongshim G2 in a rematch. You guys obviously also saw the fact that MIBR was dismantled by Heretics. MIBR still need to play all gamers for their decided game as well. So we're nearly looking at our first 4 teams qualifying through. This is the only group that's still waiting on one team to qualify through.
Well, still figuring out a couple of issues down on the stage. Nongshim looking very relaxed indeed. That is, he definitely doesn't play like that, I can confirm. But that would be an interesting game of posture.
Relaxed in his lane. I'll forget the rest of the quote, but
Flourishing, thriving, moisturized. Definitely moisturized, these South Korean boys, I can confirm.
So ऐसी चेयर मेरे को भी होना, ऐसी चेयर होना guys, एकदम कस के बैठने को,
players to get locked in and
ऐसा चेयर
moisturized in their
होना.
lane. On the Gentlemate side of things, how good
टेक्निकल
would it be
पॉज है शायद,
for another European
गेम चालू होने
organization
के पहले ही टेक्निकल
to
पॉज
show
है.
up on the main stage for playoffs to play
तो
in front
स्ट्रीम
of their
राइट नहीं
fans?
किया.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they're going to have plenty of representation in the playoffs. So, I mean, quite honestly, would I be a greedy man to say, can we just have one Pacific team in the playoffs here at EWC? Can I just get a Nongshim win? I'm going to be biased and say that's what I would like. No disrespect to Gentlemates. I'm sure that they're going to fill out the stands if they do make it into the playoffs one way or another. They've got multiple lives, okay?
Billy never thought he'd be a Nongshim fan this event.
I love Nongshim. I have no idea what you're talking
he had
about.
so many Pacific teams he was going to go for, and he's, you know what? We're locking into Nongshim fandom today.
Yep,
He's been converted.
Yeah.
because that's the only Pacific hope.
I mean, they could be a
Bro.
frustrating team, that's for sure. And he definitely questioned some of the decisions. They figured out the meta at the start of the year, and since then it's been a lot of questions that Nongshim has had to kind of figure out the answers to. You've seen some role shuffles, you've seen players with up and down performances. So far, Nongshim have been on their best behavior here at EWC, but I'm wondering how much consistency there's going to be behind that, because they've got a lot of world-class teams sitting in front of them, and this is not an easy group. Like, this was a group where, you know, I don't think that there was a team where you would look at them as like, this is the best team in the world, but you have a lot of teams that are very good as far as I'm concerned, or have at least had some very good results in the past. G2, XLG continue to manage to scrape their way into top sixes.
Nah guys, Nongshim is not a joke. Nongshim के सामने
even if EDG is leading the
एमिट
way.
पर टिकना बहुत
And Gentlemates got to an international at the start of this year, as we kind of already mentioned, even if they did kind of struggle in EMEA. As did Nongshim, though. I think this event will be a good redemption for both of them, and a little bit more confidence if they do quite well at it as they head towards the tail end of the year.
Like a
दाम
fun
भी खा
fact,
जाएगा.
Of course, I'd love a fun fact.
the fun fact I have for you is so far in the group stage of EWC 2026 for Valorant, there's only been 3 eliminated teams. Do you want to know who they are?
I thought it was a fun fact.
It's fun for some people.
Who is it fun for?
Probably Athena if she was here. Probably Mitch Mann and Tom Biz.
All
Probably
right.
Kakugu would find it fun.
Okay.
चलो यार चालू करो बस करो भाई.
Let us all know
बहुत
quickly because
बहुत
the game's about to start.
टाइम लेते हैं ये लोग. एक एक मैच के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम लेते हैं. अभी खेलोगे तो 3 राउंड 9 बजे तक खत्म करोगे यार.
Come on to the train. Choo-choo our way into map number 1 here. Finally, the delays are over.
Okay.
No more waiting.
Finally.
Gentlemates, Nongshim,
Finally.
one Lotus.
Attacking side, Nongshim, no utility, 5 sheriffs. Absolutely classic, guys.
No classics to be found on that team. Absolute sheriff, guys.
Paranoia being held on front side of B main cam will allow Gentlemates to walk up towards C mount. They very much just have a trap in the middle of the map here. There is the one guiding light that Francis will have for 50 seconds. does confirm that there's at least one player on C Mound. The door gets opened by Gentlemates, and they're starting to make some movements in the middle of the map.
Okay. Nongshim ready to receive whatever that's going to come their way. If it comes at all, Gentlemate's going to be backing out a little bit. Starting to move over towards Waterfall. Nongshim taking advantage, taking control of the mound.
Yeah. Danby sitting outside of C here, seeing what he can fashion for himself. X-Ross picking up that orb. You could tell that Prox was thinking about ripping the Paranoia and sending all the boys in, but they're going to take the path of least resistance and sit on the stack over the top of the smoke. Starso not quite able to pepper down X-Ross, but Danby's getting caught in the corner.
They just leave Danby down there, and now they discover everyone's gone from Mount. It's B that's under pressure. Bippo walks away from that scenario. So it's a freebie. I mean, they saw that X-Ross was already through into the door. Now, waiting for the rest of Nongshim to show up, by the way. They're going to play majorly offside, actually.
Bippo working his way through A while the rest of Gentlemates trying to come in from Waterfall side. Haunt dealt with as X-Ross takes the next contact. He's got a couple of them lined up, and it's a nice multi-frag on the raise.
अरे बीपो का गेम था.
He's got 1 kill so far, 2 versus 3, and maybe the Sheriffs will just do the work for them. Prox will reply now in a response. Both of our Nongshim players stacked up together. A shot will be good onto Prox, but it's actually Prox and the Omen, the young rookie of Gentlemates, showing a big time 3-piece to start out on the pistol.
Lovely round, I mean.
Defuse. Get himself to from the shadows. I mean, it's not much of a choice.
Good round, good round.
Theft, but you'll take what you can get, and a pistol is definitely what you were looking for as Gentlemates here.
देखो ये जो बाल है ना मेरे.
When you're late to the buffet and all you have left is Nero theft and from the shadows, you say, well, man's got to eat.
Yeah.
Fight जाओ
Try, but it's something.
Fight जाओ.
Another guiding light there coming off cooldown for Francis. Threw his first one over towards Seamount, but that was not enough. Danby going down early on in the piece, and Gentlemates.
Oh, the force up.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Guys, you're here for pure entertainment. This is exactly what Nongshim do.
The G2 stingers are coming out. Nongshim just beat that team, and they're thinking, oh, let's steal some strats. Not going to reveal it too early here, though. Massive stack up, put onto the test, is going to be mini. Oh, he's been taken by the dog, he's stunned, but he's still got shots in there. Nearly got a double kill there. Courtesy of X-Ross, so he will be able to get the trade into 4v4 now.
X-Ross बहुत low है.
Caught out in the open, but the rest of Gentlemates trying to peek off the back of his contact. It's an absolute mess on the B site here. Jumping right click from RB down to 20 HP is Prox, but it's another 3K. What a massive step up. He's 6-0 for Gentlemates here to give them the first 2 rounds in the exact same scenario on that B site.
Wow, and now you're starting to look at this economy once again for Nongshim. Took a bit of a gamble there. 5 Sheriffs round 1, 5 Stingers round 2. I'm afraid it's going to have to be 5 Classics round 3, Mitch. Or not.
No, not for Nongshim.
Not for Nongshim. You know what? Danby, you buy that Bucky.
This is what they do, man. They buy Sheriffs, they buy a Bucky, and they see what they can get done. In their vintage Ascension run coming up into Tier 1, they were just running havoc on the Tier 2 teams. And look, we're a long way away from that, but old habits die hard.
Stacking up Big 5 again. Danby leading the way. Nothing close in terms of Yuto coming through from the Cypher, but Bippo says, let me just introduce you to my judge instead. Martin Bippo ripping another play in Francis.
Nah. They're actually playing too confident right now. थोड़ा बैकस्टेप खेलना चाहिए. मतलब पीछे खेलना चाहिए. बहुत ज़्यादा रश कर रहे हो लोग.
Particularly great, and it's a little bit of a jiggle.
बहुत ज़्यादा रश कर रहे हो.
Out there for Gentlemates. I'm loving the way they're peaking together right now. They look very in sync. And Nongshim, I wouldn't say they're looking disjointed. That was only a pistol round, and a lot of these XVXs in the first 2 rounds have gotten quite close, but the spacing and the trading from Gentlemates is really tight so far. They're looking very switched on.
ये ज़रूरत ही नहीं थी.
I think it's really important to employ that kind of play style against a team like
Danby बैठ गया भाई थोड़ा रुक जा.
Always going to be aggressive.
थोड़ा
Going
रुक
in
जा.
together, they like to play, you know, 1-4s or 5-0s. As you can see right here.
Showstopper round, ready to go for Nongshim. X-Ross, he wants it. Oh,
shot
that shot on the Outlaw. The rocket will not land. It is just going to reveal a little bit of the positioning. Nongshim working the way through a tree into the arms of Mini.
Lovely.
Get on to X-Ross as well. We're getting on site for the rest of Nongshim. Danby.
अरे Danby.
A double there. How about the transfer? Not too bad at all. Francis still alive for the rest of the team. We'll go down now to Prox 2 versus 3. Prox will
Dambi
finally
is
lose his
set,
life.
bro.
7-1, still a good scoreline, but now
Dambi all set.
the last one standing falls and Nongshim get there first.
Yeah, RB off the side of the rope, finishing that one off.
Dambi नहीं रुक रहा अभी.
Who were probably a little bit
Dambi
disappointed that
रुक
they
नहीं रहा
pulled the
अभी.
showstopper out there, expecting Gentlemates to be deep down fighting towards rubble. Instead, the rocket connecting on not much, but it did open up the rest of the space for Nongshim to
ये
open
क्या
up the
ही
door.
भागा है भाई वो.
Just go straight into A, where they had a whale of a time.
And back to C we go. Yeah, quick one onto A. After multiple rounds heading on the opposite side of the map. One away from the Seekers is going to be Francis here as well. Instant flash in and around the corner is going to be X-Ross.
Dambi running on up.
क्या बोलते हो guys? 13-3 हो रहा है.
And after a little bit of pressure
13-3 हो रहा है क्या?
Nongshim gonna make their way back towards spawn. Ivy was wary of maybe a push towards the middle of the map, and Nongshim changing things up here.
मैंने पोल डाला है guys. पोल पे वोट करना and स्ट्रीम को लाइक करना is important. ये हमें पहली बार ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली वॉच पार्टी. And it's actually going good. So, like करना is important. Nah, help me.
But doesn't end up being a kill for Nongshim. The opposite ends up occurring. Instead, Darby just missing out on opportunities time and time again to find this opening that Nongshim desperately needs. Not getting anything. It's Gentlemates looking for the flawless.
X-Ross कहाँ दिख रहा है भाई?
A player of his caliber in excellent form at this event. This is too much for him to do. Will be a defuse for Gentlemates. So Ivy looks for a couple of exits again at the ends of these rounds. Gentlemates are peaking so nicely together. One player just jiggling for the other. And of course they're up 4-1. Like they're looking fantastic.
Nongshim अभी अपनी पैसिफिक की एक अकेली होप है. So let's see.
Coming through from that drop, but RB just doesn't get the opportunity to land any effective shots. Same thing could be said for Darby, who just sees bodies from Gentlemates crossing in front of him. And on the opposite end of things, Gentlemates, every single kill required, leaving Ivy.
Darby का वो double pick fail था.
Still get to get a kill, by the way, for Mr. 0 and 4.
Fail double pick था वो.
Prowler dealt with stuff, so feeling out the offense. It's usually been pretty quiet on front B, but this time Nongshim a little bit more active, baiting out a seize and a paranoia. Gentlemates pulling the trigger on a couple of pieces of util a little early.
ऐसा ना हो जाए भाई. मी नहीं है. I am out of station. Out of station म्हणजे?
But it's going to be a slow.
क्या मतलब out of station?
Prowlers out first.
घर पे नहीं है क्या तू?
Really close to this one. Wants a piece of the action. He's going to be one away
कहाँ पे है
from
अभी?
as well. This one could get bloody. We'll get bloody quite quickly. Prox.
पावसाळे में घूमने गए क्या?
No paranoia, unfortunately. Boombot to lead the way, and he's spotting all the players. Francis will get one back, but Martin is simply better. Gentlemates rip away the opportunity that Nongshim have for themselves. Look at all those red X's in the pillars.
Star B, similar to Ivy in the last round, he has been very clutch in the past for Nongshim, but this is an excellent setup.
मार्टिन ने 4 लेके गया भाई उधर. मार्टिन घर ही नहीं है. मी मौसी. ओ मौसी कडे गेलाय.
They're getting everything done with the
कुठे गेलाय पण ते कुठे असं विचार. किधर गया है?
I don't even feel like a lot of the
मौसी के पास है पर किधर गया है?
Like they're honestly just brute forcing Nongshim, which is exactly what Nongshim are usually good at.
ऐसा दूर है क्या?
It's just simply one Boombot, and then Starzo using his own life to give the opportunity to.
Okay, कोई ना. स्ट्रीम देखना फिर. स्ट्रीम देखते रहे.
The triple player threat from Nongshim there as he head into our first timeout. Nongshim need to think about where their problems lie. They've only got the one round so far, and that is not good enough.
जी बहुत गंदा आ रही रे.
Still plenty of opportunities.
जी बहुत गंदा आ रही.
Nongshim know their way around Lotus.
मतलब बहुत अच्छा ट्राई किया था.
Let's see what they can come up with, but it's not going to be easy, especially at this point in the game. You're already
2-0 हार के गई.
Gentlemates have had an excellent start. They've got great bunny. As mentioned,
EWC में एक भी मैच नहीं जीती.
So that's one big ult for Gentlemates, if not multiple that they probably have access to at this point in the half, given how kind of dominant the last few rounds have been.
But अभी मार्टिन मार रहा है Nongshim को, and that's very bad.
That was a dominant win for General Mates versus Shilai Gaming,
Let's
proving
see.
again why this
I
is
hope
the
Dambi
map.
थोड़ा जाग जाए. Dambi की जरूरत है अभी.
What we got here for
Nongshim को.
Nongshim, pretty broken by one stinger for Dambi. Overdrive ready to go as well. That might just have to be the tool for the round. A lot of spam coming on through downstairs for General Mates. They suspect something is up here. It's quick movements from Nongshim. But even quicker now, the response.
भाई
Proxy
ये
not
क्या
far there
एक्ट्रेस
as
पे
well.
चढ़े हैं
Ivy
भाई.
just cannot land a shot. And no issues here, Martin and the rest of General Mates only losing many. All too happy to get those kills.
Nongshim are just getting battered here by Gentlemates.
They are cooked,
Not even
guys.
allowed
Cooked.
to get onto the site in any of these rounds whatsoever.
पक गए अभी
Consistent
वो
on
लोग.
front B. As soon as they
Literally.
open up the door, it's an overdrive and a showstopper with a
भाज
parry
दिया
and
उनको.
a
भाज
nuke
दिया.
dumped straight on the heads of Nongshim. Perfect coordination here for Gentlemates, just all moving so cleanly in tandem. Really well drilled unit right now on the defense.
The only thing to be said there in terms of a silver lining for Nongshim, if there even is one, is that Gentlemates used 3 ultimates. It was a pretty low buy for Nongshim, so now the Red Force are hoping to get a starter here. Dambi again. Tricky shots, but he'll at least get the 1-to-1 there. Starzo responding.
Dambi क्यों कर रहा है ये Dambi?
Now France is under pressure as well. Starzo's looking
Dambi
for
को third map लेके जाना
Doesn't quite land
चाहिए.
its mark, but Martin has sights on RB. Now it's just Francis and Ivy on their lonesome, and the money situation is terrible on the flank, is potentially Mini as well. Nongshim are stuck between a rock and a hard place, I'm afraid.
It's not going to be easy. Francis should just go down here. Easy operator pick there for Mini, who's got them pinned into A lobby. Spike dropped on the floor. And Ivy, I mean, best case scenario here, feels like he'll break the donut, but outside of that, this is not going to be a round that goes the way of Nongshim, and that's not even going to be the case. Off angle from Martin. And the rounds just continue to look easier and easier for
13-3 उल्टा हो रहा है guys.
If it wasn't for the 1 assist for Ivy, I'd be
13-3 उल्टा हो रहा है.
being hired as the new James Bond 007, but
बहुत गलत
a
खेल
little
रहे हैं
more,
guys.
but Nongshim are at least
बहुत ज़्यादा
one
गलत खेल.
round. Ivy on that 1 assist. That was a gun round though after a pretty broken buy previously, and now I'm looking back over towards more broken buys, unfortunately, for Nongshim. Dambi still with the opportunity on the overdrive.
Yeah, another one of these half buys that Nongshim are always dangerous in. And as you mentioned, Dambi looking to get on the front foot here with the overdrive. In goes the guiding light and the relay bolt, but the trips are looking pretty damn good here, and the defense even better.
Corners check करो भाई. ये जानबूझ के थ्रो किया जा रहा है. ये पक्का जानबूझ के थ्रो किया जा रहा है.
It's not going to be good enough for Nongshim.
1 versus 2, the clutch opportunity starts to look a little bit more possible, but he has to get rid of 2 of these players, and 1 is right there. It's going to be an ace. He's looking for it. 6 bullets in the chamber here, and RB will not, as Martin triples up again.
So consistent on these multi-frags here. We know just how good Martin is.
Nice try.
Sometimes needs a little bit of help from the rest of the boys. But when Prox is having a game like this, and previously on this map, you've seen Sasso even lay down 20 in the first half.
ये क्या ही एंट्री था Dambi.
I mean, it's a classic.
Dambi नहीं सोच रहा भाई. Dambi सोच ही नहीं रहा. वो बस खेल रहा है. भाग रहा है इधर-उधर कुत्ते जैसा.
I mean, 5 an ace. It would be outrageous. 4
ये करके क्या ही होगा Dambi.
A clutch ace would be
थोड़ा खेल
ridiculous.
ले.
But the belief was certainly there. Do we believe that Nongshim can recover anything now in this half with 8 for General Mates? Because that was the closest that Nongshim had to a round outside the actual round that they did win quite some time ago. Seems like it's well and truly in the past and in the history books.
Gentlemates very committed to this A rubble control. Are starting to rotate away now. Starso as well as Mini. Maybe trying to clear the middle of the map. That's really nice from Prox to just bait out the Vice wall. But Ivy not too perturbed by that. Wants to try to keep this one in check. The Boombot will confirm that he's inside of lobby.
Here we go, prepping the paranoia. Same couple of Cypher trips that we've seen a number of times now.
ना वो सब सी पे
5
पी
seconds
पी
here,
और
still waiting
पे
to go on in. B's also nicely covered, especially with the door tap. That's what Nongshim are looking
Bad
for.
read.
Make sure that
बहुत
General
गंदा
Mates
रीड है ये.
are going to
फिर
be
से हाक
holding
देंगे.
further away from the map, but they execute finally going on in. Flashes are good so far. Darby just wants to walk straight into the cage, and Bippo says thank you very much. That's going to be a free double kill plus an arrow theft and a sliding shot as well. Bippo with the triple here, and Nongshim only get 2 kills out of all of that.
They didn't even hit the trips, Kev. Like, the cage setup was nasty. The counter utility was perfect. These setups for Gentlemates are perfection.
30 seconds left.
Look at those cages. Bippo is a dirty man playing up on top of the double stack. Gets himself a freebie, backed up well by Mini in the back of the site.
Spike down. C.
These players on Gentlemates are playing perfect defense on Lotus.
Dangerous map.
डैमेज थ्रो कर रहा है भाई, पूरा थ्रो कर रहा है,
But for Gentlemates right now,
हर एक राउंड वो थ्रो कर रहा है.
barely working actually. Just having fun at
लो,
this point. His
अभी ये जरूरत ही नहीं थी.
nice double rocket for rocket trade. It's always a fun one to see in the kill feed.
2 on 4. RB has to be the hero yet again here because Francis has been caught with the spike.
Spike down A.
How many times must we task RB with some kind of outrageous 1v4 ace? He's spotted out on spawn side. Bippo tapping away, but cleaned up by Starso and Mini, who peek out from main side. Double digits for Gentlemates. They've got 10 rounds. I'm not even sure if this has been going for 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is, I mean, turn off the HUD here. Looks like MIBR versus GE all over again, I'm afraid. Where is Nongshim right now? Not alive on Lotus. Maybe hopes for Pacific will no longer be alive after this series as well. Still a best of 3, of course, but this one is starting to look like the writing is indeed on the wall. The best scoreline that Nongshim can get now, 2-10 in the first half. And they'll buy together what they can.
एक भी टाइम आउट नहीं निकाला देखा अपने उन लोगों ने. इतने 10 पॉइंट जाने के बाद भी लिटरली 9 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है उनमें. फिर भी उन लोगों ने टाइम आउट नहीं निकाला अभी तक. So I really hope they are doing it on purpose.
Lucky to get out of that. A big swing come through Nongshim.
क्योंकि ऐसा अगर खेलेंगे तो नहीं होगा भाई. नहीं हो रहा भाई.
Finally pops in the overdrive. Steel Garden from the attacking side as well. They got to walk into stars, so he's been stripped away from using the judge. And now finally, so late into the half, Nongshim with a player advantage and a plant.
I mean, it goes without saying it's a must-win round. If Bippo 1v3s him, it's time to back it up. He's going to walk in. But Danby smartly positioning over towards Heaven side. It's going to be really hard to break that and the crossfire towards B main. And with the guiding light clearing out Waterfall, I think they're going to be well aware of where Bippo can be coming from. They're going to force him to tap it.
Who's ready to swing? Cage will make things a little bit more interesting at least. And Bippo, all he hears is just shots flying in from all around. He'll get Ivy down, but he's only got 2 HP. Your time is very quickly running out. And like you said, the crossfire is going to be up and available. I don't think Gentlemates will be too upset though. 10-2 is still a grossly one-sided scoreline.
Absolutely. Nongshim have got a lot of work to do here, and Gentlemates will be thrilled with how this has started.
Nah.
EMEA teams
I really hope they are doing it on purpose. Because ये बहुत ही बुरा है, ये बहुत ज़्यादा बुरा. Danby तो भाई.
So you know that they've got the right mental and the resilience to claw their way out from a deficit.
समझ नहीं आ रहा bro. क्यों ऐसा खेल रहा है वो?
Gentlemates are playing here. It really just feels like a matter of time. Like honestly, even if Nongshim has
only 4 kills भाई first half में.
All you need is 3 rounds to close, and you know, you've got Martin in this one. Prox seems to be having a good game. Like it's just going to take a couple of individually good rounds for Gentlemates, and they'll just win this game.
Prox was 7-0 in the first 3 rounds.
ये क्या ही मार रहा है भाई वो 4.
Experienced player with a decent amount of pressure on him is already fragging out of control. Nongshim outside of RB looked like they were asleep at the wheel.
मैं तो बोलता हूँ अगर थ्रो ही करना है तो हर एक बंदे को एस दे देते.
I'm afraid even if RB won the ace clutch, how many more rounds would Nongshim really have gotten here? Well, I'll tell you the good news. They've gotten more than XLG got versus Gentlemates on this exact same map a couple days ago. That was a 13-1. So far to 10-2. And as we come back from, very soon that is, from the halftime, boy oh boy do we need a giant string of defensive rounds for Nongshim to even begin to think about the possibility of maybe swinging this one to
Yeah, I mean,
घटिया
this
गेम प्ले,
insane team
बहुत
that
ही
goes on
ज्यादा
streaks
घटिया
sometimes.
गेम प्ले,
It's definitely possible, but
लिटरली घटिया
you'd
घटिया,
be a fool for not backing Gentlemates at this point in the
बहुत
game.
ज्यादा घटिया.
It's looking like Lotus is theirs on a silver platter, but as all things start, we
उधर
need a pistol
कास्टिंग
here for
का
Nongshim to start to say this game could get a
टॉक
little
चल
bit
रहा है
more competitive. Because
स्ट्रीम
I
ए
mean,
पे,
they're liable to force in the second round. We've already seen that. There are
तो उधर स्विच भी नहीं
some
कर सकते
ecos here.
अपन.
If they
लेट्स
lose
सी
the pistol, they
क्या
might win
चल रहा है
again.
क्या
But when
नहीं.
you've got a team that's already on 11, at some point they're just going to get an ult cycle in, or someone's going to go berserk, and that's going to be the game being over. So must-win pistol here for Nongshim. Get a little bit of a fight over A to start this one off.
चलो गाइस, राउंड 2
Okay, well, camera already starts to spot
मीन
on the aggression coming through from
सेकंड
Nongshim.
राउंड. अभी साइड स्विच हो गई है, अभी देखते हैं.
An orb over to Darby so far. Guess what though? B has already been overtaken. Now the pistols start to ring on true. It's Prox and Bopo again. How about another 3k pistol for Prox?
Time to wrap it up. And think about Haven. Ivy, 1v4 yet again. They know that he was the player over towards the C side of the map. They've cleared out all of B. They've got this deep off angles. It's a little bit of a crossfire setup off of Mini. Pippo just waiting for his time to peek as the Chickle comes out. And Ivy really just posturing to see if he can earn any more points towards the steel guard, but with the knife out and the wrap from Starzo, Gentlemates are all over everything. They have the entire map, and Nongshim have nothing.
RB's 10 to 12 right now, kills to deaths, and that's the best scoreline for Nongshim. But it's worse from there.
Waste of game.
As you look at the actual score of the map itself, 11 to 2. I believe the math is correct. What does the Stinger force on the defense look like? We're about to find out, I think.
Not good. Not as good as on attack, that's for sure. They're probably going to buy Sheriffs and armor if I was to know Nongshim.
क्या करे भाई, 11-2 लिटरली भाई, एक राउंड नहीं निकाल पा रहे वो लोग.
Camera spots 4 people outside A. We don't go A.
No way bro.
Here we go.
नहीं यार,
Something good for us. Razorvine can only do so much here. The fast lane covers the angle and lets everyone else slowly walk on in. Well, those Sheriffs slowly making their way over through the spawn as well. Trip's going to mark the long flank angle coming on through. Bippo up to defend against that.
Trailblazer going forward here. And Bippo with the Vandal might have been spotted in the corner. Doesn't seem like Nongshim are aware of it. And even if he was, Gentlemates all ready to swing off of that contact. Jump spot from Danby. Already punished. Paint shells actually forcing Gentlemates into a bit of an awkward fight. But we're looking towards Waterfall and spawn side for Nongshim to finally have some success here.
Still 3 players up for Nongshim. This is getting a little bit awkward for Gentlemates now as France is looking for opportunity. It's a good play! But only gets 1 kill so far, and Ivy, unfortunately, he was on site, but it just doesn't get his one. Leaves 2 players live for Gentlemates and a map point now.
ये लोग कॉर्नर्स क्यों नहीं चेक कर रहे भाई?
That got a little bit dicey towards the end there, but Gentlemates still 12.
तीसरी बार हुआ है उन लोगों ने कॉर्नर्स नहीं चेक किए, और वो भी डिफॉल्ट कॉर्नर्स है. ऐसे भी नहीं कि कोई एकदम हैवी वाला कॉर्नर है भाई. ये तो चेक करता ही है, ब्रॉन्ज का प्लेयर चेक करता है हर बार.
Like I said, the only thing about this,
मतलब मैं ब्रॉन्ज का प्लेयर हूँ, मैं खुद चेक करता हूँ हर बार.
That's genuinely the only thing.
Great, thanks man.
That's what we get to compare.
हम लोग डबल पिक देते हैं
But Lotus is looking like
हर
a
बार.
no-go for any team against
पता नहीं क्या खेल रहे हैं, मतलब ये आई थिंक ये जानबूझ के खेला जा रहा है ऐसा, क्योंकि नोंगशिम के पहले मैच में तो ऐसे नहीं थे. बहुत प्यारा खेले थे पहले मैच. अभी पता नहीं क्या कर रहे हैं लोग. कैम्बी तो आई डोंट नो व्हाट इज अप टू ब्रो. Literally भाई, literally.
Mathematical sense, but more in like the spiritual sense.
Spiritual? Yeah, look. There's going to have to be some soul-searching done after this game for sure. RB's starting to think about where he wants his monitor. He doesn't even know anymore. Nothing's working for him. Another timeout for Nongshim here.
11-13 RB. I believe get 2 more RB. Let's go neutral at least. Let's break even. We're going to ignore Ivy's scoreline there. We'll just remember the good times when he popped off versus G2.
I mean, before that, he had a struggle-some kind of stage in Pacific. So, look, a little bit inconsistent, unfortunately, as Gentlemates have wrestle control of a lobby. That's a little tickle from Danby as Mini follows that Prowler into his death. Nice opening pick for RB.
Needs one more, then he goes neutral at least. We're not going to look at a negative score line. Dumby doesn't quite land the shot he wanted.
नहीं हो रहा. चलो
So we'll slow
13-2.
this one down slightly. Dumby just still checking. Yep. Gentlemate still over on rubble. Bippo exploring mid, by the way, for what it's worth.
No way ये 13-3 हो रहा है. No way ये 13-3 हो रहा है.
He's done it.
No way ये 13-3 हो रहा है but उल्टा.
That's all we need.
He's doing a good job here, but RB, nicely done. The ace earned.
Wow.
That's
My man.
that's a wooden spoon prize.
हंस रहे हो?
Let's be honest.
नालायक हो.
Hell of a round for RB.
हंस रहे हो?
That's what he always does. RB
Face मार
always
के.
turns on the heroics when Nongshim are down and out. Usually, it ends up putting.
स्ट्रीम को भी रोग आ रहा है उनको.
Circumstance where you have a little bit of faith. In this case, I'm not sure that he earned himself in tree and just every shot connecting perfectly on the Guardian. That is delicious.
RB giving us the best 1v9 performance ever. X-Ross now looking to help the team out if he can as well.
Nice shot.
Martin on just the pistols already
Nah,
responding. By the way,
क्या
this is
trade है
only
ये?
pistols from M8. And now they're upgrading. Nongshim, come on, you got to be doing a little bit better than this one. 2 rifles now for Prox and Starzo as they start to make their way onto C.
Neural Theft coming out and Cage to
W ult.
Gentlemate's trying to get a little bit of a feel
W
for
ult.
where Nongshim are
Very
positioned as the spike
important
starts to
ult.
go down here. Danby is still sitting on this outlaw line. From the shadows punished as Starso continually tries to get this spike down. He'll finally be able to do so.
Once RB, and if RB goes down, the round is probably over. Prox still holding that position, making things annoying for Francis at the moment. But there's a shot from Danby. Play advantage. Not
Nah,
quite found,
W.
but will be able to get one
Lovely
back.
round.
Tell you what,
man.
Danby and Francis will get the 2 required. Man, Francis waited a long
Yeah,
time
he
before
तो
he got
खेलो,
that kill
यही
over towards
खेलो.
Mound. We might have hit
This is
12
the
for
round we
Gentlemates,
need.
but Nongshim's deciding just to give us a little bit more.
Yeah, they're working their way into the series.
यही खेलो, यही
It's a bit
खेलो.
Sesame Street-esque, you know. Counting one at a time.
Read करो उनको, guys.
I think that's a relevant reference because it's like
You guys are
they're
better
coming back to
player
life
than
here.
this.
The coffin's open, the count's out.
Better player than this.
I think even if they don't get Lotus here, though, it's good to win some rounds on the tail end of what is effectively a pretty big stomping. Make them feel better about coming into Haven. Like, Gentlemates are a bit more mortal than they've been so far.
Just a warm-up map for Nongshim. Sadly, it will cost him a map in the series, but gonna move in quickly this time around. Ivy
Lovely Ivy.
will at least take down Martin first and foremost. Prevents the TP from landing through as well. Prox to respond onto Ivy. 4 versus 4 now. As many will get another one. What else can we get here?
Stop it.
Nongshim, who's still waiting for RB to make
Picture
his
jacket,
way
stop
if
it.
possible, but because mates haven't
Ah, no.
planted yet, RB is now moving over towards
Wait.
the door.
Well,
Plant
from
pivot.
Francis, he's taken a lot of health away from Gentlemates here. Trailblazer going
lovely.
forward. Really being patient with that one. See if he can finish off one of these players. Let's not forget it does 30 damage. X-Ross knows that Gentlemates have to put the spike down here, and the Dark Cover will give them a little bit more space to do so.
He's still got the blast pack as well, so that even might deal enough damage to potentially finish off a player waiting for the big flank. As RB is saying, I'm coming in fast.
Nah, lovely round,
Here
Ray.
we go.
Lovely round, GG.
For Starzo will still get RB. He would have to clutch it, but it's
Lovely.
not gonna happen.
Every
As
round.
Nongshim gets 5
I
Sesame
hate you.
Streets, what he was talking about earlier. That's me adding on to that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that. What character do you identify with, would you say? I feel like I'm definitely an Ernie.
I don't live in a garbage can, so not Grouch.
No, actually, I'm Oscar. That much is obvious. Get a timeout here for Gentlemates.
That's respect.
Yeah.
Real talk. You're 12 and 5 and you're going to
Hey,
time
you've got
out.
2 timeouts. You may as well use one of them. Get some coach input. Nongshim are
coach is
giving
like-
you some problems.
Coach is like, all right, so Haven. Don't even worry about this map. So Haven, guys. Start the coaching for next map early.
Nah. Nah, look, you got to give
Welcome to the stream, guys. जो भी कोई नया आया है लाइक करना चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करना क्योंकि अपन फाइनल तक वॉच पार्टी करने वाले हैं एंड टू वॉच इट विद मी यू गाइस विल नीड नोटिफिकेशंस एंड सब्सक्राइब करके नोटिफिकेशन बेल को दबा देना और मैंने चैट में पोल डाला है जो कोई भी नया है प्लीज अपना ओपिनियन चैट में डाल देना कि कौन जीतेगा लग रहा है क्या लग रहा है एनएस का कमबैक होगा ये मैच में आई डोंट थिंक सो ये तो फेक कमबैक है अभी नेक्स्ट मैच में कुछ तो करो लाइक दे विल
So that was the Impact Ultimate taken off the table. Bippo though, that's some pretty good sharp shooting so far.
Nice shot.
Doesn't realize that Xros already
Nice
has the angle covered, so no
Gambi.
Fox and Stars are left alive. And
अरे नाइस राउंड 12-6 कर दिया भाई 12-6 कर दिया भाई 12-6 कर दिया हाँ
as soon as you get excited about a Nongshim comeback, they're gonna lose.
I'm gonna hold my tongue, but these have been good rounds.
Until I see the 12-12, I'm gonna stay calm. It's good reaction from Darby though. Of course, timeout. Not just for that round, but
अरे ये क्या ही
to think a little bit about the guy.
ये क्या रिप्ले दिखा रहे भाई ये लोग एक किल का रिप्ले दिखा रहे
Look at the stack of ults on Nongshim, by the way, got 4 there.
Op is out for Danby. He's going to have the overdrive to be able to try to complete one of these retakes a little bit more comfortably. I'll be looking for some information. Being away, didn't see any of the players here on Gentlemates as the Prowler leads the charge and confirms that Xros is sitting in the baby door. Oh my god. Rocket straight on in, opens up this baby door here for Gentlemates.
Paranoia was perfect there, brilliant play. And Danby waited till the last moment there, but will be able to stop himself and get blown up by the boombot as we move over towards the A site. In response is going to be RB. Seeker's coming on through to start revealing some positioning and allowing that flank to come on.
Nah, nice shot, Danby.
The one's getting all the kills so far, leaving Gentlemates down to only 3 players, no plant yet. And
lovely.
Continue this operator carnage.
And Bippo on his lonesome. Not much to do here at Rubble. Spike dropped on the A site and 40 seconds to work with.
Don't tell me ये उन लोगों ने जानबूझ के थ्रो किए थे इतने 12 राउंड.
But maybe not in the way that he would have liked. Cage going out here as Bippo waiting for Nongshim to kind of overcook this one.
If that's what it is, then my god.
So Bippo well aware that someone was trying to give him the runaround.
No TP sadly, but he does have a smoke available. How badly do they want to chase this one? You got good money here, to be honest with you, but yeah, time's gone out. Nongshim will respect it. Mates will walk away with 1 gun.
Showstopper invested, and it doesn't end up working out for Gentlemates. That timeout they took earlier would definitely have been where they discussed what they wanted to do in this round. Nongshim all over it and not really needing to burn that much. Like the strat worked. That's a classic, like in the coaching booth. Okay, we found the exact pick that we were waiting for and looking for, and then got battered in the 5-on-4.
And that was just clean. Love to see that, but
don't play the rest of it.
12-7 starts to look like a respectable scoreline. I'm going to say that much at least.
Yep.
If it wasn't for the fact that mates are already on 12, you'd be thinking, it's quite a competitive map so far. We wanted to see quite a string of rounds for Nongshim on the second half, and they are delivering that right now. And Danby, he's unspotted in how far...
Danby, nah, lovely Danby.
Ivy's gonna fall, but surely Danby will get the clean. He might even get a secondary on the other side. He is so good. The sheriff so far, but doesn't realize that Xros has also joined the party, leaving Stars now.
अरे क्या निकाला है भाई ये?
He's got some great time.
भाई ये क्या?
Francis gonna get caught as Starso creeps behind them with the stinger. Francis checking the back lines.
Lao भाई lao.
Xros very badly needs to convert this kill. Prowler just left clicked here by Starso as Xros buying time. The C's will connect onto him, but quick on the Phantom is Xros. 8 for Nongshim.
Wow.
This is a bit of a streak they've got going on here, Kev.
This ramen is taking a little while to cook, but I'm smelling it right now, and I'm getting my taste buds ready to go. Nongshim starting to make a believer out of me with these rounds coming on through.
A hell of a shot from Mini there. That's not easy at all.
No.
ऐसा लग रहा है
Listen, Gentlemates
उन लोगों ने
have an
जानबूझ के थ्रो कर
overwhelming
दिया
opportunity to win this map, but
12
Nongshim, minimum, right?
अभी वो लोग इतना ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस में
Mental
खेल
belief
रहे हैं
back in. But regardless of what the scoreline looks like going into Haven, Nongshim will say, well, we started to make that comeback happen.
Oh, time to simplify this one for Gentlemates. Run at Ivy. He's 5 and 17. Surely we can crack into this C site here. Dark cover's given him a little bit of help, and he has a steel garden to work with. In goes Mini. Arcrose was popped, and in comes the showstopper to help him out. Great defense from Nongshim.
And that's both the players breaking the sheer utility that makes it onto site. They get cleaned up at the same time. Darby now really slows things down. Gentlemates just can't walk on a site. Paranoia just giving Bippo a bit of problem here as well. The rest of M8 stuck.
Spike
One
dropped.
enemy remaining.
Ivy's peeking
Is it
out.
flawless? Is it flawless?
Yeah, they're just getting, well, not quite. Prox, credit
Prox.
where credit's due. He's having a fantastic game for himself. Danby looking to charge him down hand in hand with RB. 9 up for Nongshim. Wow. That was a hell of a round. They just put up the wall everywhere.
And you said, let's simplify this one. 5 up, run at Ivy, see what happens. And what happens is 2 players make it past the sheer wall. Ivy holds his own. X-Ross drops a rocket on the other guy.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it's 5v3.
I mean, you can play this very, kind of lone player setup when you do have the raise rocket in the middle of the map on the rotation. That's exactly what you want to do with it. Some people will take the rocket and go fight C-Mound or Rubble, but when you're that player that's on the rotation at the raise, it really just simplifies a flood retake. You just rip the rocket and you go for it.
Might need another timeout here. Last time I was joking around like, yeah, whatever, fellas, we're up so many rounds.
I think this is it.
This time it's like, no, actually, guys, we got to win this last round, please. What's happening?
Guys, this is the EMEA. Let's not make an embarrassment of
This
ourselves,
is
okay? Let's just get
this
this
is
one done.
very very good match, guys.
Guys, we're up 12.
I'm really happy that
Nongshim is getting a
मैंने
lot
चाय
of
पिया
momentum
बहुत
here.
खुश हूँ मैं चाय पी के
Way too
नींद
much
हटाई
momentum
मैंने
here. 3 away from giving us an
तब
OT. What a
क्यों guys
wild
अगर
comeback that would be to give us an OT after a 2
अगर नॉन्गशिम यहाँ हारती भी है ना तो
broken money for
सेकंड मैच
Gentlemates as well.
में वो
I don't
लोग
think you were believing for
हल्के
them,
में
but
नहीं ले
I
रहे
see
वो
a
लोग
twinkle in your eye. You know,
Emmet
I told you from last round that I was starting to...
Emmet is not gonna take
Run
take
was
them
starting to make a
lightly
believer out of me.
if यहाँ हारते भी
1-4
है
here for Gentlemates. Not a good buy for them. Faint shells will push Bippo
W
away as he
is
tries
image
to obscure their intentions with the cage and the camera, which he's using to get a little bit of a feel of how much Nongshim are defending a Rubble, and the answer is, well, not a lot. Gentlemates will take that space for free.
Mini up first. Overdrive looks good so far, but he needs a target.
Ah,
Gets it onto
lovely
Arby, who
damage.
actually walks on forward.
Mini
The overdrive at least shut down here.
lovely
Now
Mini
they have to come on through and help things out.
That
for
was
Gentlemates.
good,
So we have any
actually.
upgrades. Just 2 guns so far, but it's 4 versus 3. All 3 from Nongshim coming through from the top.
Yeah, Nightfall picked up off the back of the plant there for Starso, and Gentlemates playing this one very safe, all turtling because they know the Steel Garden will come in and they've dodged it perfectly.
Here comes a Nightfall. That's a perfect response.
Again,
Doesn't get to
WI.
least the 1 player there, if not 2. What are Gentlemates going to do about this one? Playing it passively. No one's tapped the spike here. Francis! Okay, Bippo gone. That evens up the numbers, Martine. Cheeky paint shells straight onto the spike. But you gotta start thinking about peeking this one. Shot to come on through, you'd hope. Oh, it's a 1-for-1. 2 players left on both sides.
well played well
It's not
played
gonna work. Is it 1 versus 1? No, Ivy versus Prox, and he's just gonna defuse. He's just gonna defuse.
He just sticks it all the way. Prox a little bit too far out of position outside of the
W
door.
round भी
And that's double digits for Nongshim. A very tentative standoff. You got very, very nervous for Nongshim after you saw that entry on the overdrive and the follow-up sheriff shot. They had a really good post plan for themselves. And as I said, they played around the Steel Garden perfectly, dumped the Nightfall on Nongshim. They did everything they needed to win that round except win the post plan.
nah I really hope
Safe,
NS
honestly,
wins
with
now
this setup.
I really hope
Dude, Prox is what he couldn't get through the door. He couldn't get through
बहुत
the
आगे
door.
लेके आए हुए
Closed
NS
on him. They closed on him as Nongshim closed the round out on him as well.
nah NS
Money's at least
जीतनी
back in
चाहिए
the
भाई
hands of
अभी
mates.
The door was closed on Nongshim.
बहुत
They
आगे
are
लेके आए वो लोग
battering it down. Slowly
NS
but surely
जीतनी
is
चाहिए
hanging on by the
seriously
hinges. 2 more needed to push us through into OT, and then they seriously have a chance to step into this one. A little bit of a fake pump on the C site there for Gentlemates, trying to bait out some kind of a reaction. But they don't see
वुमेन
anything
की
from
अल्ट आ रही
Nongshim.
है
Trailblazer has cleared
आरबी
out
की
all of that A space.
आरबी की भी अल्ट है फ्रांसिस की
Nongshim
भी
said
अल्ट है
we will rebuild.
क्लोज है
Fortress
मतलब
is looking better and better round by round. A little bit of swapsies with the guns here as Mini wants to be the fast guy on the entry.
Yep. Guiding Light going to confirm there's still no one outside of A for
ओके
Gentlemates.
सी पे एंट्री
Will
ले रहे हैं
retake that space. I'd imagine that
100%
both Starso and Mini will try to apply some pressure to this C site with that smoke on Waterfall. TP will fake out that Gentlemates are trying to actually commit to this C site, and it has drawn a rotation from
अरे
Nongshim.
माँ
Pressure on
कसम
Exros
Okay,
now.
look at this though.
अरे ये क्या रोटेशन है
Exros in a great position, like you said. He is up first, and he's got a freebie. Doesn't quite double
लवली
up for
रे
the 7-2
एक्सट्रॉस
kills for
अरे
Francis.
माँ
We'll find the
फ्रांसिस
two that Exros
फ्रांसिस
does
हो गया
not.
अल्ट पे
And now
ले ले
Francis tripling up, leaves Starzo on an island, and hello, 11 rounds. Nongshim looking for that OT. They better take us OT now, because I'm going to be pissed if they did this level of comeback only to lose the next round.
This could be the fakest comeback of all time, but Exros has got a massive smile on his face. Little bit nervous to only go 1-for-1. Probably could have got more done there, but Francis, the hero of the round, knowing that Gentlemates wouldn't be expecting that Sky so close on the rotation, they thought it was the solo
मार्टिन
race.
ने हगा अभी देखा
Not quick enough
मार्टिन
for
ने
Bippo.
नीचे नहीं देखा
Each transfer
कॉर्नर
from
चेक नहीं किए
Francis.
भाई ने
Been
पर
seeing
चढ़ा
those
तो
kind of shots come out from Nongshim, even in the G2 game, and now there's only one round left of regulation. How have we ended up here?
Seekers ready, Martin.
भाई ऊपर चढ़ के बैठ देख देख रहा है
Early control,
अरे
TP in there for Prox.
लवली अल्ट
Response against the Prowlers. They're all
अरे
gonna
नहीं रे
In comes
Here's
the
the rocket.
in comes the showstopper here. Martin looking to zone back Nongshim. He's got a lot of time.
अरे
What a shot from Francis, doubling up, continuing his good form from the last round.
Ivy as well to Bippo. Numbers are running dry here. Prox has gone. Starzo dead as well. And RB will send Nongshim into the overtime. Comeback has been secured.
what
I think Gentlemates are shitting themselves. I'm not gonna lie. That is not the position you want to end it up in.
nah
Only needed
W
one
redemption
round in
भाई
that second half of regulation to get
वाह
this one
भाई
across the
क्या
line.
गेम निकाला है
What a
नॉनसेंस
resurgence from Nongshim. It's just been perfection on the defense. They are pumped up.
Hucker's been waiting on the sidelines for
nah
about 12 rounds now, thinking
भाई
it was over.
12-2
These aren't gonna hold out
comeback
much longer.
He's going to have
He's
to
getting
wait
on a bit.
a bit
12-2
longer because
comeback to OT
we are locked into this map now. Into the OT. If you only watch the first half, you're thinking, all right, it's done. There's just no way, dude.
कसम
How do you get 10 rounds in a row as Nongshim Red Force after going 2-10 in the first half, losing the pistol anti-eco, putting yourself at 2-12, and you're like,
12-2 वालों को हटा क्यों रहे चैट से
I think
हैं
Mates needed to level one
देखो
on the defense. That's where they really messed this one up.
that's the thing.
Sorry.
12-2 वालों को हटा रहे चैट से
Nate's
सीधा
got 11-1 versus XLG and they won off that, but I'll tell you what, 10-2 is not good enough.
No.
10-2 is where 10-2 is where you unfortunately fumble it.
Unlucky.
देखा इधर का भी चैट हटा
Nongshim,
दिया
full momentum with you.
10-2 था शायद
The last
इसलिए हटा
representative
रहे
in Pacific.
हैं ये क्या
One
बात
of
हुई
the
मतलब
most unreal comebacks in regulation I've seen in quite some time. Can they close this game of Lotus now? Gentlemate's not happy about how this one is
ना
unfolded.
नॉन्गशिम जीतनी
Looking
चाहिए
to
भाई
challenge A early on, but
लिटरली
given
भाई
that round
बहुत
control, Nongshim on the
बहुत
other
आगे
side of
लेके आ
things
गया ये
gonna take Mound
जीत
and
जाओ
look to potentially crunch
जीत
the
जाओ
door in the
एमेट
middle of the map.
एमेट की वाट लगा दो भाई बस
Genoma's defense was perfect. I mean, both defenses were really where everybody
Dambi.
won their rounds.
come on Dambi
Dog is the only thing that gets caught by the trip here, and okay, Bippo, you would like to
Lovely
get that kill
Dambi.
Darnley, but he's just a little too slick for you.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit lucky to be alive. But that is Darby's neon movement. They haven't checked Starso in the baby door. And that is a bit of a problem for Nongshim, who now start to get the spike down. Mini next up to bat. Only going 1-for-1. Darby on the front foot. Almost good enough. Francis now. This could be another heroic play for Nongshim Red Force, but the swing from Francis is better.
well played रे
Gentlemates, that's their first round
Well
in 10
played.
rounds in a row. They finally break through in OT.
We're going about to do about 10
Well
rounds of
played.
OT because everyone's going to win their defense and not win their attack. That's probably what's going to happen here. Nongshim going to be called up to the plate again to get their defense sorted. Man,
And it's
Stars
winning.
really did wonders here. But that last one be won
15.
as well. Trust in the rookie. Prox has got to get it
Archie.
done. pressure on his shoulders, and he delivered that one. As just about almost everyone is starting to go positive in there. KD's now on the side of Nongshim after all of that. Darby up to sniping.
Yep.
Looking for his first target.
Operator on the line.
W.
Goes the smokes for the attacking side. They've already been thrown out, at least on the heaven side for Prox. Danby back for a second, helping.
Nice
Backed up by
shot,
X-Ross.
X-Ross.
Looking like another OT now, unless we can get a really nice 3-on-5 put together by Gentlemates.
Now they know where Darby is, but they don't know where RB is. Paranoia in play as well. Does make a catch, but Starzo is right around the corner. And doesn't get two here. Bippo on for a singular more, and wow, Bippo's gonna make this one interesting. 1 versus 2. Nongshim have to be at least a little bit careful right now. And
Lovely ray.
Ivy
Lovely round.
back in terms of kills. Another 2
गाइस
rounds
क्या
of
मैच
OT.
हो रही है ये 10-2 कमबैक भाई
Honestly, it's the best game I've seen in quite some time.
10-2 कमबैक टू OT भाई
I am down to go for like
वो भी
4
दो OT भाई
OTs. You know, that MIBR Heretics game was
13-13 हो गया अभी
I'm not gonna lie, this one has potential to be better.
भाई NS जनरेशनल भाई लिटरली भाई सल्यूट है
Just
भाई
mobilizing themselves super well on the
पांचों प्लेयर
defense
को
here.
भाई
Mixing in the operators.
4
on
राउंड्स
Danby.
निकाले भाई
Something
बैक
that he
टू
wasn't
बैक
doing
10
when
राउंड
Shiro
निकालना
had
है
their Santiago run. It was always Francis
easy
to wield that weapon. He started to move it into his repertoire.
I'll tell you what, the winner of this map is whoever can figure out their attacking side the quickest right now, and while Darby is just straight into Starzo's face. Last time we saw this, Starzo did so
Lovely.
much, but now it's all Ivy, it's all X-Ross and the rest of Nongshim. Can they get this attacking side in the OT done? 4 versus 2. And if they can do this one, Lotus may just be theirs.
It's looking good for them, but they're pretty low on HP, and that's
Arre.
where Martin can maybe capitalize. Traded out by Danby, and now Bippo tasked with another clutch here for Gentlemates. Spike has been established. He knows that Danby is over towards the B main side of things. Gonna try to get the half inside of the cage, but the spam through from Danby is good enough. Nongshim
अरे माँ
with their
कसम
first map point here.
नहीं रे माँ कसम नहीं
Took 14 rounds to
ये
get there.
जीजीज हो गया भाई
We've
मैं
arrived.
बोल रहा ना
Like I
15-13
said,
जीत रही है
the defensive side, no question.
NS.
Both teams have been fantastic. It's the attacking end that's been the biggest problem. So the fact now that Nongshim have found an attacking side win, as long as they can make sure the defense is once again solid against Gentlemates, the map goes their way, and you got to start thinking about the psychology here as well. The mental of Gentlemates might be shattering a little bit, but of course another opportunity.
lovely nade
Shells to come on through. Martin and Prox opening up the first 2 kills so far as Starzo gets the third. Gentlemates, brilliant player advantage. Ivy, he's put into a clutch A scenario before, but it looks like we're going to another 2 rounds of OT.
Spike planted.
100%. What a haunt from Starzo. Scans the entire team.
ये मेरे को ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है जानबूझ के किया जा रहा है ये
Nightfall invested. Dodged nicely by Ivy, but let's be honest, he has no business winning this round, and Starso is just looking to add insult to injury on the off angle here. Phantom spray battle goes the way of Ivy, but the wraparound from Martin pushes us into yet another OT.
Bad prediction, guys.
Who can
नहीं हुआ
their
15-13
attacking side? I know both teams just won their attacking side.
अब नहीं
Last
प्रेडिक्ट
2
करूंगा
OT,
बस
but
हो गया
so over the trajectory
14-14
of this
हो गया
entire map so far, it's been the weaker side for both of our teams. Like I said, that Hawk scans 3 massive amounts of information.
Player standing.
And RB trying to be a little bit tricky, keeping inside of his own smoke. Not going to get enough done there. And obviously Ivy.
भाई 14-14 लिटरली भाई नहीं रे भाई
Brand new round here. Brand
इधर से
new
निकालने
OT
चाहिए
round
भाई
number
बस
29 by
निकाल लो कुछ भी
all around the
नहीं
pillar
निकालो
side of things. Big paranoia. X-Ross taking advantage of that situation right now. But in comes X-Ross off the blast packs, and Martin will trade one back via the pink shells. RB through the boxes. 2 players left to play. And now it's a 2
कसम
versus
क्या
2.
डैमेज किया है वो
Earned himself another paint
एमबी
shells,
को
and from the
ठीक है
grave,
हिले
picks up one more. Martin giving Gentlemates a chance into this round. The Trailblazer trying to figure out where these last players of mate
Reload कर ले
really lie. Guiding light with the double peak is punished heavily by Gentlemates. And they're back on map point now.
15-14
Seemed like a self flash there, unfortunately, from the sky.
I think they were just trying to peek with it. Like, they were both low on HP. Martin must have done like 400 to 500 damage there just by himself. First paint shells comes out.
That was
He
close.
gets that pick. He gets another paint shells off of his secondary kill, and even though he gets spammed through the box,
Martin is good with his
he's
nade
well
bro
and truly won the round for
बहुत
Gentlemates
बढ़िया
there.
खेल रहा है वो नेड से
There we go, pumped up. Good to see the spirits are high. Gentlemates match point again. Match
ये
point,
क्या
I should say.
स्टैट्स है भाई, क्या स्कोर है
2
ये?
rounds in a row of heavy aggression over towards rubble, then over towards pillars. This one starts to look a little bit slower.
Door opened. Operator out
Okay,
for
अभी
RB,
अब
and he's
slow
been able
खेल
to
रहे हैं,
get himself on this pretty deep line.
अभी
The
slow खेल
rotations
रहे हैं.
coming out for Nongshim. Trying to back up Ivy inside of the C site, and they're pretty well timed. Guiding light is dodged by Prox, who may take some space in the middle of the map now with Bippo.
Okay, that's an aggressive smoke coming on through. Prowlers over towards C as well, dragging attention to that side of the map. Arc Rose will confirm the information as now just a sheer wall to be diffused before mates walk in.
They're going to pivot B here for sure. Like, there's no way they don't. I know they're sitting in the high-low. They've put a lot of pressure on this C site. A minute on the clock. Gentlemates have got to make up their mind here.
That got info. That was really good for info coming
Nah.
from Francis.
He entered.
Start committing over towards the side. Both on Neon's getting
Lovely.
close so far, but Ivy responds just a little bit more. 3 versus 4.
He's at it.
Bristol there for RB. You called the pivot. It's going to be late into the round, but it will happen. RB's going to fall off a little bit to build time for the rest of Nongshim to maybe appear through the door.
Nice pick from X-Ross. Trailblazer confirming that Starso is in the middle of the map. They're going to tap the spike on B and pivot to A. They know that RB was over here. I'm not sure they know that he has an operator. There's the cross from Prox. There's no smoke for Starso to cross here. Almost gets caught with the spike.
Saw the player though. That's the important part. Operator now revealed RB on the top side of the map. Prox waiting for him on the other side. On the long flank is going to be X-Ross as well. RB's the only player that's really marked for the time being in terms of his approach.
Don't wait
Numbers
2v4.
very good and even
W.
better now for Nongshim.
Okay.
That's the 30th round, looking to go
Tazo.
Nongshim's way. 30 rounds is the record so far for EWC for this year's event in terms of how many rounds we've played. And it looks like we might just go a little bit deeper still. Stars are 1 versus 4. And now that the defuse has been tapped, he has to go in, but a double face will make sure that he will not. Round number 31 here.
15 guys, 15 मार्क कसम भाई. अजय भाई तुम चाहिए थे अजय भाई. अजय भाई I'm missing you अजय भाई. I'm really missing you अजय भाई.
But they never pivoted B early enough. It felt like they were kind of split 3-2. You could still see the 2 players inside of door when they try to commit into C.
अजय भाई आप चाहिए थे इधर. ये विटनेस करने के लिए चाहिए थे अजय भाई आप.
More rotations for Nongshim, and that's where they can potentially.
No way.
The C trade didn't go well enough for them to pick up the pieces.
I think the numbers was pretty bad as well. I mean,
Too
they
choker.
ended on B possibly, but they weren't sure about RB's positioning there. They
Too
thought
trash.
that, okay, 30 seconds left to play through. Might have time to do a final rotate, fake out the B, buy a bit more time. But honestly, a 2v4 is a hard ask in that scenario.
Very tense on the stage here. It's been a crazy game if you're just tuning in, by the way. Nongshim were
निकाल दो
at one point in
NS.
this game down 12-2.
NS निकाल दो भाई.
10 round in a
मेरे
row
को
coming
चाहिए
back to
NS. ये
overtime,
मैच
and
जीते
now
भाई.
we're
ये
just
कमबैक के साथ भाई.
in a bit of a goat rodeo.
Generational comeback होगा ये literally. 10-2 से.
Bloody enjoying it.
We have 13
12-2 से.
rounds yesterday with NRG Vitality that started with a 0-7 lead.
What was the MIBR Heretics game? I got to double check that because that had a big OT. That one was 16-14. Okay. We've beaten it.
We have had 2 games go to 30 rounds.
I thought it was more, but yeah, you're right.
We're officially up for minimum 32 now.
Yep.
So this is officially the
वो लोग
longest game.
वो लोग शायद हाइड दे रहे हैं उनको 12-2 बोलने वाले
So
को.
far, if you only look at the OTs.
What a treat.
Ignore regulation, fellas. This was a bit of a weird one there.
Okay.
Very much picked up his performance. Had a bit of a rough start to this game. Big rotation in Gentlemates here. So many players on this C side. This has been a stronghold, especially with this particular setup. Nongshim have already seen this so far.
There's no cages this time around. The cage was such a big part of it last time around. Many
क्या smoke का?
out. And Darby's just got 2 so far. Good response from Bippo and Mini, but it's still player advantage. Nongshim, it's Starzo, the final player, and he's getting spammed out in waterfall.
उधर ही है.
Might get a kill onto RB.
Lovely.
Darby with the quad here that will give Nongshim 16.
16-15.
Okay, from Darby there, and Nongshim.
16. मैं तो बोलता हूँ 20 तक लेके जाओ. इतनी जल्दी नहीं, ये तो क्या बहुत जल्दी हो रहा है ये मैच. 20 तक लेके जाओ. 20-20 कर दो, फिर 22-20 जीत जाओ. Nongshim 20-20 कर दो. थोड़ा बड़ा मैच रहेगा, मतलब वो लगेगा कि भाई क्वालिफाई कर रहे हैं लोग.
to just go and hit the same site that they've been
20
getting
20 कर
battered
दो.
in. They don't ever let that shake them. And now on the defense, they're looking to close.
What a close that would be for Nongshim to come back from such a deficit, one of the biggest deficits I've ever seen at this level of professional Valorant. Starby on the op again. It's been in the hands of RB.
अरे मां डैम्बी.
That's your entry player gone.
The Horde does not scan him.
क्या
It's too far
शॉट
away. And now
है.
Darby on another off angle could continue to take the second round here for Nongshim. He just got a 4K.
This might just be over, folks. Extros on the Bippo as well. Martin, the only response, he had double paint shots on one of the winning rounds for mates before, but it's all Prox. The rookie has to do it all. And for Nongshim, never say never. Don't tell me the odds. Prox as well, living by those words. Currently, it's 1 versus 3. But Nongshim only need one more. But this last one is just
चुम्मा गेम रे.
eventually the cracks
चुम्मा
will break.
गेम.
The dam will burst. And damn B, that was good for Nongshim to bring this comeback to fruition.
That is unbelievable from Nongshim. And you can only... I can only imagine the mental harm that's been inflicted on Gentlemates there. I mean, they're
अरे literally mental harm. अरे अरे कोमा में चले गए वो लोग. देखो अभी देखो हार्ट हैंडशेक देखो अभी उनका. नहीं हैंडशेक अभी तो बाद में.
I started standing next to you guys round 15. It was 12-2, and I was ready for Gentlemates to celebrate on that stage. Instead, it's the boys from South Korea showing you that they have arguably the strongest mental in the game right now.
They do.
A ridiculous run. But was this Gentlemates playing with their food? How do you not close this out? Is this
Say
just
something
we
dumb,
don't have an
kid.
answer on attack?
I mean, at the end of the day, like they don't have a comp that necessarily combos ults, and even like when they do have one of these positions where the raise goes forward,
लोग words में लिख रहे हैं उनको भी हाइड दिया जा रहा है. 10-2
there was probably a lot of
हाइड
rounds
दिया
where
जा
they
रहा
would
है.
have necessarily like just wanted a more vanilla round to get it done. I think most teams
10-2
probably would have, but if you watch those defensive rounds for Nongshim,
चालू है माझं. चालू आहे.
Admiral, you were saying like this
हात दाखवला मी. हात दिसला नाही.
Everyone would have been saying that was over because you don't see a 12-2 comeback where the team that only has 2 rounds then has to win 10 straight rounds in a row, then take it to OT, and then play. How many OT rounds do we get at the end of the day? 8 OT rounds or something like that?
Don't make me do math.
Not doing
To then
it.
do that
Sorry,
again,
sorry.
where the attacking side was the weak side for
क्या
both
कमबैक था
teams.
भाई माँ कसम भाई.
Yeah, Nongshim
नहीं यार ये generational comeback था
I
भाई.
haven't seen a comeback like this before.
You called out Ivy.
मैंने नहीं देखा भाई. Seriously मैंने खुद ने नहीं देखा comeback ऐसा
Who
कभी.
really was the one setting the early
ऐसा
picks
comeback
because
कभी
it
नहीं
seemed
देखा
like
मैंने.
they had man advantage at the start of nearly every round there.
But for Nongshim or for
Yeah,
Mates?
Nongshim in the
For
second half.
Nongshim, I mean,
RB.
Yeah, RB. You got to look at Danby, of course, on the neon. You saw that, back to back. He had a 4K in the penultimate round, and then in the last round, the opening 2 picks with the operator as well as Gentlemates contact up C. He really kind of shuts the door on any hopes for Gentlemates there.
We just saw a Hodor situation. Nongshim could finish 2-0. They just kept it available, and now
वीर
we're
भाई,
going to see a second
वीर भाई,
game
you missed a lot वीर भाई. बहुत बड़ी मैच मिस कर दिया आपने. बहुत बड़ी मैच. Literally generational match miss कर दिया आपने.
So I'm looking for Gentlemates to come in with a vengeance for map 2.
Bilski, when we come back for map number 2, what should the fans be excited for?
जय भाई को भी बोलता हूँ रुको.
Exactly what they just got. Like, honestly, that's it.
We're going to a quick break.
अजय भाई,
Come back.
अजय भाई हो किधर? अरे बहुत बड़ी मैच मिस कर दिया अजय भाई आपने. बहुत बड़ी. एक जनरेशनल मैच भी मिस कर दिया आपने. भाई बहुत बड़ी. जमा तो आ जाओ डिस्कॉर्ड पे चर्चा करते हैं. बहुत मिस किया आपको अजय भाई. लिटरली भाई. फक बे क्या मैच था ये. क्रेजी शिट ब्रो. नो वे भाई. मोड्स उनके मोड्स रपा रप हाइड दे रहे. रपा रप हाइड दे रहे. लिटरली भाई क्रेजी. लिटरली जो ये देखो ये लिख के दे रहे ना उनको भी हाइड दे रहे, अभी इसको लकीली नहीं मिला होगा बट दे रहे। अच्छा अच्छा हाँ, ये देखो इधर गया एक। भाई क्यों, किस लिए पर, लो गया, इधर का गया देखो। 12-2 बोलने के लिए हाइड दे रहे लिटरली, बट क्यों, क्या लॉजिक क्या है, मतलब मेरे को समझा नहीं है कि मॉड्स का क्या लॉजिक है। क्रेजी शिट ब्रो, क्रेजी मैच भाई, बहुत बहुत ही बढ़िया मैच था ये, बहुत ज्यादा। ना सीरियसली बहुत मजा आया, बहुत ज्यादा मजा आया। सेकंड वाली भी यही कर दो, मजा आवे, मजा आवे। They literally played them bro, literally played them। एक सेकंड, क्या बोल रहा है?
누구세요? 나 알 것 같아. 누구세요? 오케이. 뭐야? 뭐야?
뭐야 다 달라?
킬조이지. 야 뭐야 5명 다 달라.
레이즈인데? 레이즈 아니야?
너 뭐야?
킬조이.
클로브. 아 클로브 같은데?
우와.
이걸 몰라? 이게 클로브라고?
오케이 JJ야.
Oh, there's only 5 of them? Shit.
오케이. 난 준비됐어. 아 이건 거 같은데? 난 모르겠는데. 나도 모르겠는데. 몰라 이거겠지. 킬조이 왜 이렇게 좋아해? 아니 그 5 of them 했잖아. 5 of them. 아니. 우와. 아니 나 데드록 하면서 저런 말을.
It has got silence. Silence.
한국어밖에 안 되는데 어떻게 알겠어 이거?
목소리만 맞추는 거 같은데.
아 목소리도 못 맞추겠어.
역해가 너무 많네.
아 해외 버전 해야겠네 이거.
Why the fuck are they deleting chats for? Like literally.
아 오케이.
오케이.
이거는 마지막 거 듣고.
몰라.
It's automatic to prevent spoilers.
난
Right,
가만하게
prediction bro. That's
아무거나
not
적어.
spoiler.
마지막 목소리가 딱 그거였네.
아 정말.
나 모르겠냐 왜?
근데 나도 솔직히 적고 나서 모르겠어.
Oh please.
뭐였어? 하버야? 하버 아니야? Let's go. 뭐야? 하버인가? Let's go. Let's go.
내가 하버에 놓고
나
몰랐다.
개잘 맞추네.
Nosy weirdo. Nosy weirdo.
역해가 뭐 있지? 바로한테? 어디서 들어봤는데? 아니 이게 되도록 목소리 같은데.
제대로 이미 나왔잖아. 그렇게는. 아 고민되네.
나 일편단심.
킬조이 아니면
누나.
스카이야. 나 킬조이 아니면
킬조이 같은데. 킬조이 맞네.
네온이야?
아니 네가 모른다고? 그래 네온 목소리.
Hey, वरुण धवन बोला वो।
킬조이 3번 연습했는데 한 번도.
Hey, वरुण धवन बोला वो। Oh मैंने
이거는 스펠링 틀리면 탈락하기로 하자.
ये कैसे कोई ये कर सकता, विश करेगा?
아니면 레전. 공짜 모를 수가 없다.
공짜 점수.
나이자.
예.
Smells like victory. And gunpowder.
아 둘 중에 하나인데.
나 알려줘. 나 챔프가 뭐 있는지도 까먹었어 지금.
레이즈 이 हाँ
어쩐지 나 레이즈 할까 킬조이 할까 생각했는데 아 그냥 킬조이 할 거라. 아 레이즈 할
나
거야.
그냥 찍었는데.
Be at peace, my friend.
또 봐.
이거는 모를 수가 없다. 이거는 진짜 모를 수가 없다.
이걸 몰라. 아니 몸이나 아니 지금
야 이거
아니,
진짜
안
해. 네네네.
이거 해봤으면
와 체인버 뭐야
Chamber. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad.
야 그냥 발음부터 러시아 사람이잖아.
My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad.
나 그냥 눈치로 보겠어. 오케이.
어떻게
My
알아?
bad,
눈치
my
잘
bad.
보이는데 그냥 너가 했던 걸 기억했어 난. 너 체인버야?
체인버잖아요.
체인버라고?
응. 뭐야?
배웠네?
뭐야 얘네 아는 척 뭐야? 와 꺼드럭 대더니 와. 야 이게 체인버가 아니라고 말이 안 되네.
아니 체인버는 좀 더 목소리가 굵어.
아래 어쩐지 그 익숙하다 했어. 오늘 이렇게 유언별 목소리 맞추기를 컨텐츠를 진행했는데 좀 많이 재밌었던 것 같고요. 이상 농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀이었습니다. 안녕.
बस फोन चार्ज पे लगाने दो, एक सेकंड। चलो गाइस अभी वेट करेंगे नेक्स्ट मैच का। नेक्स्ट मैच कौन सा था? याद नहीं आ रहा. सिलेक्शन वाली स्क्रीन.
Vito, you have the fracture that they probably didn't want to play anyway. I believe the
Players on Haven, and the
Haven.
Mates will choose defense. How do we expect it
ये
to
तो नियॉन का मैप है. नियॉन का मैप है रे. मेरे को तो लगता है आईवी बनता है. आईवी सोवा लेगा शायद. शायद ले भी सकता है. वाह, क्या इमोशनल ट्यून बजा दिया भाई.
Gentlemates looked like they were playing with their food, and well, at the end, they got bit. 12-2 was the score in the end. It's Nongshim Red Force up 1-0 in the first of three. Best of three, I should say. We welcome back Avril and Mitch, a.k.a. Pilski. And Pilski is all smiles after seeing our Nongshim squad. So tell me, first of all, have you seen a match like this from this team? Why are they so exciting in Pacific?
Many games from them, even before they came into Pacific. I always somehow end up casting the most ludicrous games of Valorant when Nongshim Red Force are in the server, and I think that's just another example of them. I think back to the Jakarta final, and that was, again, just another all-time classic.
Avril, on the other side, we saw a smile on the IGL's face at the end of the game despite the loss. Are you concerned about Gentlemate's mental, or do you think they can bounce back from a loss like that?
I mean, if you don't smile, you're going to have to cry, because those are the types of moments where you just have to kind of wipe your hands of it, think, we probably should have won that one, have the confidence to know that due to the fact you should have won that one, you're going to be able to win the next one, and perhaps the next two as well. I mean, we've seen Gentlemates in the past as well, where okay, they lost Breeze versus Shilai. They then walked into the next two maps, full confidence, blowing out Shilai on Lotus. Probably what they were thinking they were going to do versus Nongshim, and then closing the series out on map 3.
And now we're going to a classic map, one of my favorites. We're heading to Haven, and of course, we'll have that game 3 if needed. But going into this game 2, whose map choice is this? Let's remind the audience, and how successful
Nongshim.
have they been on this so far in the tournament?
So they actually won this map up against Genji in the qualifier, and the funny thing about it is, when you look at how that game went down, it was almost like the opposite of what we just saw. Nongshim had an 11-1 start versus Genji in the qualifier on Haven, and then Genji actually crawled back enough rounds that Nongshim went to 13-11 after starting 11-1.
Yep. I mean, I casted that game, and it's much the same as the last game. That's the thing about Nongshim. Like, sometimes they could go on a generational run, and the last game. That's the thing.
फ्रांसिस ने सोवा लिया है. आईवी ने साइफर लिया. ओके.
Like, sometimes they could go on a generational run, but
is between these two regions or two teams.
Usually there's a playstyle difference between the two regions, but I think Gentlemates is kind of the antithesis of that. You know, they definitely can mid-round, they can play a little bit slower, but they love to be aggressive, and so do Nongshim, which is why I was so excited for this particular series.
I'm really excited for this.
It's time to jump in. Game number 2, Nongshim, one map away from moving into our playoff bracket. Can they seal the deal? It's time
मैं
to find
बता रहा
out.
हूँ, अगर ये भी मैच उन लोगों ने
Mr.
वैसे ही खेली.
Avril and the great Pilski on the mic for this one.
Thank you, Puckhead. Let's get this one rolling. Hopefully no delays into Haven. No, sir. As we just had a crazy scoreline. That's right. If you look at the top left corner, your eyes do not deceive you. 15-17. That's where we ended that one, Haven. See if it goes the distance again.
Yeah, it's a new day for Gentlemates. It's a map they know their way around, and Nongshim have been up and down on it in the past. A lot of Sheriffs being purchased up yet again, similar to the attacking side pistol round on Lotus for Nongshim. RB with a full belt of utility. Gentlemates have taken all of this A space, and they're looking to try to get in on the flank here nice and early.
All about to unravel here. France is up first. Good couple of shots. Can he deliver more? No, Martin says no. But Martin doesn't have a lot of help here. He goes down to RB here as well. 2 versus 4. Paranoia puts the fear into Starzo, who still gets a couple of good kills, mind you. But 1v2 now.
Camera spotted him out, though, up on top of the tree, thrown by Ivy from outside of Ceylon. Ivy swinging out on Garage side, spotted out by Bippo's Cam, who will try to make them a little bit uncomfortable, jumping through his cage there. I mean, I know that Danby tapped the spike. Maybe he thought he could have got a 1v1 there. So, you know, I kind of respect the fact that he dives on through, but as it stands, Nongshim just bait him into an easy 2-on-1 crossfire.
Well, that's going to be pistol going the way of Nongshim when they didn't get a single pistol on Lotus. Big change around here, but Francis, my God, got the wherewithal to be able to actually get those first couple of shots, and then the last 2 players here. RB and Danby playing off each other, but like you said, that 2v1 well handled by Nongshim. It was good to finally look at what they get to do in our anti-eco.
The darts exchanged over towards a lobby. Nongshim will wrestle control of this side of the map. They've got Ivy kind of active in the middle, courtesy of his Cam clearing things out and allow him to take up some position in middle. Not much of an investment here from a couple of the players on Nongshim. Quite happy to just be on Sheriff and Light Armor. A little bit worried, though, because Prox has got deep short control, and it's a big stack on this A site for Mate.
Short control backed up by Martin there as well, who also has the
Martin is
opportunity to
rookie
play for
बोल
the
रहे भाई
curveball
क्या
here.
Valorant नहीं
Paranoia comes in first. Martin with a couple of curious shots. By the way, look at mid. Mid has been full explored, and that's going to cause a rotation.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim saw that whole trap. Gentlemates pulled the trigger on it. Ivy will get caught in the middle of the map here. Nongshim, in the meantime, picking up the pace into C. On the backside of site is Mini. Has got a Marshall and hasn't been checked well enough. He at least goes 1-for-1. Curveball doesn't actually hit him, but X-Ross will be able to clear that out.
X-Ross finds his mark, but the Marshall does not, and X-Ross will double up with Danby as well. All eyes on the smoke, and players trying to rush through it. Martin is just looking for something, only gets a singular kill. Nongshim will get their second round here. 2 alive, though. That was slightly more costly than they would have liked.
Bonus round है.
But as I said before, 2 of the players
bonus round
with
है.
Sheriff and Light Armor had about 2.6k coming into that round, so I think they're just going to go ahead and invest in rifles here. The bonus should have a fair bit of investment early on for Nongshim. Both Ivy and
अगर ये भी
Francis being
convert
those
करते
2
तो
players to go
खत्म
down
है.
with the Sheriffs. Ideal to curveball your teammate, but didn't end up really unsettling Nongshim too much as they head into the round here. Buying down to like 2 to 3k each. Have got some extra rifles purchased up here, but it's not a full investment for Nongshim, just enough to keep things interesting.
Fast movements again to A-Long, though. It'll be Starzo tucking him away. Over in short. Bit pushed up is going to be Mini and Garage as well, as the troops of Gentlemate's defense start to corral around the A side of the map.
0-2.
Starzo looking for some information outside of A lobby. Dealt with early by RB, and with only 1 shot being fired, it's hard to read just how many players are around A. The camera has got the deep sea info line. You've still got Mini with a judge inside of Garage, so I think, you know, Gentlemates are not really going to be moving these 3 players off this A site anytime soon unless some pressure comes in elsewhere.
Playing for the retake here on B. Eyes on whether Ivy will attempt to do something on this side of the map. 45 seconds remaining here, and the spike is going to start to fall on Francis to potentially sell a fake over towards A. Once again, Nongshim have correctly read that the trap is going to be set over on towards A, and everyone else moving over towards the empty site on B. This is the site where nobody from the defense has arrived just yet. Hang on a minute. Danby, or rather Mini from behind, looking for kills, been full flashed up here, causing some issues, and Judge is not going to find its mark at all. Okay, not too bad. Pistol will still get there. Starzo as well for the secondary kill. Now Starzo will double up for a little bit more. 2 players, RB and Francis, still in the mix here. Flash is going to be good, though. And Starzo and Bippo to save the day. Starzo in particular with the triple there.
Yeah, nicely done.
Good round there for
Does
Emmett.
a fair bit of damage there. As I mentioned
बहुत अच्छा
before, there
round
was
था.
a reasonable amount of investment for Nongshim, and that does a number to Gentlemate's
But
economy.
ठीक है, bonus round
That
था
going
अपना.
down as well.
Nongshim का.
Great scan on in,
That's okay.
making Nongshim pretty uncomfortable there. Trying to get into that B post plant. Overdrive is ready for Dampy. It's a reset round for both of these teams heading into round number 4. Starzo has got the Hunter's Fury at the ready. And with this position, I wouldn't be surprised if he rips it early if we get an A fight.
Yeah, playing off the fact that Mini is going to be quite pushed up with Martin. Scans will come on through with the recons and dodging those out. There's Nongshim playing this one quietly for the time being. Same setup from the Cypher, a bit more on C.
Yeah.
Long
I mean, the cam is just getting the C info line every single time. You've got a judge in garage yet again. It's much the same setup here for Gentlemates.
Early action over towards A long side of things. 1-to-1 trade. Both the Neons falling to both the Phoenixes.
We'll give X-Ross his run it back. Same for Martin. So the Phoenix ult start to add some wrinkles into this round. There is that aforementioned ult as the Hunter's Fury comes out. Martin will pump his as well. It's an ult traded for an ult here.
Phoenix still in play over towards that side of the map, but everyone else running over towards C. It's going to be Crocs up first. Smoke to slow it down a little bit. Still a couple of trips there to get past. Drone up first into the smoke, though. Prox trying to make that judge work for himself. Has a paranoia still to work with. But now the spike has gone back over towards A. Oh, Martin. Good shot from him, and X-Ross wasn't ready for it.
Oh no, might lose the spike here as RB, and indeed Starso punishing.
Lovely.
This is falling apart for Nongshim. It was
Lovely.
disjointed to begin with. Francis
Lovely.
has found Prox on the other side of the map, but I don't think that that's really going to do Nongshim any favors, unfortunately.
Turned into a very chaotic round now. All three from Gentlemates facing into Ivy in a short moment. Time's going to run out.
10 seconds left.
Mates will bring us back 2-2.
A bit of an overcook there on the attacking side for Nongshim, especially in such a critically important round. Sometimes they have these rounds where they're so split up around the map, they're trying to kind of push and pull, and individuals are trying to step into some of these spaces. But that's where things can just get a little bit too disjointed like this, and then you drop the spike and lose a player over on A long, and people are far too spread to be able to kind of cohesively put together a mid to late round and win it. You still have the Hunter's Fury in the overdrive. This could be a really quick one towards A here. Is only Mini over there by himself. Cannot afford to go down early.
Well, we've seen Mini die here before. Both the Phoenixes killing both the Neons in the previous round. He'll still take an aggressive angle, but onto some utility has traded Nongshim, this time heading into garage. Somewhere they haven't really been yet before. They haven't really put the pressure on and attacked the C site yet.
Yeah, you could see the rotation already from Gentlemates after that initial A pressure for Nongshim. They're a little bit out of position, trying to scramble back on in. Bippo under pressure now. A lot of utility dumped on his head. I'm surprised he's still alive on backside, and he's been able to make it out, courtesy of the flash from Martin there. Ivy outside of garage, able to trade back the kill from the Hunter's Fury. Martin on the backside of the site is good for the double, and Francis replies with one of his own.
Here we go, it's 2 versus 3. Spike is stuck on site here for now, and Ivy still has to buy himself back in. Going through garage, trying to dodge out from the drone as Francis finds it. Doesn't get the kill, just too shaky in the shots. There should have been a freebie, Martin. Counting his lucky stars there a little bit.
Ivy
1v3. 1 versus 3, but there's maybe just too many players to work against him. Martin is at least low HP that allows Ivy to get the first. Second player right towards his right side behind the logs, and Starzo run and gun.
Lovely.
Back up from Prox.
Yeah, 9-2 for Starzo.
Position
It's having a lot of impact here for the Gentlemates.
Position correct थी.
Hunter's Fury kind of finding its mark in that last round. He catches the spike shot in just the round previous and is able to win that localized one-on-one on that
Webcam पहले दिखा रहा है मतलब.
Stop Ivy any chance of clutching that.
Round बाद
We've
में
all
हो रहा
seen
है.
Ivy clutch those.
Skills बाद में हो रहा है.
Gentlemates in a pretty uncomfortable position, but Martin.
This kill.
I mean, yeah, that kill's
can be too
fantastic. What's a little bit better is the fact
What
that he
can be
makes it to
possibility?
C site in time, despite the fact that he was rotating A earlier on.
Yeah. Good read by Gentlemates and good speed shown there as well. It's that's a decent scan. That reveals quite a few players on the opposite end. Martin now trying to dodge away from the relay bolt and will successfully do so. With a little bit of help coming through from Mini on the fast lane.
They're still hanging in the balance. Starso and Prox are a little bit richer than everybody else in the rest of the server. Aggression on short side.
Ivy, that's good.
Nah.
Secondary is even better.
Ivy.
About 3 in a row here. This C, A rather defense has been completely dismantled. And now they're about to find out where Starzo is hiding as well. The player that you called that had a lot of money on him. Moneybags better get ready to defend this one. Flashed up, but he dodges it. Can't quite dodge against Darby. How about a flawless for this round?
That is massive for Nongshim, honestly. I was saying both Prox as well as Starzo have got some decent cash to work with, but the rest of Gentlemates were pretty poor. And I think that's at least going to be somewhat of a reset earned by Nongshim there. They safeguard their own economy with 4 guns up. Or 5 guns up, rather. That was a flawless. It's a big boon for this half.
Literally.
Now 3 apiece here, and as mentioned before, Gentlemates out of cash, but with enough money to be able to put together some hero rifles here, and one of them in the hands of Martin, who has the run it back ready to go. Mini's got the overdrive. This is a dangerous round still for Nongshim.
Why is it?
Speed this one up. Be the first time Gentlemates have pushed up that quickly in quite some time. Speaking of push up,
might be getting kills there.
Quickly, B is under control. Darby's all the way in link. First up is going to be Prox, easy kill. No issues there. Relay Bolt's going to cause some issues for the rest of the defenders still stuck inside that corner. And the rest of Nongshim seem to want to challenge this one right behind the blaze. 1 HP for Francis. How is he alive right now as the overdrive gets ripped by Mini? Going on the hunt now for the very low HP Francis. Should be dead through the window. Dies to Stars or would have probably created to his death anyway. Meanwhile, the plan has actually come on through. X-Ross keeping things busy on the right side of the map. Now suddenly the runner back to come on in. Doesn't even have a chance to really get a kill here. And X-Ross and Ivy now just got to clean everybody up. Not quite a flawless, but Nongshim still walk away.
They're really starting to string these ones together more confidently now.
It's
a map pick, and the attacking side is starting to look better. It's been some good rounds in there for Gentlemates. Much more back and forth game than what we got in the opening one.
I say I want a close game. This is what I'm talking about.
Oh,
quite both halves into an OT, although that was quite fun, Pilski, but this is the back and forth that shows the quality of the two teams. Starzo on 10, Darby on 9 here. Starzo, of course, a player I've been really looking out for since that Shilai game where he really stood up. As Gentlemates now stand forward and strong, walking down grass.
Camera and the drone confirming that there's a couple of players in the middle of the map for Gentlemates. It will forfeit that space for the time being. Mini's got the operator out here, and he's posted up on the garage line. It's really not somewhere that Nongshim have been heading over to too much, but they might consider it in the mid-round this time around. They've been starting A, or at least pressuring A to start out a lot of these rounds, but with the curveball over towards grass, we'll see where they end up going in the mid-round.
Yeah, they have to sort of re-clear this area because they're not too sure where Martin and co have gone. Of course, they're trying to clear out any potential trips on B as well, but the Cypher setup's gone over towards A, which is exactly where Nongshim start to walk.
Yeah, Starso has a dart here. Martin's on a really, really nice rotation timing. This could be a great line for Gentlemates.
They are reading it very nicely. Very
multiple
nicely.
Players spotted there. Wall comes through. Darby under pressure from Bipper, but he's good for now. Cage has been popped. Bipper making sure that short is still going to be clean here for the time being. Starzo still sees plenty of players here, but time starts to run on out. Bippo now goes hunting, and he's actually found Darby through the wall. Just the sliver of his head picking out.
We got a massive misread though here. Gentlemates are convinced that this is not an A commitment for Nongshim with 14 seconds on the clock. Ivy has walked through the middle of the map. The plant's going down. They know where Bippo is inside of short. Mini's found Ivy, so the flank has been cleared. There's the neural theft going down for Mates.
Frances, he's been neural thefted out, and so is X-Ross. And X-Ross now needs to find some shots, but Mini will just slide on in, complete the triple. Bippo rather holding on so strong. On this anchor of A. Doesn't let it go.
It's actually unbelievable. You can tell that Gentlemates are really not used to the kind of pacing of Nongshim, although in the past I have seen Nongshim just leave one player A, send them into the site. Even with the Sova drone, they tried to do something like that earlier, and then pivot in the late round. Nongshim really trying to use sound against Gentlemates. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about though. He only saw Darby. So as Gentlemates, they were reading this one with Nongshim cutting Sounders. They're going to pivot back towards B, and they were looking to try to flood in through the links, as you do when you play Neon Phoenix. Bippo getting that kill makes all the difference because he keeps this whole Cypher setup up rather than peeking into 4 players and dying. And really gives Gentlemates a lifeline into a round where they honestly had a bit of a misread.
Well, Mini now brings the operator out, and so does Darby on the opposite end. back over towards A. I mean, at this point, Nongshim have gone A so many times. The general mates putting the op on the line makes a lot of sense. That op will now reveal itself.
Drone into the middle of the map. It's tentative stuff for Nongshim. They've got the cam over on grass side as well. Ivy, a much better game for him, at least to start off. To pick up his performance in Lotus, and he's kept the good times going into Haven here. Back on in one of his kind of signature agents. This is a very different looking round for Nongshim. Yes, they pressure A in the early round, but they're much more active in other parts of the map this time.
Oh, yep, spotted IB. Thought he could get away from that scenario.
Can't use your smoke there. 35 seconds on the next one. You really just won't have any smokes to offer your team at the end of the round. So RB chooses to hold it. Our team seems like he's aware that somebody's kind of hanging around in the middle of the map. Prox looking for information from the shadows.
They hear the shot coming through from mid as well, so the rotation needs to start coming on in. Mini already walking in that direction, but from Nongshim to start moving potentially over to the garage. And like you sort of called it, the spike wasn't coming on in. That's a good flash. Prox in trouble here and dies actually.
Other side of the map though, Starzo, he could be the hero here for the Gentlemates. Nongshim are trying to scramble onto the site and they need to clear him out. Scanned up and dealt with by Francis. And after all of that messy exchange, somehow Nongshim have ended up in a 4-on-1 and Mini is probably just going to have to save the op.
Consider there was a fake on to C and there's 3 dead players from Gentlemates
It was a fake on a fake on a fake on a fake. They took A lobby, they pumped B, they went garage, fake C, and then went back to A. Like, how
is
can
anything
you read
real
that?
in this life? Is anything real right now? I'm not too sure anymore.
I'm starting to get trust issues. I'm sure
I need to get one of those spinning tops so I know which reality is the real one.
Proxer luck बहुत bad था भाई.
Mini.
बहुत गंदा लगता है.
As you say, Nongshim again keeping forward.
Let's go unchill outside. Okay वीर भाई आराम से आओ. वीर भाई but आपने मैच बहुत बड़ा मैच मिस कर दिया वीर भाई. आपको मैंने ये भी भेजा देखो.
Beautiful flash on a Prox and just gets
आपको
that
मैंने
kill.
voice note भेजा है.
Using the ultimate to perfection, drawing attention away.
देखना एक बार.
We end up in a 4 versus 1.
बहुत बड़ा मैच, जनरेशनल मैच मिस कर दिया वीर भाई अपने.
Ross making a lot of noise here by himself. That's a nice little flick. Prox playing up inside of the one-way. I mean, I was expecting
Ivy that got 2. Ivy just stands C long and gets 2.
Yeah. He was standing C long for the entire round. Patience comes, good things come to those who wait.
That's what you do as a Sentinel. You got to be the most patient player in the entire game. Attack or defense, it seems
Ivy
like.
टूट रहा है भाई. Ivy
Money's
just
not good for Gentlemates. This could be a reset round here for Nongshim, and Gentlemates don't have much to work with in the first place. Sova spotted out on this A side of the map. Martin, he spent most of this game just trying to run to the right side of the map, running back and forth through spawn. Look at this push from Mini, though. That's allowing Gentlemates to stack the A site.
Yeah, good information being found here. Drone doesn't really see that much at the end of the day, and while we'll go through now as Darby just slides on in. Easy kill so far, doubles up. Ivy's got 1 into Mini. How about he just hold the operator for a moment here? Bippo hold that L. 6 rounds for Nongshim now. Beautiful stuff as Mini just can't get it done on his flank either.
This is just quintessential Nongshim. They don't care if you 4-stack the site. They don't care if you got info on the whole map. They're just going to go into the site and roll you. It was a really nicely timed push from Mini.
कोई ना आप आ जाओ. आप आने के बाद अपन वापस देख लेंगे वो कोई बात ये नहीं है. आपके साथ देख लूंगा मैं फिर भी. बहुत लिटरली वीर भाई 12-2 कमबैक करके जीती है Nongshim. 12-2 comeback.
Unless he wants just to buy another one to look at where the money situation is going to be after this timeout, and good time to take it. There's only a couple rounds left.
Yeah, and one of them's got to be a half buy. Gentlemates are completely out of cash. That was a big reset round for Nongshim, who, honestly, it feels like they are winning this game harder than the scoreline actually indicates. They've been having some great rounds in the last few. Gentlemates can hang on in here and even just get 1 or 2 more rounds in what's left at the half, then, you know, can still get this game of Haven done in the next.
बहुत मस्त चल रहा है ये teams है ना भाई.
Gentlemates got that string of rounds between 3 and 5 that
half time
made things quite a bit more competitive, but in the last 5 it's been 4 from Nongshim and only 1 from Gentlemates, which is why it feels like it's a little bit more Nongshim favor. And he's called the fact that the money situation is now officially broken for the side of mates.
Came out onto grass here for Ivy. Trying to feel this one out. pretty hands-off approach for a Nongshim. Only really Ivy going forward anywhere at all. Dart into sewers, trying to see if anyone's playing on over there.
Testing the waters here a little bit, waiting to see if mates want to do something. Note that Hunter's Fury is up for Starzo. Going very far back though is going to be Starzo. A full retake scenario. Players pushed up in garage. Bippo ready on.
Just moving into a 1-4 makes a lot of sense. Mini with a Marshall on the line, an Outlaw on the other side of things. Exchange that necessarily goes better for each one of these teams.
Drop the 10 HP, but does call over a little bit of help from Martin. Back over towards mid though. Ivy still walking up. And on 10 HP, Mini might still get a kill here as well over on C, which is where the spike still is and where we're going to end this one.
Oh, 30 seconds on the clock. Shoddy in garage.
CPO.
Martin's on his way out of the site. Mini's gone down early. That might be what Nongshim were looking for.
Flash in, gets a good flash on, but Martin only gets a singular kill. It's everybody else in Nongshim that will deliver for now as Starzo tries to get his Hunter's Fury in for a bit of support, but now he's the one that needs help. Has a bandit in hand and a bunch of shocks, and a bandit might just be enough. Finds an upgrade. Is this workable now? 1 versus 2. RB is unspotted. But another 1v1 opportunity. If Starzo can win this one, it starts to feel better, but RB doesn't get the shot. RB, you missed a free one, perhaps.
She's going to run away. Francis is playing the timer over on C-Long. He has some shocks to work with, and RB's just going to give Starzo the run around here. Jiggle on out. He's just playing games with Starzo at this point. He knows the round's done. Francis on the jiggle. Just needs to deny a half. It's a nice shot from Starzo. I don't know if he has time for this one, though, Kev. It's going to be very close. Oh, that is unbelievable from Starzo. 0.15.
थ्रो किया उसने जानबूझ के थ्रो किया.
Unbelievable. RB had the opportunity in garage to close the round out.
What is he doing on backside as well?
Doesn't find the shots. I mean, Extros and the rest of the team.
उसने जानबूझ के थ्रो
Such
किया.
a good setup. And I know they're playing for time there.
Big difference. Actually,
big
difference.
All you need
Veer
is
bhai,
stay alive for a tiny bit
big
longer.
difference.
You can see it there on the faces of Gentleface. They didn't
मस्त
think he
टीम है
had
भाई.
it either. Quite honestly. Starzo's definitely been the standout so far, and that round is one you had no business winning, but you'll take it.
दोनों टीम बहुत तगड़ी खेल रही है भाई. बहुत मजा आ रहा है.
Not doing a lot.
And
for
that's
Gentleface
not
at the moment,
big
as they're
difference.
all heavily stacked over towards A. Bippo's delivering the bad news to them right now. Free sight. How about that?
Yeah, they're
ये
mobilizing
troll
here.
करके खेल रहे
Gentleface
हैं.
in on the flank to join up with Bippo inside of
पूरा
the
troll
box.
कर रहे हैं.
Nongshim really need to take spawn side and try to flip the map if they can.
Okay, well, on towards spawn. That's going to be a broken trip into an ultimate use into Mini now, trying to overdrive his way onto site, going through from garage. Spammed out is going to be that player now. They're revealing everybody else. Time to move. You've got Bippo and the rest of Gentlemates. Got to walk into this one, but you've been flashed out. Lots of good util. Extros, Ivy, Danby, all getting kills, and that will be the round. That still gives Nongshim the advantage coming out of the half.
Yeah, a bit of a slip up in round
half
number 11, but they well and truly make up for it. That's a pretty convincing one to close out the half for Nongshim.
Lovely half, lovely
Here
half.
on Haven, but like I said before, even if some of these rounds haven't looked particularly close, and
Lovely
it's really
half.
been favoring Nongshim,
By
I mean, a 7-5 half says it all.
Sadak match.
Still anyone's game here. It's up to
Worst
Gentleface to
retake
continue
ever.
to fight for this game. They're already down a map. This is a progression game. Make your life a little bit easier. Go into the playoffs, get yourself a break. Because this group is pretty stacked. Like, you don't want to have to play G2 or XLG again. None of these games are easy.
And it's going to be G2. That's who they're going up against if you do end up losing this one. Shilai Gaming does end up falling on the A stream here. Lotus 13-7 to G2. Breeze 13-9 to G2. G2's hopes for a better international run still alive here at EWC 2026. Still alive for Gentlemates and Nongshim.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
as
G2
well.
जीत
It'll
गए.
be a Nongshim G2 rematch
That's good.
on EMEA America's showdown in that decider. Speaking of rematches, this game in and of itself still is the Santiago rematch, which Nongshim cleaned up 2-0.
Yeah. It might be a 2-0 again, but not in the fashion that you would have been expecting if anybody tuned into that first map.
Imagine if you were the biggest Nongshim fan, and you see the first half of Lotus and you walk away.
I would have turned it off. Bedtime.
Wouldn't have blamed
Hopefully
you.
tomorrow's a brighter day.
I don't know what time it is in Korea, but might have been a good call.
Honestly, yeah.
Or,
Wait,
as it
look.
turns out, it would have been a bad call.
No, yeah, no, 100% there's someone who would have done that. I guarantee it. Alright, waiting for the second half to get kicked off here. It's been a pretty bloody good series, honestly.
Good one to finish the B stream here for sure. After this, still 4 decided games to go in the following days, all A stream. It's been a pleasure here on the B stream as we'll finish out the second half here. Maybe still deliver us a third map if General Mates can bring us a pistol, a little bit more.
Oh man, Prox, he was phenomenal in that opening map, but this is a bit of a fall from grace here. See if he can pick it up on the attacking side. See one long walk out from Nongshim as Francis fires a couple warning shots in combination with the dart over on A lobby. Gentlemate's not really dissuaded by that. They're going to go ahead and take short control.
Francis, doesn't quite see. Maybe for the best hit. And X-Ross will just backstab Starzo there with the rest of the players. They're just all on opposite sides of the map here. Francis like to get with his life.
Plant going down nice and easy by Prox, who still has the paranoia to work with. Martin with a couple of pieces of utility as well. Bippo first up to bat on the flank. It's a nice crossfire between him and Martin.
See if Martin can get this done as well. So far unspotted. Has a good opportunity. Yeah, Bippo's even good for a secondary here, but Martin, there it is.
Martin,
RB, we're waiting for that kill. 2 alive still for Nongshim. One of them is Francis in heaven, but he just doesn't know where to look. He goes to hell. In a hand basket, it's going to be Ivy following him.
6-7.
3K from Martin. Playing very well from Bippo there.
6-7.
Gentlemates walk into that site without really having to use too much utility. They lost Starzo on the flank, but take that positional advantage, pushing Francis away in towards spawn side and then utilizing, the paranoia, curveball. Nice little crossfire between Bippo and Martin here to get a pistol that they will definitely be needing. I feel like Nongshim have got a lot of confidence on this map. I've had a lot of really good rounds here so far, but Gentlemate's keeping things very competitive.
Much more competitive now as we're looking for the 7. Nongshim walking down. Starzo already onto Francis. And Bippo again, he will land himself at least the 1. Does drop over. Does he drop over? No, he doesn't. He just had the sheriff actually. So Darby will have to work with it. What he's got.
He'll take it. Still have the relay bolt, paranoia, a couple of little pieces of util for Nongshim to do something with, but all things considered, they'll be happy if they could even just take one more gun away here from Mates, who've gotten into A pretty easily.
आप वोट कर लो गाइज.
A lot of players to get through here. Look how far off Starzo and Prox are playing as well.
मैं देखता हूँ.
Just for a bit of an insurance policy, Martin, Hot Hands will be slowing things down.
देखता हूँ मैं. आप वोट करो.
Opportunity here. Darby doesn't land the shot, and Martin hunts him down. Martin's still on full HP here as well. Seems like Ivy's been spotted up in heaven, which means his opportunity is going to be quite slim. Looking for exits, going to be on the other side of the map. RB. Nice to Starzo, 1 singular shot, and now Ivy just has to jump in the spike.
Yeah, very happy with that as Gentlemates. Martin goes on the hunt and earns himself the run it back Starzo with a couple more towards the Hunter's Fury. And you keep 4 guns up. That is about as good as it gets. Now up for Nongshim to get into their first gun round on this defensive side as we even up the scoreline 7 apiece.
Good shooting coming on through. 7 all evened up. No ultimates just yet on the side of Nongshim, but as you sort of mentioned there, plant plus an extra kill. What or lose there for Martin. He was going to find that ultimate, which will now have a good value there, speeding up big time. There's a runner back.
Yeah, Nongshim on the other side of things, taking all of that A space and getting quickly in on the flank. Ivy wants nothing to do with this. Really big disengagement all the way towards spawn, which means Mini is in a deep position. What? Francis through the cages. X-Ross has found 2. Where did that come from, Ken?
Prox, there it is. He gets himself a kill on the board now. Ivy onto Mini here as well. Now Prox trying to find a secondary, not going to get it at all. But my God, Francis out of nowhere.
I literally
Shas-
just
Shastra
autopiloted
Sutre,
and
bhai.
assumed they were running into C. And I think that was all like that must have been a C fake in the pivot back to B, and they get caught by the players coming out A. I've got to see the replay here.
It's fakes
No,
on
there
fakes
isn't
on
one.
fakes.
All good.
Fake replay. 7-8 now as Nongshim. Strong reply there. First gun round now coming through from the Genomates.
I mean, it's a great first gun round, anti-bonus rather for Nongshim. They've got great money now. Gentlemates, quick exchange over towards A. Both
the
of the
Neons.
Neons straight outside of A long. Only going 1-for-1 so far.
Now it's up to RB. Yeah, he just wants to TP out of that one. Prox will get another kill. Here, Martin onto X-Ross. And now Ivy and RB, the last two players, need to do some big damage here at the minimum. That doesn't look good for RB.
Complete role reversal in the very next round. Credit to Gentlemates
They are
for
taking this
winning this
OT
A
again.
fight so cleanly. Get the 1-for-1 early on, and then they were all over Nongshim, who heavily set themselves up towards A long. Ivy just trying to hold on to the singular rifle.
What the fuck am I writing, bro?
Definitely get a reinvestment here in this next gun round for Nongshim.
Why am I writing?
Very back and forth stuff.
Start feeding over the ult orbs over towards Martin as well. After
Just
having just used
disable
the
the-
running back, he'll be halfway
Oh.
there.
Damn, spoiling the
So back
game.
and forth we go, 8 and 8
हाँ
apiece
भाई,
in round 16.
तुम्हारा सुन लेंगे वो लोग. ठीक है.
Both on Neons just running at each other straight out the
हाँ,
gate.
तूने बोला है ना, अभी सुन लेंगे वो लोग.
Yeah.
बराबर.
Signature agent for Danby. He's having a pretty good time on it. I mean, he's had a bit of a slow game. It's been a bit of a weird game from Gentlemates in terms of individual performance. Like, Starzo's going ballistic so far. Martin's always Martin. But some of the individuals going a little bit quiet for mates. I think even if they can just get a couple of rounds where they have a multi-frag or two,
bomb
could be
पट्टे हुए
enough to
देख
push
रहे थे
Gentlemates
क्या
across
तीनों
the line here.
One of those players, Prox, did
That's
step up a
very
little
good.
bit in that previous round, got a couple of kills. So this one looks like it's going to get into a bit of a photo finish for our teams to try and bring us into either a map 3 or a Nongshim qualification into playoffs. Everyone's on the board now, and Prox same as RB, so can't just laugh at one of the Omens, as both the Omens are just playing their roles at the moment, supporting where they can. One more time, it's going to be Minnie and the rest of the squad rolling up into A long. This time, no other Neon from the side of Nongshim to match that one. The other Neons going all the way on to B into a clean sight.
Yep.
अदर नियॉन बोल रहे भाई, मिनी बोल दो
Tucking
ना
himself
सीधा.
back into spawn. Prox ready to
Other
confirm
neon क्या
that
रहती है?
Nongshim are deep on the flank here. Gentlemates have
हाँ?
not committed to this B
Other
side just
neon
yet,
क्या
though.
रहती
They're continually tapping it, and they're going to pivot into
मिनी
C.
बोल दो सीधा.
So he's got a camera and a single
Neon.
trip. The camera's gone. Bippo now. Opportunity at the
I
Derby.
shot
Hit by
Bippo.
Nero. That the reveal finally. He's got two more players to look for over towards spawn. Bippo has to be the first one that Nongshim are looking for. 3 players trying to go for the chase, but Bippo's going to be able to hide behind a bunch of his own utility here. Martin onto Ivy, but not before Minnie goes down. X-Ross's ultimate on the floor here as well. 3 versus 4.
X-Ross finally clearing out Bippo on the flank. He was looking for him for quite a while. There's the curveball. Martin not committing in on the peak. Francis now trying to meet up with RB. There's so many different arms in this push, and that is a nice double peak from Gentlemates. Prox with one on the flank. All down to RB. Caught on the cross by Martin. That round was all over the place, but Gentlemates are able to pick it up for themselves.
Francis a little shaky shots there. Could have had a free kill a little bit earlier on, but Gentlemates setting themselves up for success. Bippo buying a lot of time for the team.
9-8, 9-2.
Things busy for Nongshim. Gonna flush him out. Now timeout to try and figure this one out.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of these rounds where it's just both teams 1-4ing. It's a full retake on one side of the map for Nongshim that Gentlemates are stepping into. Nongshim are dominating that A lobby control and then just trying to take the whole map. Credit to Bippo. I think he just wins that round outright with all of the work he did on the flank.
Yep.
Opening kill and the neural theft confirming all of the positions of Nongshim, and then he just wastes so much of X-Ross's time. He baits out his runner back. By the time he's actually cleaned up on the flank, like Nongshim has just wasted half the round and half the post plant.
Yeah, really wanting to chase down Bippo, who I believe even got rid of the runner back from X-Ross as well before eventually dying, but the fact that he just wastes all that time, all the resources being put in. Underrated player on the team, I gotta say.
That's exactly what we were talking about. Bit of an all-over-the-place performance so far for Gentlemates, but Martin and Starso definitely the standouts, and they're getting a little bits of help from the other boys. This is a common scoreboard that you'll see from Gentlemates. That's a big round for them to win, though. You can see 16 and 17 picked up, and Nongshim are now broke.
5 sheriffs, 3 armors, only the light variation. 1 away from the ultimate is going to be Francis. RB's just going to reveal his position there, hoping for a stray shot to land on a head through the cage.
Cannot count Nongshim out in a sheriff round. They are usually pretty good at winning them. Danby is one off his overdrive as well. That could be very helpful to help them overcome Gentlemates with the gun advantage.
In is going to be Mini, and following through the rest of Gentlemates behind in the fast lane. Trying to find something here. It's going to be Extros. Good couple of shots into triple kill. Pulled it, but the sheriffs are nasty for Nongshim, and Bippo now left alone. My God, Extros, that was good.
That is just such a lifeline here, and Bippo gonna have to do something even more impactful than just the round previous. Charging through with the cage. Jiggled out by Ivy. That is a bit of an overcook. He's getting wrapped on by RB. I'm not sure he'll be ready for that. Inside of the aforementioned player's dark cover. Bippo is going to patiently wait here. Taps his cam on grass side. Swing out from RB. Gets it done.
RB, lovely.
Nongshim had no business doing it.
Lovely.
And that really kind of turns this game on its head now. It felt like Gentlemates had finally started to get themselves a bit of a foothold.
Seemed like Gentlemates need a little bit more to happen in their favor. After
भाई
the
एक्स्ट्रॉस क्या ही मारा इधर भाई
from Extros, a curveball metaphorically as well as literally in this case, completely denying dismantling. As soon as the fast lane was gone, what was the plan there for Gentlemates?
I mean, it's just vintage Nongshim, really.
Like
literally 3 kills and 3 or 4 bullets to the sheriff from Extros in like 2 seconds. Really what they do best.
Well, that round just completely throws a spanner in the works for Gentlemates.
Yeah, they do have some good ults to work with, though. On the other side of things, Nongshim pick up a lot of weaponry, and that's going to help out their economy. Operator is out on Danby, and he's got the overdrive to help him in one of these retake scenarios. He's going to try to dodge out the drone, but that's really heads-up stuff from Starso to push him away.
Also 4 ultimates as well. Do mind that we walked into the last round, Nongshim not even having a singular one, just 1 orb away from Francis, and now the 1 orb away from Extros finishing the full 5. Speaking of the ultimates here, 1 will be ripped on through nice and early for Martin. What can Ivy do here for the rest of the squad? Nothing so far. Hunter's Fury looking for tags here. Opposite Hunter's Fury now going to come on through on the other side of the map. Estarzo finds a tag, not quite a kill though, unfortunately. Onside is Proxo, minded you. He's still in the mix, barely TPing out, not quite. Danby takes him down.
Gentlemates are pivoting to B. Off angle from Francis. Only goes 1 for 1. Martin is broken through. Danby really trying to chase down Mini here. He knows he's got him pinned in the corner, but the overdrive has elapsed.
There it is, Mini, no opportunity. Maybe it would have been better for Mini to try and slide that one away. Okay, the flash does not end up helping Martin enough here as Ivy brings it down to only Starzo in a 1 versus 4. He'll at least drop Danby down. Put the operator on the floor if nothing else.
That's almost up.
1 more. Recon. But Extra swings for a big one. And the operator will be recovered.
Nongshim able to manage that one well. There's been a couple of weird rounds like that for Gentlemates where, I mean, I saw Nongshim do the same thing on their attacking side as well, to be fair. It's pressure from the Phoenix ult and a lot of noise being made to try to draw out a reaction and a rotation. Prox kind of trying to sell the fake by himself on that C side, but Nongshim, I mean, like I said, they run similar kind of rounds on their attacking side. They love the chaos, they thrive in it, and they were able to manage that one really well.
Not as coordinated on the fist bump, so we'll work on that one for Nongshim. They're at least ahead in this match so far and in the series.
I mean, if they win this one, this map,
मेरे को तो लगता है एनएस अभी फिर से थ्रो करेगी एक बार.
Straight into the playoffs. Money not so great here for Gentlemates. Martin given a hero rifle.
अगर एनएस ने अभी राउंड दे दिया तो समझ जाने में एनएस थ्रो कर रही है और ओटी के लिए जा रहा है.
And he's going to give a gun away. Oh, he took a gamble that one. 145 damage is a little bit rough.
एनएस ओटी के लिए जा रहा है.
Maybe 95 damage. Okay, that's a 1 more gun given over potentially. Does Prox have the opportunity to go for his question?
I mean, these are just the rounds that really make you question Nongshim at the best of times. Anti-Eco just walking out in 1 at a time in 1 and done positions that they don't necessarily even need to be in. Ivy's got a good position on the flank here, but he will be kept in check by the trip, at least for now.
He knows 1 gun, potentially 2 have been given away at this point, depending on what Darby can see Darby's position is about to get smoked on out. That is unfortunate. Just barely sees the drone. He's taking damage through the smoke as well. Relay bolt's the only thing that can work from. Nearly cratered to his death. Dropped to 26 HP. Eventually, Ivy's going to have to strike here as well. Darby, he needs to find a shot, but just can't quite land it. This is going to be a thrifty win.
Oh, it's a nightmare for Nongshim of their own creation. RB try push on front B. Xros is by himself on long A. And Danby trying to make a hero play into the site when it's only him and Francis there, and Ivy just doesn't break the trip. Like, these are just the kind of rounds that make you put your head in your hands as a Nongshim fan, because you've watched them literally in the last round the last half, even a few rounds before, put together some of the best rounds you've seen, and then they just do something like that.
Nongshim give and they also take away. I mean, they won a thrifty not that long ago. Now they'll give a thrifty away to the other team. Starzo's even going to get that operator as well. Put it back in the hands of Mini.
Look at the money on Gentlemates now. Already had like 1+ K on all of these players coming into this round. Look at all of the weapons they picked up. Starzo with his hands on an operator. They are rubbing their hands together. Map 3 very much on the cards now for Gentlemates. And it's crazy because I'm pretty sure I said the exact same thing only like 3 or 4 rounds ago, when Nongshim were able to win a thrifty on that A site courtesy
ये
of
बहुत
a
बड़ा
crazy
राउंड दे
curveball
दिया उन
from
लोगों ने अभी
Xros.
अभी देखो
Neither one of these
बस
teams
बस
can
देखो
be convincing enough to just close out an anti-eco and get the job done.
That one seemed a little bit more egregious, just in the sense that, like you said, they just didn't need to take those risks. Too many players going for one-and-done positions. RB thinking he'd just walk down through smoke and get something done there. Loses to Bippo, who again, like I say, severely underrated in performing today, and also the other day in EWC.
Mini droned off the line. Pushed out of A lobby, which has been all cleared out by Nongshim, courtesy of Francis's drone. In the meantime, it's starting to make some moves in towards grass. Ivy on an off angle, and RB ready with the paranoia as the drone comes in.
Okay, RB. Let's see it. Trip gets saved there, which is kind of cheeky from Ivy. Like to see it on the defensive side of things. And for all of those trades, calling over some rotations, mates will slow it down now as Ivy pushes up slightly further.
Xros has to run it back. That is the key ultimate here for Nongshim, because they are out of cash. If they lose this gun round, Gentlemates will probably just run away with the rest of this game and will be heading on to Ascent. Darby on the off angle towards short. Needs to come up with some success because he's only got Francis to back him. The rotations are not really favorable here for Nongshim.
Xros is starting to move on over. You called it, but he's the player that needs to potentially make the difference here as the ultimate is there. No one walking to short for the time being. Late on the lurk is going to be Ivy, or rather, Bippo left behind over towards mid. Time running out. Here we go. Speed things up now. Xros popping ultimate, wanting to get some work done. But it's going to be Danby sliding on in. Mini gone. Goodbye. Big TP from Prox. And we're going to shift over towards B now. Ivy is the guy that is suddenly in position as Bippo just sees him move over towards the gong. RB prepping the paranoia. Doesn't quite land. Gets a couple of cheeky shots in the Martine at least.
Nongshim going to tap it inside of the garage. Bippo just trying to waste as much of Nongshim's time as possible. He still goes 1-for-1 even though the curveball comes out.
Both of our players coming through from garage now have to dismantle the 3. All off sight. It's a miss from Starzo. Doesn't quite land the shot, but he'll recover onto Ivy. Martine on RB. Heroes on Xros. He's got to get it done. He's flashed, but so is the other player. Martine is going to be one that falls in the Phoenix versus Phoenix battle, but still got to defuse here.
It's no time. That is perfection from Gentlemates. And at the end of the round, oh, insult to injury. Starso swinging out with the bandit. 20 plus for him on the Sova. It's another carried performance. It's the IGL of Gentlemates, and that money will break Nongshim. That round will break Nongshim's money. I think we're going to Ascent here, Kev.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Let's take a look at where that money absolutely is going to be.
W round
in the
में
bin. Ivy at least has.
एमिट ने लीड ले लिया है यहाँ पे.
We've seen
अभी
Nongshim can do with
अभी
shifts
तुम देखो
before.
बस.
They're going to have to do it again.
अभी तुम देखो बस.
Danby sliding out onto this grass line will be kept in check by the cam. At least aware that Nongshim are hanging around in this part of the map. In the meantime, though, Gentlemates pick up the run it back and they're just going to run straight into C. And though Gentlemates pick up the run it back and they're just going to run straight into C.
Cam's gone. That should tell you everything you need to know here as Martine is going to walk through on his ultimate. Mind you, the spike hasn't been picked up. Still going to be a little bit of a walkthrough from the rest of our Nongshim players. Darby fancying himself the capability of getting into spawn. That's a shot, but not quite one that will land in a kill.
अभी ये राउंड निकाली तो
Many a lick of a wound, and
ये
he'll
तो
be
इको
joining his
राउंड है.
team now to see for the plant.
Spike still hasn't gone down yet. A lot of time kind of taken off the clock as Nongshim don't feel the need to go clear out Bippo. Instead, they're going to mobilize over towards spawn side and try to break this massive crossfire. But there's a paranoia and a curveball prepped and ready for mates.
Drone doesn't quite see enough there, and there's the paranoia coming on through. Blazewall as well to follow
Bippo
on.
अगर बीच से रोटेट करता है ना
To
भाई.
cause a little bit more problems.
ना
Got to get going at some point. Paranoid to lead the way in. Darby's already deep, and Francis follows through for the secondary kill. Martin, though, starting to get the cleanup going now for Gentle Mates. As Mini and Bippo will get the final two. Mates on map point, looking for ascent.
Oh, Nongshim are going to be kicking themselves.
फिर से 12-10 हो गया गाइस.
Had this game on a silver
फिर
platter
से
for
12-10
themselves
हो
and just
गया.
got themselves an easy 2-0, especially after what a generational comeback we saw on Lotus. But credit to Gentlemates for their resilience.
अभी
Punishing Nongshim for their
अभी
mistakes
OT आ
and
रहा है
following
गाइस.
up with some very
अभी
nice
OT
rounds.
आ रहा
Looking
है.
very tricky on this attacking
Actually.
side of Haven.
12-10 हो गया है.
Now have
अभी
a chance
कमबैक
to push
करेंगे.
us through to 3.
12-12 करेंगे.
Two incredibly tight maps in a row now, whichever way this ends.
ये तो वैसे भी सेकंड
Gentlemates
मैप है.
looking at how map one of Lotus
अगर
went.
हारी तो भी.
With the amount of opportunities they had to close it out, you better believe for Gentlemates now.
doing it
one and done. Hit 12, instant 13, map 3.
जानबूझ के क्यों
Nongshim though, yeah, you're still looking back to that 150 when they gave away, completely of their own making. And this time around, it's in this round Martin that just had the beautiful curveballs.
जानबूझ के किया जा रहा है.
Nongshim down.
100%. I mean, we've seen already a couple of games at this tournament. Martin, and great calling to back that up, and Bippo's had some serious impact, but it almost feels like a bit of a 2.5 versus 5 here.
ये साजिश
Gentlemates to get the job done. RB's having issues of his own, but it's crazy to see. Like the last time I saw something like this is from T1. Like there's going to be two players
में सीधा हाइड मिल रहा है लोगों
to
को.
win this game. Nice opener from Brox, follow up from Martin.
Extra still looking for something through that door though. Will he walk on through? He's going to take down. This one might already be over.
Nah,
4 stars Nongshim.
Nah, khatam.
Heroics now required. Good news is they're going to be walking into some of this Ivy setup on C, but how long is it going to last? They're both caught out by the smoke.
Spike planted.
That goes down. Ivy slips on towards backside, and with Francis going down, there's just not much to be done. Mini with the 3K to get it done for Gentle Mace. And that's going to be us going through to Ascent.
Third map.
I mean, especially
Decided map जा रहा
going the way it did, Kev. I always feel like this could have been a 2-0 for Gentle Mace at this point, and I was feeling like Nongshim was by far and away the better looking team in this series, especially the way that the end of Lotus went. Big run on through.
Let's go guys, let's go. Third map, disorder map, Ascent है. और तब तक इनका बक्सा भी रूट पे हो. थोड़ा खाना वाना देखता हूँ.
As we move into that second half, and particularly some of the mistakes that we saw, giving away the thrifty and a good lock-in. Like I said, you hit that 12. Gentlemates don't want to let that round step through again into the 13, and onto Ascent we go soon.
Yeah, I mean, they've won two Havens rather in a row, and this will be their third Haven win in a row. I think they're feeling pretty good on that map, and they're not really too upset to see Nongshim pick it into them.
I think it's a really smart idea if you're a Gentlemates fan that your team is trying to wear down Nongshim. Take them down. Gruel this one out like an old school MMA fight on the ground. Avril, we're going to a game 3. Does it go over 25 rounds?
I think it has the opportunity to, but I think this one will probably stay within the 24, I'm hoping.
As we take a look at some of the highlights from this one and revisit the biggest plays, Gentlemates still surviving. A lot of people in the chat excited. Everybody wants to be in this venue next week watching their team in the playoff bracket. You win, you are in. You lose, you're playing G2. Taking a look at the big ones, the curveballs were on point for Martin. What did you see, though, on the other side? What was going wrong for Nongshim?
Throwing the game in unbelievable fashion against pistols. That's the way I would put it, honestly. This game was theirs on a silver platter, courtesy of Gentlemates doing much the same thing, by the way. But look, credit to Gentlemates. This was Nongshim's map pick. They know their way around it, but I really liked what I saw from Gentlemates, just kind of hanging in there in the first. First half, stringing 5 rounds together, and then the second half, their attacking side had a lot of legs to it. They were really, really good at applying pressure, trying to pull rotations. They were always tricky and trying to catch Nongshim off guard. I think they really understood what Nongshim wanted to do as well. The prep was evident. Bippo was just tucking himself all the way back into spawn and chilling back there, waiting for Nongshim a lot of the time.
Yeah, he was wasting a lot of Nongshim's time. The frosted tips that Puckett enjoys so much, and Bippo, I think one of the players that really stood out on that particular map.
Your top 2 players, Bippo and Cryo. Anybody else got frosted tips? I can't think of it anymore.
If they had it, they would be in my top 3. Unfortunately for those 2 gentlemen, they're the lone wonders with the frosted tips. And already we're going to see Bippo on a position to make his way into the qualifier. Avril, who's your favorite player to look at?
I thought X-Ross did an incredible good job there.
Yeah.
He had that beautiful triple kill on a Sheriff thrifty round that kind of gave Nongshim a decent amount of legs in that second half. You know, they did throw away a thrifty in response, so Nongshim they give, they take a little bit, they win a thrifty, they throw away a thrifty, so a little bit of 50-50 there, but he had some amazing moments overall.
Yeah. They're just here to provide us entertainment, Puckett, honestly. You know, it would be too easy if they just won cleanly and did the things they were supposed to.
Yeah, why was Mini having such a tough time on the Neon? Was that just running into people holding close to doors, or what was happening there? Because Martine's popping off. He's putting up nearly 30 kills, and the other guy who normally keeps pace with him was on the opposite side.
I mean, I'm no expert on EMEA. I've watched a couple of the Gentlemates games in Santiago and things like that. I've seen many games where 1 or 2 players on the side of Gentlemates, of the little I've watched, are carrying the team, and some of the other boys sometimes have a bit of a struggle. I don't think Bippo's scoreline, though, really demonstrates how much impact he had. For Mini, sometimes you're just a role player as the Neon.
That's the
Save
thing.
that thought. We're got to go to break. They're going to be shutting down this venue before the match is over. When we come back, it is Game 3. Avril will tell you everything about it here at EWC. Be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Já vai começar. Taca de me taca, yo no taca, taca. Taca de me taca, yo no taca, taca. Já vai começar. 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 Já vai começar.
He is known for it. He's the reason why it got nerfed, quite honestly, because he was just doing such unreasonable stuff as a bit of an agent specialist. Since then, we've seen him diversify and then come back to what was working for him for such a long time. On the side of Mini, I mean, playing something like a Jet is classic on this map. I don't know necessarily that it's stronger or weaker than current iteration of Neon. They're just different, quite honestly.
I think this is going to be potentially an important map for an op as well, so Mini going over to the
Guys, aa jao.
help out.
Khana khane aa jao.
In that department. Ascent is, to me, just that type of map. I mean, you'll know better than I will Pilski for Nongshim, but maybe they're not as reliant on the op.
Agent selection हो गया guys. मैंने
EWC 2026.
BRB
I
पे
wish
रखा
we
था
could
shot.
keep him forever.
But-
It's Pilski
but-
and Avril. Take it away,
Nice
boys.
Fabi.
Thank you, Puckett. The last map in our final series here for the B stream before we end it all and go into the last 2 days of decider matches on the A stream to see who will be the final 4 teams joining the 4 that qualify at the end of today. And this is the end. One of these 2 teams, Nongshim,
चालू हो गई है
the
guys.
Mates,
Match.
a rivalry
Round
and the
one
rematch
is
from
done with all.
Santiago to decide it all.
That's a very high cam for Ivy. Already spotting out Mini on catwalk side there. Jiggle out from Starso. Mini very much on his own, going for the catwalk peak. Tailwind active, instantly punished from Francis. Excellent crosshair placement, and now a lot of pressure on Prox as he dodges out the
Mummy, एक game वाला.
He's found Martin in the meantime.
He's just had to run so far, but Danby finds him eventually. Only 2 players left to play through now. Bippo and Starzo, 2 of the players have been solid so far, and that's why Bippo will find his mark. No issues there. Does take a bit of damage in response, but a double up is more than you would expect. And now Starzo has to win a 1 versus 3.
Reloading the bandit. Has a dart to work with, but Nongshim not looking to throw this 3-on-1 pistol. They want to kick off the attacking side of Ascent in the best fashion possible. Spike planted over on Jenny. This start could definitely help to kind of narrow down through process of elimination where some of these Nongshim players may be playing, but so much time ticking off the spike at this point. Nice headshot onto X-Ross, clears out all of hell. There you get the dart in towards A main, but the half is denied by RB. I mean, it's a little bit too easy in that 3-on-1 for Nongshim, and a great start here to Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players left, and for them to still be able to get those kills, you certainly take it. Bippo on the 2, Starzo on the 1, leaving the 2 alive for Nongshim, and they'll win a pistol. As a reminder, it was a bit 50-50 on Haven, didn't quite win one onto Lotus. We haven't seen an Ascent for a minute for the side of Nongshim as well, but obviously no changes required here. Just keep playing the same agents, Darby on the Neon.
Group up towards B main for both of these teams. It's going to be a little bit of a bloodbath as the Paranoia is at the ready for the defense. That should hit everybody. Prox has done well there. You get the relay bolt though to zone back on through, but hold on, the getting a little bit of getting scrappy. RB's cleaned up.
Nice one, RB.
With the shock dart,
Nice one.
Ivy, and we move into a 2-on-2.
Okay.
You have to commit to this one as well if you're Nongshim, otherwise you're just throwing weapons away for potential upgrades. They might not be insane upgrades, but there's something. The damage is good. Bippo, man, that's a good shot to be found. And now RB, he's in a sore spot. This wasn't supposed to go this way. Nongshim thought they were going to get an easy one.
100%. It's going to be a little bit traumatic if they concede this round because they basically threw
Lovely
the
RB.
away because they could not.
जो दो निकाले मैं मत निकाले उसने.
I think we're starting to see a
एक सेकंड guys, एक सेकंड.
It's a nice open player for RB. He's always good in the clutch. So given the benefit of the doubt, as Gentlemates manage to scavenge a few weapons and rotate through spawn side.
They do pick up the scraps there. RB still has the superior gun, and he's got the reposition here that Gentlemates are not going to be potentially ready for.
It's a good dark cover. He's trying to bait them into thinking he's playing on site, and he knows that it'll elapse by the time they tap the spike.
Still 2 players to work against, though. They don't have a lot of HP. Just 100 on Bippo, no armor, 65 on Starzo. Good enough for this Phantom to really rip on through. Double TPs in, trying to cause some issues here. Bippo has to come off of the spike, but his shot is just good. 2 rounds in a row, 3 maps in a row. Bippo, solid.
Clutch from RB, though, is perfection. Very big brain stuff from the veteran of Nongshim Red Force. That dark cover was just beautiful. Honestly, baited them into a false sense of security, threw a follow-up one towards A main. And look, that's a very impressive clutch, but let's be honest. That is far too expensive for Nongshim Red Force, and at the end of the round, that'll be a Phantom. I'll hand it over to Bippo. That is not how they wanted this game of Ascent to start. I'd imagine they're taking an
Lovely
eco here
round.
in round 3, but quite the opposite.
निकाल
There's
सकते
some
हैं
level of investment. At least a hero rifle on RB. The rest of the boys are saving.
निकाल सकते हैं निकाल सकते हैं
Going to clear some of this trip, but first one's going to go wide because it's on the floor now. That's going to
Nice
slow down
molly.
Darby a little bit. Starzo
Nice molly.
trying to hold them off for the time being. Darby's in anyway. Good stun. Rita Bell hits two, but Bippo still finds his shot regardless. That's a fan to be recovered from a little bit earlier on. Martin onto Ivy, and the rest of Xros/Nongshim trying to get anything, but
Flawless
none
निकाल लिया भाई
of
लोग
them will get a singular kill.
Yeah, perfect bunker
Okay.
smoke thrown out there by Prox. Coming in on the rotation,
Bonus
that's
round.
exactly what you want to be seeing from your Omen. Keeps them safe in the backside of the
Bonus
blue
round,
shed,
sorry.
even though there's a big connection on the relay bolt, as we see here in the replay. Bippo gets scanned, Dampy, he
Follow
needs to
it.
get that entry. And the fact that he
Follow
doesn't,
it.
and as well as the fact that the rest of Nongshim all commit to lane side, is exactly what lets Gentlemates
it.
turtle on backside and flood into the site super easily. There was just no contest, really.
क्या बोलते गाइस अगर पोल पे वोट करो
Now, Mini
पोल पे वोट करो आपको जो
way behind that smoke, looking for a potential timing. Dash prepped and ready, hoping someone's going to walk
I
in.
will know
Backed up is going to be Martin as well. Might just be a flash and dash backwards actually.
Looking for a pick on catwalk. Nongshim with a drone to pressure the middle of the map. And waiting for a reaction here for Gentlemates, but I think that seeing the cloud burst and the curveball on catwalk can
मैच नहीं जीती थी
make
गाइस
it pretty obvious to
ये
Nongshim
मैच
where
नहीं
the strong
जीती
side
हमें
was for Gentlemates.
एनएस
They
एनएस
reset
लेने ही
this
नहीं
one. In the
देगी
meantime,
उनको
they've taken all of A
ये
main.
मैच लेने ही नहीं देगी
Chill out from RB here as the paranoia and the curveball comes in.
MS
That will be the clear for Gentlemates, but I'm not sure if
clearly
they know
लेके
that
जा
RB saw that.
सॉरी एनएस
Abby's going to choose to smoke all the way into mid as well. So wait for the potential of the two omens to look at each other. Looking like a fake as it's going to be a pivot from mid to A now. On response, so look at Mini.
There's no more curveballs here for Martin, so that's going to make it harder to hold this catwalk pivot.
Okay, Martin doesn't need the curveball, just finds a shot indeed instead. Blaze coming on in. He's the one that actually gets flashed, but it doesn't matter. Mini and Martin will be able to get themselves three.
इधर भी निकाल रहे भाई
Dropping
ये लोग
Nongshim to two players as RB finds himself in spawn. Doesn't quite land
इधर
the
पे
kill.
भी किल निकाल रहे
Francis going for the plant now. RB still exploring. Gets himself an upgrade against Bippo. And now the opportunity again. The opportunity to clutch one more time. Paranoia in. Still a player above. And Stars are through the smoke onto RB. Prevents the clutch.
Yeah, really nice stuff for Gentlemates. Feels
Nice
like
spam.
they are in control of this game right
nice
now for
spam
Nongshim.
Chazo nice spam
Felt like that was a decent chance. They actually could have pulled off that cat
Hey,
sweep. They drone the middle of the map. They throw out the fast lane in towards the boat shed to
Ronaldo
pressure
is
out
what
onto
will be.
B and draw out a little bit of a rotation and reaction. But you can see the Gentlemates, courtesy of a great rotation time from Mini, were in all the positions they needed to hold that. Even without the curveballs on Martin, they had no problems there at all, and they will break Nongshim's money here.
RP. So the Marshall here is the only thing they can afford
क्या अलग ही
realistically.
गेम का स्पैम चल रहा है ये इधर
Mini is just sending
अलग ही
through those outlaw
sport का
shots
spam
with
चल
a
रहा है
warning.
चैट में
Nongshim working their way up into pizza, now through market, and Ivy into the main as well.
भी कोई देख रहा है एक बार हाय बोल देना चैट में तो आई विल नो कौन देख रहा है एक बार बता दो बस नाइस शॉट रे आरबी अरे नाइस शॉट आरबी
That's not enough to get it done.
अरे
This is gonna run it
यार
back, and consequently 4 alive for Gentlemates. It's a very easy anti-eco. I'm starting to get concerned for Nongshim. The money on defense is looking very, very good indeed.
It's going to cause
निकाल दिया उन लोगों ने
rounds
लाइन
now to be required from Nongshim to start to break that economy, but their own economy. This is the round where they got the guns together. Need to find something special here. I think RB did as best as he could, but weren't expecting too much from that round in all honesty. The game hasn't quite gotten away from them, so
Let's
Nongshim
go gentlemen
still in play for now. Run it back
let's
for
go
extras this
Nongshim
time, hoping
red
for some
force
magic.
always
Mini walking down middle, looking to get potentially on this tiles line. He's helped out by the rest of the team who have got him back nicely. Very clear what the intention is here for Gentlemates. You cannot afford to make a mistake here as Francis, and courtesy of Ivy's
भाई जो भी चैट में एक बार हाय बोल देना
Important camera that spots out the operator, and now
so I will know if you are
something
new
here. Do they believe that Mini's already dropped off the angle? Oh, it's a good drone.
Yeah, just nullifying any potential risk with good utility. And in the meantime, over on the A side of the map, looking to make some inroads straight through the fast lane.
Nice one, Stazo.
Double
अरे यार
kill for
इनका lag
Starso, that is unbelievable.
The veteran IGL steps up one more time. Drone to spot the last couple of players. Xros has been flashed and RB stuck in a hard place to work with at the moment. Xros, hello!
Xros.
Collat on the Starzo and Martin. Drop someone out of nowhere. What else can we get here? 2 versus 3. Bitpos uses ultimate as well now. They know where the enemy are. And again, Nongshim need this round. Their money is not in a great spot. Finally coming through with the plan, and Bitpo looking for RB. Finds him. Changing up 2 versus 2. Xros low HP. He's off the site itself. Ivy has to be the one that also delivers now.
Trip spotted out by Pippo. Knows that Ivy is probably in this
Lovely
neck
Ivy.
of the woods, but that is very, very nice from Nongshim Sentinel. Mini knows he's got it pinned into the corner over on Hell's side somewhere.
He knows.
Spy cam dart needs to be pulled out by
आगे
him
भी है,
to try
पीछे भी है.
to work his way through the rest of this 1-on-2, but the camera, the
Lovely
trip,
Mini.
no shot converted. Xros very low on HP. This is very doable for Mini to keep mates on a good roll. He's sticking it to completion. No peek from Xros. In fact, he does right at the end of things.
Lovely.
I honestly thought that
W timing extra.
diffused to completion. I saw the white bar fill all the way up, but right at the last second, Xros coming through and getting it done for Nongshim. Unbelievable.
Time to
W timing
perfection,
extra.
but maybe almost overcooked it. Speaking of cooking things good here, Starzo just started out so strong, but the response from Xros was just disgusting. That double onto those 2 players is absolutely criminal. Gentlemates were not ready for that one, and yeah, you're not wrong on the defuse there. Pause the frame because that one was basically on completion.
100% thought it was done.
अच्छा रीड किया.
Not gonna lie. Danby with a lot of pressure out A here.
Okay. Walking through.
जो रीड किया ना seconds.
Not going to happen. Big scan as well.
Plant.
Just Fury trying for a little bit more damage. Seems like we just know where everyone is. Starzo certainly knows where a couple of players are. As Ivy, Francis, and Xros slowly making their way on towards the site.
मस्त है भाई ये क्या आइट है Stazo.
Will not allow the plant to come on through, but they lose mini for it. Oh, and an opportunity missed there through the cage as well.
They know that Nongshim are pivoting over towards this B side. The trip is in the way, and it is triggered. Gentlemates looking to try to catch them on the cross, and that's exactly what they do. 4 for Starzo, and Martin to back him up there. It's the same duo again and again for Gentlemates to continue dominating this tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, they just read it correctly. Obviously, you see the player's head running across the cage. You know where their pivot's going to land. And you have Nongshim trying to cross into market. It's almost like they knew that they were going to get cut off there as well. Rifles pointed over. Obviously, they walked into the trip, but just unready, unprepared to deal with these 2 players completely posted up.
Oh my god.
What a round to come through from Gentlemates again.
Yeah, their defense has been phenomenal. We saw it over on Lotus, maybe less so in the second half. All 3 of the maps has been pretty impressive. I mean, Nongshim just continue to keep putting pedal to the metal. Overdrive active for Danby.
Danby walking in. Last time he got shut down straight away, breaking the glass though, giving his position away. Many 2 happy to clean that one up, but they don't know about the second player.
Correct,
Xros, who comes in, Guardian swinging. Martin still on site, spotted. Gets the 1-for-1 here as Bitpo cleans up into heaven. 2 versus 2, Ivy, no gun. Francis still on to Guardian.
इनका ना स्ट्रीम का बहुत दिक्कत है भाई. ये बहुत दिक्कत दे रहा है ये स्ट्रीम का इनका. अरे हो जा भाई, कितना लोडिंग लेगा.
Cage is good so far, but Bitpo needs a better
मैं बहुत
opportunity.
पीछे चल रहा हूँ अभी ये राउंड हो गया.
Drone spots 1.
अरे यार कितना हेलो व्हाट द फक. क्या अभी 480 पे चला हो क्या. 720 बताओ.
But does Bitpo have the read? He's got a setup on B and it hasn't
But
been
we were
triggered
not.
yet. He's thinking it's got to still be here. What is Francis doing though? Very curious. He's maybe just looking for the kill, but eventually he's got to drop and plant.
He has a dart to work with as well. That could definitely help him out, but Bippo's looking to cancel the plant.
Here he comes, Bitpo. Is he going to swing for this one? Eventually we'll get it. And another round going the way of the Gentlemates. Francis trying to play that one sneaky, but he's going to get caught.
Yeah, Bippo's been
बहुत
phenomenal
गलत चल
in
रहा
that
है
last
ये.
map, and to kick this one off as well, already well into the double digits early on here. Is exactly what you want to be seeing. Defensive side of Ascent, your Cypher is just on top of every little movement that the other team are trying to put together. It's another round where early on, Danby goes down right off the rip. He's really been trying to run hard entry duties for Nongshim on this attacking side, but to his own detriment, he's 1-8.
On the other side, Bippo is 12-3. I mean, the role swap for Bippo and Mini has just been working so
Hi,
well for
hi,
Generates.
hi.
About to find out if it's
Welcome,
gonna work
welcome
well
to the
enough for them to
stream.
get their win at EWC to send them through to the top 8 in front of the home crowd in Paris. As many preps are dashed, about to lose that one, about to eat a potential curveball, but not before he gets Danby first, and Francis falls at the same time. This is a rough round now for Nongshim. They're losing members and they're stuck in mid.
Yeah.
क्या हाल चाल?
Trying
खाना
to molly
पीना
one
हुआ?
of the players out of the corner and start to even up the numbers, but Gentlemakes are making Nongshim's life very difficult. TP out over behind the box for RB. Ivy's lost some help over towards B. Off angle on catwalk that Xros is about to walk into. Probably should be another one for Gentlemates, and it is. Immediate paranoia to follow up. Curveball. This is just a nightmare making
अरे
their way through
माँ
middle.
कसम मिनी
No business having any kills in this round as Nongshim
6-3 कर दिया
how many
नॉन्गसिंग
rounds
को
has,
भाई.
in a row has this been for Gentlemates, whether it be complete shutdowns like this or
आवाज नहीं
coming
देता
up
है.
big
क्या
in the
बोलता है?
clutch?
I don't even know if Ivy can save. The amount of time left
ये
to
तो है
play
आवाज
through,
देखा
mates
है.
can go for the chase here. They've got more money.
ये तो है ना? आवाज ये तो है.
Don't really
आवाज
want to
करा
give Ivy
तुमने?
this gun left
ये
over,
तो
but
भला
there's just
आवाज.
nothing left to do in this round. A complete annihilation.
आवाज में तो फुल है.
The
आवाज
Gentleman's
देना तुम्हाला.
dismantling any semblance of
आवाज करा
attack
तुम.
in
वाढवा.
round number 9. Spike instantly
आम्हा
dropped,
त्यांचा आवाज मी
barely
कमी करतो.
recovered. And now
आता
Prox
येईल
and
तुम्हाला आवाज.
Martin trying to sniff out Ivy.
अभी आएगा तुमको आवाज मेरी.
Swing out from Starso and not even a single gun lost for Gentlemates.
Flawless round.
Safeguarding their shaky looking economy.
अभी आ रहा है क्या?
as they
गुड
continue to
मॉर्निंग बोल
move
रहे हो.
ahead
शर्म है कुछ?
on this defensive side of Ascent for Nongshim with no money
ये
to work
मॉर्निंग
with
है
and
क्या?
to run it back.
क्या यूएस में रह
They're
रहे हो
going to
क्या?
try to once again cause another one
हाँ,
of these
foreigner
vintage
बोल रहे
upsets
हो?
with the pistols. Going to take a little bit of a time out here, but quite honestly, the best they can hope for is 4 rounds, 5 rounds here in this half. There's no way they're winning it.
Is it too much to say that they've come back from worse?
Not bad.
2 maps ago.
Feels like a lot longer than like 2 hours ago, but yeah.
We had less faith in Nongshim than we do now. If this one is
एयरफोन
looking a
सब
lot
आया.
different than that last
क्यों
round,
बनाई?
again,
क्या
nothing
करने
happening
का?
from Nongshim at all. They just
क्या
looked
बात कर रहे
completely
हो?
lost.
ईयरफोन हक दिया आपका.
Walk around them, walk through
बिना
them.
ईयरफोन के देखो फिर.
They got a really good feeling for
बिना
Nongshim's
ईयरफोन के
facing so
देखो.
far in this series. They're a team that on many of these maps really likes to send it, especially when they're running Neon Phoenix.
स्पीकर पे देखो बिंदास.
And so far, Gentlemates has
डोंट
been
वरी गाली वाली नहीं दूंगा मैं.
able to deal with that
Stream
on the
पे.
defense pretty well, even versus the Neon comp on Lotus. I think Cypher has been super key for them. Big shout out to Starso. Both Bippo and Starso have been phenomenal. Everyone really pulling their weight on the side of Gentlemates. This is not just a one-man team.
One man I'm looking at is Danby. He's got the one okay gun here in the Stinger, but the lowest score line. I think to start to see him, best Neon in the world, many have said, to step up to the plate now and deliver the performance a player with that title would be expected to deliver.
Drone into B. Only RB spotted out in A main, and Prox will hear his TP as he commits on into the
स्ट्रीम
side.
बंद करके फिर से चालू करो ना.
Nongshim
एक बार.
really trying to contest both mains at the same time simultaneously.
तुम्हारा
but
कुछ तो
I don't
glitch
think
हुआ है.
Gentlemates really care, to be honest. They know they've got the better weaponry. They can just play a really safe setup here, kick back, and wait for Nongshim to make the first move.
Martin especially, ultimate in hand, ready to do anything. Fast lane in, time to go. Danby working his way through, beautiful paranoia combo.
क्या?
I believe that was actually both the runner backs in play here. Long rotations coming through from some of the Gentlemates over towards Tree. Oh, an unfortunate timing on that. Xros now up to the plate, but he can't deal with Martin. It's a problem. Mini is going to pop the blaze storm after dealing with Danby. Again, there's just no weapons here for Nongshim. They get the plant, but it feels like
मैं बोला ना मेरा कुछ गलती नहीं है. आपका वो थोड़ा ग्लिच हो गया था. वो बैक करके फिर से आने का हो जाता है. Leo, 7-3 हो गया guys. क्या कर रहे हो?
Time there where I thought Xros was about to
ऐसा मत हारो बे,
be able to pick Martin, and then maybe we're
तुम
talking
लोग
about a round,
12-2
but
से
as
जीत
it
निकल
stands,
रहे हो,
despite a
7-3 पे
clean
क्यों
entry from
अटक रहे
Derby,
हो?
finally finding some success on this attacking side.
निकालो ना गाइस इधर से.
Doesn't change the end result. Gentlemates keeping this streak going really nicely.
टाइम आउट ले लो.
Rounds left now.
मैं बोलूंगा टाइम आउट ले लो.
See what we got to work with here. Money online again.
Careful.
One of the few
look
remaining
so-
opportunities. 2 more to play, 11 and 12. Just a singular ult on for RB. Nothing else to work through. Starzo 2 away on the side of Gentlemates. That's going to be Mini on the line for B as well. No one
Oh, yeah,
biting
man.
on that side of the map.
See?
Similar looking start to the round. This time the drone through middle is really just a clear signal that Nongshim want to deny information across the
Good,
map.
good, good.
Mini has been able to get on that info line towards B main despite the camera out from Ivy. Plays
गलत
well
compliment
to
मत.
apply a little bit of pressure here for Nongshim, who are very much grouped in towards A main. The intention is clear. They want to pick up the pace into A, and it's Bippo. and
लाइक
Martin
करना,
to
लाइक
defend.
करके पोल पे वोट करो गाइस.
We're put in an interesting spot here, but obviously full util to play through.
Tell me who do you think is gonna win this?
Martin.
ये डिसाइडर मैप
Clear
है.
util here. Fast
जो
lane
जीत
up and
रहे हो,
ready to go. Behind the cage. Bippo
जो
ready to
हारेगा
strike.
वो
And Martin finally swings
Lower
over. His
bracket में
position was
चलिए.
completely unspotted. He just
Lower
got
bracket के
secondary
decider
cover,
में.
which is a little bit of an issue. RB and Danby, good for it.
Yeah, that was a decent little
Nice
base
entry.
setup, but Martin needed a multi-frag there because Bippo didn't have too much success inside of the site. Now the dark cover slowing Prox down. Trip dealt with over towards door side as the drone leads the way on in for Mini.
Let's take a look at what we can get. Information only sees Danby, and it's enough.
Qadar.
Mini rips his head off, and now Mini looking for a little bit more. Going
Okay,
onto site.
thank you.
Main has been clear, but Extros has not.
Arre,
Low HP means
man,
Extros will
nice
eventually
three.
fall 1 versus 2.
ऊपर,
The
ऊपर.
unlucky Prox will once again
ऊपर है, ऊपर,
have to
ऊपर.
be the one to deliver
आया
this
नीचे.
for
स्पाइक पे.
General Mason give them 8 rounds. RB is so close and too close to comfort. 1 versus 1. IV does not last. Prox, what a 1v2. Does he have time?
It's very close. Again, coming down to the last possible second. Celebrations from Gentlemates. And I'm
ये
assuming this
क्या
one doesn't
मार
go
रहा
off right at the
भाई?
end there.
ये क्या
How
रीड था?
many times is it going to go down to less than a second on the spike here? This is crushing for Nongshim. They did everything they needed to win that round. Usually so good in the clutch. But even the rookie here on the side of Gentlemates just coming into the roster has been able to put one together for the EMEA side.
Nah,
Criticized, but Prox still delivers
nah.
as the defuse comes on through.
ये
Fresh
थ्रो
round.
नहीं चाहिए
Martin,
था.
who wanted an extra couple of kills last round, couldn't quite get
मार्टिन
there.
भैया, पीछे जाओ.
Very aggressive
किस्ती से
spot
पीछे
now.
जाओ.
Has to be curious about that drone. It comes
पहले ही बोल रहा
down
था.
once
अरे
more, straight
यार.
into Bippo. That's the kill that Bippo was looking for earlier. He's tripled up, but one of those came through on the trip as well. Ivy at least responds. What more can he do here? Both the players from Nongshim might be looking to peel off.
You really don't see that too often. A kill with a trip. 17 and 5. I'm not sure there's anything Bippo can't do right now. Feeling quite
ऐसा
comfortable
खेल
in
के
this
कैसे
Sentinel
चलेगा
right
गाइस?
now. And Ivy and X-Ross pushed away from A, denied outright. Prox and Mini creeping up onto this catwalk line. This could really go either way and really determine who's coming away
How
with this
did
round. But the
Nongshim
tail
win
wind
that
away is
win the
enough
trophy?
information
भाग
for
रहे
us to
दिखेगा
kind of
तेरे
fall
को.
away
रुक,
for a second.
रुक,
Nongshim look like they want to go
रुक,
through
तेरे को
mid,
दिख
which
गया
could be a
अभी.
little bit dangerous. A single swing that times itself well. Could just be it. Prox delivers it onto Ivy, and X-Ross has a lot of work ahead of him. Again, the pathing. Curious coming through from Nongshim. Not sure that it had to go that way.
X-Ross getting out of dodge. One off the runner back. Doesn't have time for the orb. He just needs to get into the site and try to get
X-Ross
a
भाई
point
मेरे
down. Not much to
1v3
work with,
करना है
honestly,
तुमको.
here for Gentlemates coming in on this retake. X-Ross, if he gets one kill,
ऐसा
will
मत
have another
करो.
curveball and has a blaze wall to try to be a little
पहले
bit
ही प्लांट
tricky
पे
in this
जाना
1-on-3.
था.
Hunter's Fury looking to cancel the plant. It's bought a lot of time here for Gentlemates.
The last shot doesn't quite make it, but Benny's already swinging on in. That's all you
Lovely work,
need.
भाई.
Like an X-Ross just didn't have the time. Hunter's
9-3.
beautifully placed to just
9-3
prevent
कर.
him. Couldn't even get his ultimate off.
Guys 9-3 कर, क्या बोलते हो?
It was perfection from Gentlemates. There was 15 seconds on the clock. Hunter's Fury buys you 5. First plant denied by Mini. Even if he went down, you'd throw another body at it and get it done for Gentlemates.
Worst part about this as we close out the half is it's not a 10 and 2
Half
post.
time.
I think that's the magic number that Nongshim need.
I mean, I was
अभी
thinking the fact that they won the pistol
अभी
and the
फटेंगे ये
anti-echo,
लोग
and then they got one round after that.
अभी
That's what I was
लिटरली
thinking, was
फटेंगे ये लोग
worth fucking them.
फटेंगे
But apparently not.
I think 9 and 3 is unfortunate. You need the
That's not
10-2,
the magic
mate.
one.
10-2 is
Yeah.
the magic number of Nongshim. 9-3, it ain't good enough.
This
I'm
could
not
be
feeling it.
all that work on Lotus, all for naught, unfortunately.
Well, they won the Lotus, so that singular map contained within itself ended up being good going. But this now, you have to be Nongshim making a big comeback twice.
कहाँ पे किधर पे
And I
मारे
just
भाई
don't know if Gentlemates will be giving it to you twice.
उसके खेले
One
भाई
time, potentially a fluke.
बेचारा
A
एक्स
second
रॉस
map where Gentlemates throw away a lead like this. I don't know if Lightning can strike twice like that.
Oh, that's so nice from Gentlemates. They are really switched on right now. Bippo's having a crazy game.
लॉस एनएस
Just pure entertainment is this series between Gentlemates
क्या
and
लग रहा है
Nongshim. And this would be a hell of a way
wait
to
let
earn
me
your
check
way
the poll you
to
guys
the
have
stage here at
put it
EWC in front of a home
for
crowd for the
NS
Gentlemates. Being a quality team
पता
that
नहीं
they've
guys
already played earlier in the year in an international
पता
event.
नहीं I have no
Again,
idea
put Pacific fans on the edge of their
पता
seat
नहीं
and put
नहीं
Pacific in a
पता
position where we could have all 4 teams eliminated before the playoffs if Nongshim loses this series and then goes
पता
into
नहीं
the lower
पता नहीं
bracket and
पता
bumps
नहीं
out.
पता नहीं
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim has so far been the only Pacific team that's won a series. The other ones have all, unfortunately, bowed out 0-2 as far as matches go. But this series has still been Gentlemates' favored because even the one map Nongshim win, it's one of those maps where, like, really Gentlemates probably should have won that one given the 10-2 start scoreline. 12-2. We're going to the second half actually to make it even more ridiculous. I mean, the good news here is we haven't reached 12 yet for Gentlemates, but it feels like
actually a city-sided map it is.
Rather than later, Nongshim need this pistol.
Let's hope.
They need to lock in hard for the rest of this half.
We've got some real quiet performance on the side of Nongshim as well. Got to step up here on defense.
Let's just hope, guys.
3 of them.
I must wait a moment.
Cam dealt with for Bippo, hanging around over on tile side. Gentlemates push through the dark cover together. Gonna wrestle control of A main and head straight into the site.
Okay, not gonna waste too much time. Mini is already in. Damage onto RB. Goodbye, burning down. Turn to ashes here as Darby gets a sight onto Martin. That's all he sees for the time being. Rest of the players from Nongshim. It's gonna be Ivy trying to make his way through tree next. Scan to play onto one player, but Extros is only going to be the one so far getting that curious kill. Mini responds onto Francis, and now only Ivy, the sole responder, up against 4 players in a giant crossfire.
This is a death sentence for Nongshim. Gentlemates looking for double digits. Starzo keeping Ivy interested. Peeks out by himself. It's some bravado that is punished, but not going to be enough for a clutch here. Not even for someone of Ivy's caliber. One way onto Generator.
Can't even tap.
There's nothing to do. Mini gets it done with the frenzy. He was so aggressive in on the entry in combination with Martin's hot hands there. Finds the opener. And when Nongshim try to fight out heaven, it's the Jet that gives them a lot of problems.
The fact that Martin is still in A main as well means that Darby doesn't have the confidence just to drop down and challenge for Generator or Hell.
That is so good. Like the frenzy v Sheriff there, that's exactly what you were looking for. Last kill for Mini as well. Already starting to look to build himself up a Blade Storm.
Many would ask if you were down as, well, if you lose a map like Lotus for Gentlemates, where you should have really have just won, where would your mental be after that moment? I think the answer is, at this level of pro play, you'd just be mad that you lost, and now you get to take that anger out and redeem yourself. Well, this is sent as RB had the opportunity to get that kill, but doesn't quite find it. A beautiful fight from Extros. We've seen better from him before. And now, you need to see a little bit more. Not going to happen. Mini and Bippo get the giant cleanup. It's not a lot of equipment brought in by Nongshim and 11 found by mates.
Yeah, it's so close to getting more substantial damage than that done. 2 players very low on HP, but low doesn't count for a lot when Gentlemates still walk out of that round with 3 rifles. Should be a pretty good looking bonus here for the EMEA side. And Nongshim, I mean, no, how often does Lightning strike twice? Let's be honest.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Nongshim need to really clean this up right now. This has to be a gun round that works in their favor. Otherwise, you're going to have to start riding this one off. Already the TP on the other side is going to be Prox. Doesn't feel like it though. Goes back.
I'll be sitting in wine. Darting into the middle of the map here. Bippo being set up a little bit by Starso, but he's not feeling too bold to go ahead and take control in middle. Cracker of an entry from Martin. You've already lost your smokes as Nongshim in the first gun round. This is falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, just immediately punishing that peak. That should be a free upgrade for Prox here as well, who doesn't quite have a gun, but over towards Glass. Mini takes down X-Ross. It's all falling apart. Ivy has
They are literally throwing that.
spotted for the time being. Darby needs a delay. He's got his hands out. Not his gun. Caught using utility. At least Ivy's found success onto Heaven. That's the only thing that's really going well for Nongshim at the moment.
Creep out from Francis here. Does catch Martin a little bit, but not enough to actually punish. One player deposited under Hell, looking pretty similar to what we saw in the pistol. Dart dealt with, so at least there won't be the spam through from Starso, who is caught in the corner. But again, no punish for Nongshim. They can't capitalize, and this is series point for Gentlemates. They could have got it done earlier in 2. You had a monumental combat from Nongshim, and honestly on Haven, a chance to close out the map. But they didn't get it done, and now they are going to be feeling very sheepish about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is now feeling basically impossible. I know they had a 12-2 comeback, but look at where we're going to be. A final 4 spy to come through Nongshim. It's kind of dirty that Francis can't beat Starzo in the Hell battle as well, when Starzo only had a pistol.
बहुत
Even
गंदा है
had
भाई.
advanced knowledge of the fact that Starzo was hiding behind those boxes. A final timeout to try and just bring it together one last time.
It'll be a desperation 4 spy and another ridiculous comeback for Nongshim that I just don't think they have in them. Gentlemates are playing far too good.
ये लोग ने इस बार टाइम आउट का UI नहीं लगाया.
Outstanding this map.
Prox is one clutch.
ये स्ट्रीम को पूरे
Every single player on the side.
टाइम आउट का UI ही नहीं देते
where it's needed.
हैं.
Looking like a really well-rounded squad right now. And look, here in EMEA, we're in Paris. They're looking to maximize the amount of teams they can get into the playoffs here at the detriment of Pacific.
Starzo 1 away from ult, Mini 1 away from ult. Ivy the only player on to Nongshim that can do anything, and he's got Phantom in play. Francis is going to have to be a little bit sharper on his shots to make use of the Vandal. Darby, he's been so quiet so far in this map, but it's going to be heating up now over towards main. Mini and Martin looking to finish things off. Darby is down, and now Ivy is all that counts. It's the final round, the final opportunity. Martin can feel himself winning this for the Gentlemates. The runner back will not find anything done.
W through.
But off the back of that one, Ivy, not saving this one, buddy. You gotta go in. You gotta make it count.
Nowhere to run.
That's exactly what I'm feeling right now. Ivy doesn't have anywhere to go. Here comes Martin. Perfect flash. And the Gentlemates will be the second French team after Vitality.
थ्रो की है भाई पूरा मैच थ्रो कर दिए.
As that rings the death knell for Pacific. All 4 Pacific teams will fall in the group stages.
Yeah,
good game, guys. Good game.
Good
Good match. Good game. Good. Everything. W match, guys. चलो इसी के साथ अपन ये स्ट्रीम खत्म करते हैं. भाई जी ने तो मेरा बोलते हैं कि मेरे को बोर ही कर दिया लिटरली. नोंगशिम ने बहुत एंटरटेन किया. लवली टीम भाई. नोंगशिम की भी एक और चांस है और वो जाएगी G2 के साथ. नोंगशिम will play against G2.
I'm interested to see who they're going to draw as that second seed from another group.
What a play. What a series. Gentlemates really coming on through. Showed us what they were capable of against Shilai Gaming, and then once again showing it now versus Nongshim, who caused some issues on that first map. Will still be one of the most ridiculous maps that we've seen. Definitely the longest one and the closest one. Most entertaining one of EWC so far, but the EWC journey will continue a little bit further on for the French team.
Nongshim will go against G2.
Nongshim is the last Pacific team. Their run ends here, but I can't wait to see how far the mates will go.
Yeah, 100%. I think they've got a really good shout in towards playoffs, especially if we start to see some more consistent performances, as we saw in this series from all of the boys. had some heroics from Starso and Martin in combination at certain
ठीक है,
times.
let's see,
It was
let's hope
fantastic on the defense, honestly. I'm interested
Duncan
to hear what
makes it out.
Beckett thought of this series, you know, as we have a little bit of a look over these
matches,
highlights.
decider
You know,
matches.
we're hopeful for a really good game at the
अभी
end of
वो
things, but
है
at the end of the day, it's a blowout for
I
Gentle
think
Mates.
I think Gentlemates are
7
just
जुलाई को
excited that they didn't
कल
have to play another 20-plus round game.
अपने
This time they don't let their opponent get more than 3.
BBL वर्सेस EDG होगी
Finish.
और
Seal the deal. Unlike
NRG
they
वर्सेस
were
Carmine
unable to
Crawford
in game number 1. Martin, definitely the player of the match for me. If you're looking
दो
outside of
मैचेस होंगे
Martin's performance,
कल. There are no 4 matches. कल 2 ही मैचेस हैं. Yep. And फिर 7 तारीख को
just did so much. Starzo also super consistent. Everyone had their moments here. I mean, we sort of
कल अपन ये दोनों मैच देखेंगे.
There wasn't a single player that I think
डिसाइडर मैचेस ग्रुप ए और बी, फिर डिसाइडर मैचेस ग्रुप बी और सी रहेगी और then it goes
the two players with frosted tips
playoff.
in the playoff bracket.
Playoff
Phoenix,
9
the one character with frosted tips, the best duelist.
9 जुलाई को 2 मैचेस है, फिर 10 जुलाई को 2 मैचेस है, 11 जुलाई को 2 मैचेस है, एंड 12 जुलाई को पहले डिसाइडर की थर्ड प्लेस के लिए, एंड फिर रात को फाइनल. ठीक है, अभी के लिए बाय बाय, गुड नाइट.